I'm going to start recording the VOD, and I will go live once everyone is back settled in their seats.
You can just mute the desktop audio, right?
Why?
Just loud, but they don't hear us talking.
Yeah.
Until we're ready to talk.
Yeah. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Give.
Hey, welcome everybody.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Okay.
3.
I'm putting audio on.
Fart.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that being the first audio that we have to
Hell yeah.
we have to get there. It's so sad that Rupa is being blocked by me. I think I should move my
Who the fuck is Rupa?
Kill yourself. First of all, best girl in the show.
Positive vibes.
What
sorry,
show?
sorry. Girls Band Cry.
Girls
She's
Band
the
Cry, I
brown
just
girl
said
from
it.
Girls Band Cry.
Oh,
Come on, please.
Come on. Okay, no, I'm kidding.
For this stream, we
You
are
guys actually watch anime
prioritizing
this
positive
I'm getting
vibes.
demonetized immediately. In Minecraft, I'm saying I think one should jump into lava in Minecraft.
oh boy.
Okay.
You know, the
We're live?
60 seconds.
We're live.
Oh shit, we're live.
Yes.
Oh fuck.
Well, oh, I thought you were doing a bit when you were saying the poop fart stuff.
No.
No, we were live but muted, and then I saw that we had a bunch of viewers, and I was like, oh, we probably should be entertaining them. So, all right, welcome. We're still
I'm
getting
not
set
ready
up. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We're still getting. It's okay. It's a live stream. Live stream vibes are different. Hey, everyone in chat, look at our cool talking heads. When we talk, we have our names lighting up. Isn't that fucking cool? Isn't that cool? Isn't that sweet? Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, it's something that I bullied you for 3 years, and you're like, I'll do it later.
It'll be coming to our podcast soon too.
Look at Trash Can Crumb. He's adorable.
He is very cute.
beautiful crown. If only the rest of them watched that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only it was better.
If
Oh.
only
It was
one had taste.
Okay, we
Damn.
have we have shot from
Damn.
11 viewers to 3 viewers, so I don't know what happened there. I don't know if we got like a bot wave, but I feel like the 3 is a little bit more accurate, or maybe it was all the poop.
One
just-
said poop and we lost all
We
of
lost
our viewers.
everybody.
Our monetization, yeah.
Damn.
No, it was my fault.
Lost all the mothers.
I can't show this to my child.
In their basement. We got
In their
a mother's basement. Haha.
Is that the joke we're going with?
Yeah.
Let's see. Do you know what they say about radio and dead air?
Oh yeah. I need to be selling cars or something.
Yeah.
This
What about
the
cocaine?
Netbar Anime Awards brought to you by fucking Dole. I mean, Dole Fruits is a given, right?
But like, not everyone knows about
also,
the
I mean,
fruits.
also Planters Peanuts.
I would love to have them as sponsors.
I'll just throw this one up in the corner here. There.
But what?
Oh, there's a Dole logo in the
At the
top
top.
corner now.
There you go. At all times.
I have
Or-
that. I have that on my Twitch stream when I'm playing Magic. I have the Dole Fruits on.
That's awesome.
So, okay, we'll be getting started soon. Let me know. Hey, everyone else on the call, let me know when y'all are like, ready.
I'm ready whenever.
Oh, I need to move.
I was
I need to
born
move
ready.
these other tabs away so that I don't fuck everything up. Okay, a couple of ground rules before we get started. This is going to be free run sponsored.
Well,
by
I mean,
Dole.
is this the VOD right now, or like, are we in the VOD, or still not?
We
yet?
are in everything is the VOD.
I'll start the
Well-
VOD. I'll start the. This is more for chat. I was gonna
Okay.
say that this is going to have some spoilers. We will be talking about these shows. We will be talking about any anime that is done is fair game. If we are not going to talk about manga spoilers or stuff that happens in adaptations that haven't happened yet. So like we won't be talking about like Kusuria or Dungeon Meshi or any of those ongoing shows. Just what has aired is fair game. So spoiler warning up front. Obviously we'll try to avoid big stuff, but the fun one that we're going to have to dance around is going to be Dead Demons, because Logan hasn't actually finished the manga, so we're not going to be able to talk about the end of Dead Demons. So I'm going to have to do some implying.
You can say, just take off your headset.
Yeah, I might
and
send
then I can
Logan to
make
the
that
cuck
work.
shed when we talk about it, because I think it's going to come up a few times. TBD.
Tibida.
Okay. Is everyone good?
I'm good.
1 sec. I'm trying to chill right now.
I'm all for that. Hibike was good.
Can you give me what? We didn't clear the notes. Can you give me a link, Chris? to
Yes,
the-
yes, I can. It's in main if you just want to copy and paste it.
Yeah.
Every year I am shocked and stunned at the presence of a chat.
I mean, I
I
don't.
mean,
The
most
only
of the
name I
people
don't
we know,
recognize is
to be
Iron Ore. I
fair.
don't know who that is. Yeah, Rogue is.
That's
I
Caleb.
didn't-
Oh, that's
Or has been
okay,
here
Caleb. So
before.
it's
Yeah.
EJ, Ethan,
Hello.
and Colin. These are all people I know in real life so far, but that's okay.
It's more of this the psychological
I know
effect.
Ethan or Caleb.
Caleb,
Caleb.
I believe.
Caleb number 1. Let's say it
Yeah.
was Pluto. And then Roni Kenshin. I did not think they even watched. Go bet those. Okay. Interesting.
Anyone else I want to shill?
I've
Uh,
exhausted my shilling resources. I'm pretty
I,
sure.
I think I'm good. I think that one place is fine.
Okay. Anyone in chat, feel free to shill as well. We are a shill.
Did we show an
positive.
Reddit?
No.
Anime, I mean.
You can do that if you want.
I would not want to get banned.
Yeah, I was gonna say I also don't want to get banned. Okay. If everyone's ready, I think we're good to go. So
All right, VOD start here now.
okay, so what I think we're gonna do, let's do this. I'm gonna introduce, and then we'll go down the line and say our names, and so our little things can light up when get voice association, and then I'll like kind of introduce us. So, all right, this is it. Welcome to the Nut Bar Anime Awards for 2024. We are excited to do this every single year. We have been doing this since 2018. It has been a long run. And we're excited. It was a good year of anime. So we're just going to go down the line and introduce ourselves. We have new assets. We have talking bobbleheads now to show who's speaking. So we'll go in line first. I am Chris. I'm the one on the top.
I'm Logan. I'm the one with the face app smile.
Hey, this is Juan, also known as Tex-Mex. I'm Sans Miku.
I am Tim. I am me, but in chibi form.
And this
And
is
we have our
Garbage
special
Chrome, also known as Mark.
Hell yeah. All right. So those are our participants of the show. Obviously, everyone in chat can be a participant. Feel free to write in your answers as well. We'll probably read them out if we think that they're interesting. But if you're right, you'll just agree with us. We're going to go through a bunch of different categories, including character awards, genre awards, production awards, miscellaneous awards, and then our overall big awards towards the, and music. That one is there too. But I mean, hell, let's just get into it. Let's start with the first one. We're going to mix it up this time. Should have done this the whole time, really. These are our predictions for each other's anime of the year. We're going to do this to keep us honest up front, because I think once we start getting into awards, it can start kind of shifting that. Though, in theory, in previous years, we had these before the show started. So, without further ado, let's start filling them out.
Is
I
Mark
got
not
it.
filling it out?
Mark, do you want to?
I don't have any.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, no.
Okay.
Apologies.
No worries. Oh yeah, we should say that Mark did not quite have time to do the ridiculous amount of prep work required to do this award show. So he might be tagging in some categories, he might not.
I'm just here to vibe. I've been preparing for auditions, and I've actually gotten to the final round of one of them.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Hey,
Yeah.
congratulations.
So I've been
I'm
practicing.
Chris, I'm starting to notice a pattern
Yeah.
in yours.
I am taking a bet that I am not confident in, but I think that it might be true. And I don't know how much we want to talk about this right now, or do we want to come back to it, revisit this at the
Chris,
very
I
end?
believe that I have seen straight to the bottom of you, and I have figured out exactly which one you're gonna pick, and exactly why you didn't pick Dungeon Meshi over it.
I think that I want to change my anime of the year now to make all of you wrong, because that would be so funny.
This is why we didn't do this first.
Okay. Because what if it's not free run? Y'all are gonna look stupid. Okay, let's move on. let's get this show on the road. Let's get into it for real. We'll come back to that slide towards the end. Okay, so first up is best in character. We're gonna go through our characters, and our first is best protagonist. This is the best lead character in a role. Can be a man or a woman. Can be anyone. If it was a dog, it could be about a dog.
Well, I mean, as long as they are the main character.
Yeah, they gotta
of
be
that
the main
show.
character. So the way I think we did this last year is we switched it up. Who spoke first, but we just dumped them at the same time. So let's do that if y'all are ready.
I'm ready.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
let's go.
slap them in there. Oh, based alert. All right.
That's fair. Absolutely fair.
Okay, and then I'll go ahead and
Mhm.
get
Oh,
it
shoot.
started this time. Hey, Mark, if at any
Does
point
Mark
you
have
have
an
a,
answer?
if you have a
He's
firm
like-
answer, I will write your
Slide it.
name and put it down. Just tell me, okay?
I'm just glad to see Kumiko on there.
True. Okay. Oh yes, sorry. Ethan brings up a great point. Hey, you might be asking questions like, "Is Apothecary Diaries a 2024 show?" I thought that was in 2023. The way our rules work, any show that began in 2023 but continued on into the winter of 2024, we like to rate shows when they're done, like holistically. So, any fall show that ended in 2024, this includes Apothecary Diaries, this includes Freerun, this includes Undead Unluck, Shangri-La Frontier. It's a bunch of shows this year. Those are all counting for this year, and we did not count them last year. Okay, so I will get us started for my best protagonist. This was pretty much a fucking lock for me. I knew this, I think, when we were watching it originally, that it was highly likely she was going to win. She's basically Sherlock Holmes or House MD, whoever you want to say it. She is an incredibly compelling main character. She's a weird little freak. She's obsessed with poison. And she's just very fun to listen to. I think that she's got a ton of depth, and I like I said, pretty clear cut.
Yeah, this was a pretty clear cut one for me too. I was thinking about maybe putting Freeran in here instead, but I found Mao Mao more compelling, at least partially because of all of those moments where she gets introspective and starts thinking about, the horrible stuff going on around her, and then her conclusion is always, well, nothing really I can do about it. And I thought that was kind of an interesting angle.
I agree. I think that her sort of self-awareness about her life and her position makes for some really interesting scenes, and she also tends to be in denial about certain things that are really interesting, and that can kind of play into the romance aspect too. But I'm sure we'll talk more about Kusuria in the coming.
You know what? I think I want to change my answer.
Oh shit!
Oh no.
Juan's changing it to
Mao
Mao Mao, even though he hasn't seen the show.
No,
Oh, this
I'm
is
changing
bad.
it to something completely different. And Mark, you're gonna be proud of me, baby.
See it.
Okay,
Well,
sure.
Don't put my name on this.
Juan,
Mark, I'm putting your name all over this.
you don't have to.
Oh god.
Okay,
Because I wasn't really feeling that strong about Momo. Like Momo's great. Don't get me wrong, she's a great protagonist. But like seeing Utna,
Mao?
like no, my original answer was Momo from Don to Don.
Don to Don, not to be confused with Mao Mao.
Yes, but I'm changing my answer to Utna from Gushing Over Magical Girls because the way she progressed from being like an absolute like cuck of a person to like actually being like a villain is so great. And like that's why we say protagonist and not like hero or main character. Like this is like the main character of this story. She becomes a villain and she is great. She's a great fucking villain, and I love seeing her progression in this season. And that makes her the best protagonist for me this year.
He's right, He's right though.
Exactly.
He's right. I don't know to give her enough.
Not best protagonist, but certainly
What an
I
interesting
don't think
choice.
her growth was very well documented. But it's Juan's list, and I'm fine with him.
I think it's show not tell.
Sure. All right. Well,
Sure.
Tim, tell us about Kimiko.
Obviously, being season 3, it's gonna be like tough to explain everything to people who haven't seen Hibiki before. But Hibiki has always been super, super great about character development, and this year in particular has been truly fascinating to see her growth as it comes kind of full circle to like the first year where they have the same problems, but now she's on the other end of the stick where she's the president and she's the one making the decision about skills or preferential treatment, and she's in a tough spot and she faces a lot of personal dilemmas as for the club and as her personal long-term future as well, and she's really grown and developed a lot in this season. I think even more than like all the other seasons, and it was really compelling to see her in this one.
I
for sure.
actually 100% agree. I think season 2 is not entirely even about Kumiko, which is good because I think
it's
season
more
one-
about
Yeah.
Asuka.
It's about Asuka, and then it's about the two
Yeah.
some of the characters that were also in Liz and the Bluebird. But
Mhm.
and this season is firmly Kumiko's season, which is how it should be. She's the protagonist, and it
I mean,
is
she's the
all about
protagonist in whenever it's a year 2,
yeah.
you know,
So
and like that's all movies though.
anyway,
yeah, but like it was.
this
that
is
wasn't-
still her season for sure.
Yes, yeah, this is
100%,
absolutely
it's
her
her
season,
season.
and like her arc in this season was incredible.
It's
So yeah,
very
I will
good.
100% give it to him.
Okay. All right, quick runners up or honorable mentions. I've got and I'm a little this is why I'm a little mad at one. I have Leos from Dungeon Meshi, who I think is a spectacular protagonist, and then I also
I
have
feel like
Marcel.
he has more to grow.
I agree. I love Leo. Okay, I'm gonna say this now. We can't just be saying for Dungeon Meshi for this entire show, but it's continuing. Like let's evaluate things that we saw.
Oh, trust me, I still got some stuff. Don't worry.
Okay, that's mine, main one.
Logan, you got any shout outs or no?
Oh yeah, I wanted to personally shout out Senya from Sengoku Yoko. I think that he had a really strong journey as a
agree.
character.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm more partial to the first guy, but I already forgot his name.
Which was kind of
Shogeki or whatever his name is.
I can't remember.
Are you talking about Jinka or are you talking about
Jinka?
Shinsuke. There we
Oh.
go. I wasn't
Shinsuke.
like disappeared.
Shinsuke.
Like
Or
Shinsuke is who
Shinsuke.
we're talking about, and I'm not.
Yeah, the first arc,
Oh,
the first major
yes.
arc, protagonist.
Shinsuke.
I
really like
I would
him.
agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I got a couple of shout outs here. Obviously Momo ISA as my original winner. She's great, absolutely great. I think she still has more to show though. Hibino Kafka, you know, the first ever 30-year-old protagonist of a shonen. Hell yeah. Oran from Dead Dead Demons.
Yeah.
And Hikaru from Mecha Ude. He started like off as such a huge wimp in the beginning, and then by the end, I'm like, you know what? I respect this guy. Tim, you got any shout outs?
Yeah, I think I said most of them already. I'm good.
Awesome. All right. Next up. Mark, you got any?
No, he said no.
No. He said no?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. All right. So obviously we got best protagonist, got to have best antagonist. This one's for all the villains, whether you love to hate him or you just hate him. These are our best. So let me go get this and let me know when y'all are ready.
Ready whenever.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, slam.
This guy doesn't just copy paste.
I did copy paste.
No.
No, Tim.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about Tim.
Beastar, the show that we haven't watched yet.
It's B stars.
Man.
Sure.
Okay. Logan, tell us about Weathermon.
So I think that this is kind of a lighter year as far as antagonists in shows I watched. Ashikaga is someone I did consider. But I think I really like the way Weathermon like feels like a puzzle that the characters have to solve. I think that that's something that is kind of unique to the, I guess we're calling it lit RPG genre, is that you can have something feel like a video game boss in a certain way. And
I don't know if Shangri-La Frontier counts as a lit RPG, but I don't feel like having that argument right now.
I look, whatever. It's
Yeah,
a video
it's also
gamey
manga.
thing. That's all I'm using it to mean. And I think that that's a really interesting tack to take for a villain that kind of exists for a few episodes and then they take care of him. I think that it was impossible for me to give Weathermon best fight because his fight was over the course of like 3 episodes, and I don't think that counts as a fight scene. So this is my nod to him. I think that arc is really cool.
Yeah.
This is the award he's getting.
All right, Juan.
All right, Red Keeper. This guy, you instantly hate him. Like he is such like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like he's just so he has such a punchable face.
He is
Like,
fucked. I will agree.
Like he's meant to be like the hero of this world, but like he's just so corrupt and like he's just fucked, dude. It's I can't really put much into words.
His
How
vibes
great of
are
a
way
villain he is.
off.
Yeah, his vibes are rancid, and I love them.
I think the show, I hate to piggyback, but I think the show does a good job of like you are meant to question the authority and the goodness of the Rangers instantly, and it's mostly because of him. You know that guy is a psychopath before he does anything truly psychopathic, and then when he does something actually psychopathic and like slaughters that one character in like I can't remember episode 1 or 2 or 3 or something, you're like,
It
oh
was like
yes.
episode 4.
Yeah,
Like,
and
but
you're
he
like,
just
Jesus Christ.
yeah, he just like said like, oh, I don't agree with the thing you said, and then he kills him
Fucking
instantly.
kills him. Yeah.
His second in command.
So, fucked up. All right, Tim.
Melon. I don't know how much I can say because none of you guys have seen it.
Yeah.
As non-spoilerific as you can.
As far as villains go, it was pretty slim picking. So Melon was a pretty clear cut as like the only actual interesting borderline psychotic villain out there. He reminds me a bit of the Joker, as he's like kind of an harbinger of chaos kind of character, and that he kept the final season very interesting without going too much in spoilers. But my follow-up would have been Ashikage, since my rule was that for Beastars I had to do a follow-up since you guys haven't seen.
I will say Beastars always
Anything?
does have very compelling villains, so excited to get there. All right, yeah, I went with Ashikaga. I think I agree with Tim in that a lot of the best shows this year didn't really have clear-cut villains in a lot of ways. And I will get into that in a second when we get to honorable mentions. I have a funny answer for that. That was my runner-up. But I think Ashikaga wins, not necessarily because he's even that present in the first season of Nige Jozu, but when he is, he has the most aura and the most presence out of any villain I've seen in a while. This guy is fucking scary.
The Buddha scene was
Yes, that is the scene I'm thinking of in particular. Like,
yes,
very few
that was the
villains-
scene that almost gave him my best.
That was enough for him
was
for
that
me to
scene.
for him to win by himself.
I think that's the only time he's actually
because he
Like,
he shows his evil
yeah,
presence.
He
I think
comes off
all the
as
other
very
screens,
as
he's very
nice, and then
charismatic.
the
Yeah.
first time you see him, he's nice and charismatic as a leader, and then you get the this side of him, and you're like, oh god, he is like bordering. There is maybe even something supernatural going. He's like a demon. You're like, I don't fucking know what's going on here. It's pretty crazy. There's so little we know about him, but like I said, just the intense bad vibes. Not matched with the pretty like stunning visual direction of that scene, and a couple of his other appearances make him to be a pretty compelling villain, even though he is not really the main villain of the season. That's more like fucking eyeball
The
guy.
eye guy.
Yeah. So who's hardly even a villain, honestly a villain, but no, I thought he was my clean cut answer. Runners up.
Logan, you want to do a
Yeah, so I wanted to give a shout out to the aliens from Dawn to Dawn, just kind of as a broad force.
Serpicans?
Fascinating. The penis ones, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the penis aliens.
They're very funny.
Serpents,
Banana
Serpicans,
Man.
something like that.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
serpentines or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I'm probably going to get into them a lot more in character design. And I also just wanted to give a shout out, because I'm the only one who's going to be talking about Sengoku Yoko all night, to Ji-Noon, which is Senya's father, who
Oh,
was an
yeah,
antagonist
that guy
for a while in there. I think he's got a very intense aura, even the slightly
What's
compromised.
the old man's name?
Crap,
The
what is
giraffe
his
voice?
name?
Yeah, he was my favorite villain from that show. I thought he was quite good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay. My main runner up, and I really did think about giving it to this, but I thought y'all would make fun of me. Is the Japanese government from Dead Demons. Like, just the entire Japanese government, they are the villains.
I mean, like the president guy, he was trying. The prime minister,
I don't think he was trying that
He
hard.
he
wasn't trying hard,
ineffectual.
but he was trying.
Yeah, but it's the government going above his head, the actual bureaucrats.
The government as a system.
Yes, it's
Mhm.
as a system. It just what a nightmare. Truly one of the more frustrating things to watch this year. Very real, unfortunately, too. You can
Yeah.
group the U.S. government in, who are equally culpable in a lot of ways, but I think very specifically, it's the actions the Japanese government took in regards to like dealing with the aliens that create all of the problems in that show.
Along with the Japanese government, I want to also shout out Kenichi Koichi Rumaki, however you pronounce his name. That fucking incel
Dude,
guy.
Yes.
Boyfriend dude.
He was
Yeah.
also. I also did consider having him on there.
Bro's a freak.
He is a weird freak for sure.
also kills people.
He does kill
Yeah.
a lot of people. Other runners up, I have Turbo Granny, who I get that isn't really a much of an antagonist, except for the beginning, but I do think makes for a very compelling one in the first arc. And then I have Thistle from Dungeon Meshi. Not that he has appeared much in the show so far, but I think his appearances have been cool from what we've seen.
All right, my other runners up would be Kaiju number 9 and Kaiju number 8.
Yeah.
Like he really like makes Kafka like fucking work, you know. And then already said him, and Chris already mentioned Ashikaga. Nowak from Chi. Like he's
the torturer? Not
yeah.
eligible. I'm so sorry, King.
Dude, he doesn't.
We have
No.
character
Fuck,
words
it's
are
not
not
Characters,
eligible.
god damn it.
So save it for next year. But I do think
always
he's,
forget that.
he's way up. That is an interesting character for sure.
Yeah.
You
Alright,
guys
then,
haven't gone very far though,
No.
so
No, we're
I'm
on
very
episode
interested
4.
to see how your opinion changes in the next.
I can
few
see it
episodes.
mixing it up. All right. Any other HMs?
Tim?
Only other one I had was Red Keeper, and
Yeah.
Juan took that one.
That was
I
also
think he
mine,
was
but I didn't feel
cool.
like going over
He's-
it again. Yeah.
Very reminiscent of like the first time like the boys debuted, and you're like,
Yes, he
Fuck,
does feel.
you
He
know.
feels a lot like Homelander, actually.
yeah.
Okay.
But he's
Well,
not
it's just
he's not a baby though. At least, as far as we know.
Yeah.
It's just like the vibes and like the complete 180, where you like you expect this like Sentai, the superhero kind of like what to expect, the friendly family kind of thing, and then like shit goes dark real fast and stuff.
for
It's
real.
like you're like, damn.
All right. Cool.
I kind of wanted to, wanted to point out that not just Ashikaga, but practically all of the villains in that show, Nikajozu, are what make the show. I think.
I actually completely
They're
agree.
very memorable.
I would say that if you could give I think that I like a lot of the villains. Like the ant guy, I thought he was really interesting. I liked his sort of goon squad as well.
He was very interesting and unpleasant.
Yes, deeply unpleasant. But I didn't think he was enough of a main guy to deserve the award, especially with Ashikaga sitting there. So, here, I'll just add that in. Mark, I'll just say Nige Jozu Villain Squad. Okay. Moving on to Best Boy. This is our first Grand Champion bout category. Logan, would you like to explain how that works?
All right. So, for 7 of these categories, that being Best OP, Best ED, Best Boy and Girl, Best Movie, Biggest Train Wreck, and Anime of the Year, we are all going to be collectively deciding after we all choose who we are going to pick as a representative for this year in the Grand Championship bouts, and then they're going to fight against the winners of previous years so that we can determine who truly is the best boy. Or any of the other 6 categories.
Yeah. All right. So we will have to pick a actual winner, but let's get started. Without further ado, is everyone ready to pick the best boy?
Oops.
Oh.
Wow. Oops. Okay.
I do
Juan,
like
you already
it.
did it.
It's
You
okay.
might
Just throw it
as
on.
well.
Just throw it. All right. 3, 2, 1. Throw it in. Ha! Logan is not. I'm not surprised.
Yep.
He's gonna give excuses
It's
if he
coming.
can. Oh, we got a 4-man spread.
Oh, it is spread clean.
Mark, I may need
All right.
we may need you to help tie break. We'll get there when we get there. Okay.
Well, no.
I-
we
yeah.
need
I
to
was
vote
thinking-
Let's talk.
we do.
Let's
We'll vote
talk it
first.
out first, and
Yeah.
then we'll vote.
All right, Juan, tell
I
us
was
about.
thinking.
There you go.
I was thinking I would chip in to help as long as I've seen over half of the people present,
That's fair.
and I have.
I think you've seen all of
I
these.
didn't in the previous one.
Oh no, Don is not, but yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Mhm.
Juan.
All right. Nakagawa Hiroshi. He is the big brother in Don Demons. Too many D shows this year.
Yeah,
Goddamn.
for real.
So he is what a fucking Chad this guy is.
Yes.
He always gives like advice to Oran, his little sister, and like he's voiced by Sukuna. That he's an incredible voice actor. I wish I knew his name off rip,
Yeah.
but he's just like such a reliable force throughout the entire show. And like spoilers here, we get to see an alternate timeline, and he's skinny in that one.
We get
Well,
to
like-
see 2 alternate timelines actually.
But like
It's
he's
like
not, he doesn't have the aura that he does in his like fat body, but like
I
he's
agree.
actually really cool. when he's
incel
fat like
mode
that.
is incel mode is the best mode.
And like he's
what
not
we
even an
should-
incel though. That's the
he
thing.
he's a poster. He is a verified user on X the Everything app.
Oh, don't use that name. Use the
Sorry.
dead name.
Yeah, Twitter, my bad. I love him too. He was every single moment he was speaking on screen was a delight.
I'm
Absolutely.
like, yes, King, speak.
All right, Tim, tell us about Stark.
1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, it was mid-bite. Stark is, I don't know, for me, he's like peak best boy, doing his like very stark contrast of his like baby boy, you know, I'm scared I'm gonna get hurt thing. And then, but then when the like shit goes down, he like stands up to the plate and like, you know, when it comes to count, he comes in, he
He does
clutches
it, yeah.
with his axe. I think I love his like flip and flop personality between his like whiny thing and him going like badass mode, and I think he has great chemistry with all the characters, but especially with Fern.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the dance with Stark and Fern was like one of the best moments for me, which unfortunately I don't think we have an award for, but I would have definitely given that an award or something. And yeah, he's just a all around really good boy. You cannot go wrong with him, I feel like.
Nice little boy.
Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm actually really surprised that Juan didn't pick Okarun. This was a really tough pick for me. Over some of my runner-ups from the show Dungeon Meshi, which I'm just gonna spoil right now. I'm really surprised that some of them didn't make it. I kind of thought Juan was gonna pick Senshi, but
He's my runner-up.
okay. So for me, Don to Don at its heart and soul is about Momo and Okarun, and specifically Okarun is he is like the sort of platonic ideal of a best boy for me, in that he is like such a good shonen protagonist. He is crippled by his insecurities and at the same time is very like willing to self-sacrifice to a fault, and I just find him to be incredibly endearing. He is just such a good boy. And so that made it pretty easy for me to give it to him here. Logan.
All right. So Shinsuke from Sengoku Yoko. I just really like that he starts off wanting to be the best at swords and getting revenge and all that, and then he just winds up being the best at friendship instead. Like, it's really rare. It's really rare to see a battle show character just kind of give up on their dream to make peace. And also, I spent the whole back half of that anime wanting to give him a hug, because he just has a really rough go of it.
He really does.
From the
He
time
looks
skip
really
onwards.
That time skip pass, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
He's
and
a good mouth.
I think that him getting a happy ending is one of the most cathartic parts of that ending, and I found that ending to be very cathartic overall. So yeah,
Shinsuke
my
is
picks.
my favorite character, bar none, in that
Mhm.
show. I
Yeah.
will say, yeah. All right, let's do runners up, and then we can pick. So
All right. I'll go first.
Yeah.
We'll just go back in that same order that we presented. Obviously, Okarun, that Chris did. Senshi, as Chris mentioned. What a great boy that man is. Like, holy shit. And also, like, when he takes off his helmet, he's also, like, actually very handsome. Like, how the fuck does one man go from, like, sexy dwarf man to, like, cute little dwarf man?
Chibi, in Dungeon Meshi, the trick is all the dwarves are hot. So
True. I also got Bravern from
Bravern
Bang
is
Bang
such
Bravern.
a good boy.
And Tim mentioned Stark, but I went with Denkin in a free run.
Oh, great character
the
too.
wizard man, who, even though he's out of mana, he's not out of options.
That's right. Okay. Tim, do you have any runners up?
Yeah. Oakland, obviously. Senshi, you mentioned all those. Senshi in particular, I think, you know, he keeps the group fed, you know, what more can you want? And also his backstory really did a lot for me in that one episode he had.
Agreed.
I think literally any of the free run boys could have been a contender. I think
Yeah,
Himmel is a good choice.
Himmel is pretty high.
Himmel,
on
oh my god, Himmel.
Denkin's
I
a
think
good
Himmel is
choice.
the beating heart and soul of free run.
He is.
Yeah.
I think if he was going to get any award, it would have been best boy. But unfortunately, just stuck at too much screen
Tough
time.
year.
Yeah.
Tough year for boys.
They mentioned most of mine. I will also say Leos, just like obviously since she's there, but I really love Leos. I think he actually is more of a runner up for best protagonist than best boy necessarily, just because I think he is such an interesting and cool protagonist. My other main runner up is Jin Chi from Apothecary Diaries, who I love and think is a great character.
All right, Logan.
My the only best boy runner up that hasn't been mentioned so far that I had is Andy from Undead Unluck.
Yeah, good boy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Great guy. Okay, we have
I
to
think he
pick.
speaks for himself.
So the way we usually do this
All right.
is we just put our initial next to the
Initial.
one that we think
That-
deserves it,
You cannot vote for your own.
and you
yeah,
cannot
you
vote
can't
for your
vote for
own.
yourself.
So you vote.
Right.
Each person gets one vote, and you cannot pick your own.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Yeah.
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 All right, 3, 2, 1. Excellent.
Who hasn't voted?
Okay, it looks like we have Okaroon
All right.
edging it out, which
The
I think
Okaroons have it.
everyone seems to be okay with that. So
I'm perfectly okay with that outcome.
okay, great. Okaroon, congratulations. He will be advancing to the I don't know, is it heavyweight?
The heavyweight boys championship against Thorfinn Karlsfini.
Boys? What a matchup.
Should we use his God-given name, his government name? Ken Takakura.
Oh, you mean
Oh yeah,
Ken
Ken
Takakura?
Takakura. I think everyone calls him Okaroon.
Nah.
though. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, what if we made the Momo in the audience swoon?
Oh, whoops. Yours
That's
not the best
that's a
girl this year.
problem. We don't want to
okay.
have viewers spooning.
Got best boy. Now we got to do best girl. This one tends to be a little spicier. People get mad. We'll see. All right. Without further ado, is everyone ready?
I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Put that shit in there. Oh, you're so based, Logan.
You know it, baby.
Did you pick 2 girls from Gushing Over Magical Girls one and
Yeah.
did both categories? Okay. Different. 2
Well,
different.
for
girls.
protagonist and then best girl.
Fascinating.
That I'm okay with this choice here.
Okay. Who turn it is? Tim.
Tim.
Okay.
Me. This season was really the Akane season for me. I mean, a little bit of Kana, but I feel like Kana already had a bit of her time in the first season. But seeing her like childhood and backstory and her like reasoning becoming an actress and her, come to an idol, and which she is now, was really endearing. I think I really like her chemistry with Aqua. I know there's a whole like 5-way ship war with who goes with Aqua.
Yeah.
But what I want from Aqua is someone who, when he's like, I want to kill someone, to have someone to be like, I'll get the body back,
Yeah.
Is that kind of person I think would fit well for him. And I think Akane really like stood strong as like the best support and slash main character for this season.
Because
for me.
she's Aqua's crazy, but she's more.
She's
crazy.
also crazy.
Yeah.
And they're both crazy to each other. They're a good fit.
Yeah, for sure. All right, this was an incredibly competitive category, but I had to give it to Fern at the end of the day. I really like Fern as a character in Frieren. She stood out pretty immediately when she was introduced as just like one of my favorite characters to watch. I think that all of her quirks and dynamics are just pretty delightful. She's very stubborn, and at the same time she is so talented and like one of the best at her craft. Obviously training with Frieren helps that, but she's just like incredibly talented on her own. I like watching her relationship with Frieren. I really like her relationship with Stark as well. It's just excellent character, great character design, extremely well voice acted too, all around. One of my favorites. Very tough category though. Logan.
Yeah, so Itsuzumi, the main thing about her to me is that she's a cat, and I like cats.
No.
And I have been disappointed for so long in anime cat girls who are actually dog girls with cat ears. Itsuzumi is, I think, the first time I have ever seen a cat girl who acts like a cat. She's like tetchy and a little hard to deal with sometimes, and I think that it's very endearing. I liked her a lot. She was a really good addition to the main cast of Dungeon Meshi.
You're so real for that.
All right, and then I went with Kiwi Araga from Gushing Over Magical Girls. Now, she is the most normal girl you've ever seen. She's so goddamn normal. And by normal, I mean fucking insane. She is obsessed with Utna to like the point where like she sexually harasses her constantly and like it works is the crazy part. And like she's just it every time she's on screen, it is a joy. Honestly, like I I watched the show more for her than I did for anything else. And like she's just so fun. She's also voiced by I wish I remember her name. She the Kaguya voice actor.
Yeah.
And she does a great job at it. She does like the annoying kid voice too. Like the dumb Kaguya voice. And like it's dumb Kaguya, but like if she was violent and insane.
Yeah.
And horny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
you have to choose
I would
your
say-
words to sell them to Chris better.
No.
What I was gonna say,
I'm not selling it to Chris. I don't give a shit.
Y'all gotta.
Well,
Oh,
I was
she's
gonna say,
never
sexual
gonna
assault when
win.
it works is a line that should not be said.
Yeah.
But okay.
I would say she's aggressive, but the girl is into that. Is a nicer way to say that. I don't know. Consenting non-consent is a thing that exists. Anyway, we're not talking about that. We're talking about anime. Okay, let's go through runner-ups. Tim, what do you got?
I was really tempted to give it to Holla from Spice and Wolf.
a truly
like,
classic
it's a remake.
waifu. Yeah.
And I did not feel right giving a remake the award for this year.
Restrained.
Lemon was also a good choice for me from Makine. Fern, obviously, and I feel like half of the Freeman cast again could have been
A lot of
best
good
goes
girls
for
in
me.
free run.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, my main runner-up was Marcial. I really debated giving it to her till the very last moment. I find her to be a phenomenal character. I just think that she's incredibly compelling. She's really funny. She's a fail girl necromancer who doesn't care about the rules. Fuck the cops. She's bringing her girlfriend back to life. I find her to be incredibly complex and interesting, and I think we get hints of that. There is a lot more to come, is all I'm going to say. And I could probably see her winning in a year.
I want to know what the context for the black suit is.
There's a chance that she might win the next season, the year the next season comes out. For me,
I could see it, yeah.
My other runners up that haven't been mentioned are Momo from Dawn to Dawn, and then Oran from Dead Dead Demons, who I found to be a great character as well.
Logan?
So my major runner-up, I had Mao Mao in the list before I decided I locked her down as the protagonist.
Yeah, she doesn't count for me.
Yeah, but the other one that you haven't mentioned so far is Pencilgon from Shangri-La Frontier.
She's
I think that she's really funny.
Right.
I like her dynamic with the whole group. Yeah, I think that she's a really good addition to the cast.
All right.
And then my runners up that haven't been mentioned yet. Yanami Anna from Make Ine.
Yeah.
She really makes the show for me. Like she's such a failure, a girl fail. That like it's impossible not to watch the show for her. Seiko Ayase from Dandadan, the grandma.
Oh yeah,
dude,
absolutely. Not as much screen time so far,
stank.
but yeah.
Till the room fucking stank.
You don't need to say that. I am gonna need to put the sexually explicit label on the stream now. You guys gotta stop.
Oh, whoops! I didn't know that was
It's
a
mostly
thing.
one.
It's mostly me. And then last but not least, we got Ice from Negapazi Angler.
Oh yeah, I love Ice.
She's Thailand Miku.
Yeah, Thailand Miku. I thought I just had one. Never mind. I will say Itsuzumi was my number 3. It was Marcel then Itsuzumi. She's I really like her.
Two Dunjameshi girls in your top 5?
Yeah, bitch.
All right.
Okay. We have to vote now.
Yeah, we gotta vote.
Vote on your phones. All right. Same deal. Oh, my other runner up was Anna from Bokiaba. She's good too. Okay.
Right.
All right. 3,
Go.
2, 1.
Go.
I'm
It's
noticing
just it just
pattern.
keeps happening. I just have great
The
taste.
ferns take it. The ferns have it.
All right.
All right, so she's gonna go on to face Hitori Bochi Goto from Bochi the Rock in the Heavyweight Girls Championship later tonight.
All
Oh, yeah.
right.
That's a hard one. All right.
Spicy matchup. Okay. All right, moving on. We have been positive, but sometimes we have to be a little bit negative. This is one of our very few negative awards that we do, but I think it's necessary. This could be the character that you just hate, the fills you with rage every time they show up on screen. This could be a lovable scamp, someone that is obnoxious but you love to hate. However you feel like interpreting it. This was kind of hard for me this year. Honestly, not that many. That I like was super duper against. So
There was only one choice for me.
I had a standout as well. I wonder if there's any overlap. Is everyone ready?
I think there might be some overlap.
Okay,
All
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
interesting.
man.
I don't even know who Sua is, Logan. You're gonna have to help me out here.
That's
Logan, you
that's
gotta write
guy.
the name.
That's the guy. Oh,
From?
that's the guy from called Nigejozu.
Thank you, Logan. You gotta write the names of these
Wait,
shows.
which guy?
The priest.
guy.
The priest dude.
The priest
The
guy.
The
shrine-
priest dude.
shrine dude, yeah.
Okay.
Logan hates him so much.
I've
I
noticed.
do.
I've noticed a similar character trend from a certain show. I think it's my turn now.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Arajin. I hate him. I hate him so much. He is one of my least favorite anime characters I've seen in years. I kept expecting him to change, grow, or improve, as you know, characters in media do over the course of a story.
As the protagonist, yeah.
As a protagonist, and not only he pretty much got worse. He changed not at all, he developed not at all, and just continued taking the same actions and over again, while like basically fucking stiff arming the narrative like he's a fucking running back. I don't understand what the writers wanted to do with this character. Why is he in the show? I hate him. I want him to die. I'm being so serious. I would have been happy if something bad happened to him, but basically nothing happens to him because the show's not really about him at the end of the day. He is a plot device that also isn't a plot. Anyway, I could go on. I could write an essay about this. I do not understand.
It is crazy that he's the least important main character in that
I
show.
cannot understand most of the decision making around putting him into the show. It was baffling. Anyway, continue, Logan.
All right. So Yorishige Suwa from Nigejozu no Wakagimi. This guy he's the priest guy, and he is the center of all of the really bad comedy that I hated in this show. This guy is just so indescribably annoying that I wanted to throw stuff at him every time he was on screen. I admittedly did not think too hard about Buchigiri. I probably could have given this to Arajin. He might be worse, but I just hated this guy, man. He sucks. He sucks. He literally sucks. He sucks the air out of the room when he shows up on screen. I hate him.
Logan, I'm going to change my PFP to his smiles just so I can bother you. I think he's actually really funny. I genuinely think he's really funny.
He has
moments.
I think I
application.
agree with Logan on this.
You can light up your room with him.
Exactly.
I fall
The
somewhere-
entire bit where like he's like a light and then like you pull on one of his strings and it turns off the light.
I
think
Never gets
he
old.
has some really good
That's what I
one-off
was-
gags.
yeah.
But I think overall as a character, he is far more annoying than he
I
know.
is funny.
I fall somewhere in between Juan and Logan in this. I think that he has some scenes that work pretty well. I do also think that he is the sole contributor to the, I would say, unique level of tone problems that Nigejozu has. He's not the only thing that contributes to that, to be fair, but he is the main factor. He's pretty hit or miss for me. So I'm just kind of in the middle on that.
I do think that he's annoying on purpose, so that way, like, I think he's gonna die, like, halfway into the show, and it's gonna be like, oh man, I miss him. I miss having him with the
There's a
light of my
couple
life.
Serious moments. All right, we're taking too long on this. Juan,
Yeah. Okay.
Show me what you picked the
So-
other one.
Chris went with the main character. I went with the love interest of Buchigiri, because man, she is a problem of this entire show.
I
Everything
also
happens
hate her.
because
Yeah.
Arajin is in love with her, and then oh my god, she's into her brother. She wants to fuck her brother so much that she wants to like cuck Arajin with her brother. It's insane. Oh my god. literally everything bad in the show happens because of her.
And at the
So
same
now this-
time, oh, go ahead, Mark.
So now this is the only thing I know about Buchigiri.
Yeah,
That the two main characters are the
She wants
fucking
to fuck
worst.
with her brother.
she's hardly a main
What is
character.
this show about?
Don't. It's not about.
Don't worry
any
about
of
it.
it.
Don't worry
not
about it. Don't worry about it,
It's
Mark.
so bad.
Don't worry about it and don't
Okay.
watch.
My thing about Jen
Alright.
is that she looped around by being so deranged that she was routinely a little bit more interesting than Arjun, who again his existence is basically a big blank sheet of paper. So I don't know. I find
Actually,
Arjun
it's
to be more
a big
obnoxious.
blank sheet of toilet paper.
Yeah, of course, his
Ew.
IBS, the
I
greatest.
think
bit
Oh my
of all
God,
time.
yeah, they did have
I bet you the
IBS.
story in the end. In the
They
middle
never
towards the
explained
end.
it.
IBS warrior.
They never explained him having IBS. He just
I think
has
it was
it.
I
just
mean,
poop
he just
funny.
had IBS.
Yeah, I think poop funny is the answer there.
No, yeah, sure.
All right, Tim.
Tim, you had a
Um,
different answer.
No,
No,
it's the same as mine.
Oh, okay.
It was.
You have anything to add about Arjun?
In all the years we've been doing this, I don't think I've ever put a main character as a
Yeah,
worst character.
for real.
But this guy actively every time he's on screen ruins his show and brings the quality of the show down. And he has zero redeeming factors for him. Like, I'll agree with one that the sister is pretty bad, but at least she has some like decent points where she like gets the
She had a couple
boys
of funny
get the
moments.
shit together.
Yeah,
She gets some funny moments, and she has some moments where she like gets Awaj into action and she makes him do something useful for once. And she has highlight, but there's very rare redeeming factors about him, and I think he actively ruins his own show, which is impressive to say.
He's also.
I think it's funny. I'm actually like the opposite with that. Like, I think like Arjun has some really funny moments, and like he's like intentionally like irritating. Well,
No,
with her, I'm
no,
like,
but that's the problem.
whatever.
I'm okay. I considered that when we were watching it, like, surely they are doing this on purpose, but they just don't do anything with it. It's like he doesn't know he's in his own show. That's how bad it is. He really does. Like, none of the decisions he makes make any sense. He is completely in denial about the fact that Jen doesn't even want to give him the time of day. It's crazy. What he does to his best friend is despicable. It makes me believe
Dude,
that like they
What
were
does he
never
do to
friends.
his best friend?
He
deserves
doesn't
so
treat
much
him like
better.
they were ever friends, but allegedly they were best friends in childhood. The way he treats him like a piece of trash at all points.
This is
in the
the
show.
main character?
He is
Yes.
the worst. This show's so bad. Sorry. The problem with Buchigiri, and we'll probably talk about it later, is that it pretended to be a good show for 4 episodes and was enough of an interesting show to keep us watching for the rest of it. Okay, we can move on.
I would disagree. I would think it's pretty bad from the start.
I just don't think it had time to explain. Okay, negative moment.
Yeah, I don't want to even do shoutouts for this one.
No. Oh wait, no, sorry. Real quick, I forgot. I have a couple of ones. Kenichi from Dead Dead Demons. We talked a little bit about an antagonist just because he's evil
him, yeah.
and deranged. My funny joke answer is Mayu from Hibike, the problem girl.
No,
Oh, she's
get
not
out of here.
She's not worst character.
It was
Get
a
out
joke.
of
Not
here.
at
She does
all.
not even deserve to be mentioned.
Mark, you
Get
remember
out.
we were watching it, and I was like,
Wait, which game?
the girl,
I-
the transfer
The other
student that is
euphonium, the transfer
auditioning.
student.
You guys spoke all at the same time.
The transfer
Transfer
student,
student.
EBK.
Oh,
You remember when we were
Jesus.
watching it?
I get it. I
And
understand.
I was like, I kept calling her evil because she was like creating problems. Anyway,
Not intentionally.
my answers 4 and 5 on this list are other characters from Buchigiri. Like I have that written now.
Incredible.
Anyway, okay. Anything else, or can we move on?
I don't have runners up for this one.
My runner up is the sister from Mon, of course, and I also have the main character Bond from TP Bond. I really thought he was gonna be my worst character because, like Origin, he's also the main character who like actively makes the show worse. But like he's like a kid who's a know-it-all, and his decisions actively cause conflict and makes the show like worse as the show goes on. But unfortunately, I don't think him as a character is as bad as Origin and like how he treats other people. Bond is more like a know-it-all like middle schooler who like fucks up all the time and has to be like saved, which is pretty awful. But like Origin is just far worse. But I think Bond definitely deserves to be on this list, though.
Okay. All right, back to
And-
positive mode. Best couple. So this is our award for best romantic couple. Does not have to be canon. If it's too non-canon, we will make fun of you, but crack ships are allowed. Yeah, but this is a romantic relationship. All right.
I'm trying to think of one aside from the obvious one.
That's
Oh, Mark,
okay.
are you voting in this?
No.
I know what yours is. Yeah. Okay. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, let's go.
Not surprised that y'all went with this. All right, Logan.
I
Start
am
us off.
so surprised that Boku Yaiba did not get a single winner.
I'll talk about it when we get there.
It
That's my
did
runner-up.
because I'm sure that that's who Mark would have given it to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
After the like 2 romance he watched this year, yeah, I'm sure.
No,
Mhm.
it deserves to be on here. I'm gonna Mark. Do I have your permission?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, go
Okay. What's his name?
Wow.
Ko,
You bullied him into this.
What the fuck is that kid's name? Hold on, I have it. Kotaru. Kyotaru.
Yeah,
Kotaro.
Yeah,
Kotaro.
Oh, Kyotaru. Okay.
And Anna. Okay.
Logan, you can go first.
Yeah, sure. So Chris was getting on to me for trying to give this award a gag answer, but I didn't really have an actual romance I cared about much this year. So we're kind of splitting the difference by going with Frieren and Himmel, which were technically never a couple, but you know.
It's a completely
the whole
valid
story.
answer.
The whole story is kind of built around their relationship that almost never was exactly, and I like the combination of joy and regret that Himmel's memory brings out of Frieren, and I just think it's really unique to center a narrative around a relationship that wasn't exactly a relationship.
Yeah, it's
least-
doomed from the start because he's dead.
Exactly. Yeah.
But also,
and so I think
there's the idea is they're going to heaven or whatever, but it's like, is that real or not? It's kind of what the whole show is about in a way.
exactly, yeah, and I think that creates a really compelling romantic dynamic that actually gets me invested in the romance, which almost never happens.
All right, Yubisaki Quarter.
All right. So I went with Yuki and Utsuomi from Yubisaki to Renren. It is a romance about a deaf girl having her first ever like romance, and man, they are so fucking cute together. Sure, I kind of hated Utsuomi at first because like he's like a little too perfect. Because like
That was what bothered
just
me
does-
at first.
he
but
does. I know you. The main thing that bothers you, Chris, is his lips,
that's
which
true.
it's so bizarre to get hung up
I'll
on.
probably go
I mean,
back
I
and
get
watch
it.
this at some point, but it's okay.
But them together is so cute, and like he goes out of his way to like make her comfortable and stuff. And I'm like, this man's an inspiration. Like more men need to be like him. He's great. Tim, you got anything to add to that?
I was. It's pretty hard for this one to lose since this was like a romance anime built from the ground up around them as a couple. Like they were a couple from like immediately from episode 1, basically, and the whole show was basically revolving around them doing a bunch of cute things together. So they were pretty hard to beat. Itsumi's pretty. I probably should put Itsumi as a contender for best boy because he is really, really like he's pretty much the ideal boyfriend. How considerate he is around her and how like he treats her, and I really like their like they saw as a couple, but obviously they haven't known each other more. So as they kind of get to know each other and get closer and learn more about each other, the romance it's really nice. I just realized that the childhood friend is why should have been a shout out for worst character.
Oh yeah, he
but that's-
sucks.
Dude, he was the worst. I forgot about
He
him.
was pretty
I
bad.
forgot.
I don't think he's anywhere near as bad as the
The other
other
people,
winners,
yeah, no,
but
no.
like,
He's not, but like as an honorable mention.
Damn.
Or dishonorable mention, I guess.
Okay. Mark,
Mark,
do
you wanna tell us
do you
about
want to
Kyoto?
talk about this one at all?
Their relationship is really well done. I believe. I mean, it happened a long time ago.
It was-
Did they
it
get
the beginning
together
of the
at the
year.
end of season 1
The
and then
very-
season 2 is just them exploring the relationship?
No, they get together at
No.
the end of season 2. Spoilers.
Ah.
Yes, it's
I don't like. Go ahead.
It's this the way that the story arcs are, you know, natural.
Where the show found its stride as far as pacing and where like the relationship growth goes. And I know they don't get together until like mostly through season 2, but they're basically like half dating throughout season 2 at this
Yes,
point. And
season
it's
2 is
clear.
very
And
much
it's-
about the build up towards them starting to date, and it's they're in that in between, which I think is very common at that age, right? Is like, will they, won't they get together kind of thing. Uh-oh. I think my internet's
I
having
think-
problems.
Chris.
Yeah. 'Cause
Anyways.
the stream is down. I think.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's currently it's given us the circle.
Chris has killed the
There's
stream.
You
you.
can hear me, right?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
I
I
think
can
it's
hear you.
I
We
think
can
it's
hear
a
you.
blip. I think I'm okay. I still have obviously
Can you hear us?
yeah.
Okay.
You're not live anymore.
That's a problem. Do I have to hit go? No,
There was
it's-
okay. No. Now
Oh,
you're
now
back
you're
live.
live.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
live.
Well,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Anyways.
We're good.
Sorry about
Going
that,
back to what
guys.
we were saying.
Yeah. Okay, we're back.
I think season 2 is where Boku Yaba really found its like ground and its
I agree.
placing.
I think season 2 was a improvement of
I
season
think-
1. So
Huge improvement. I think season 1 had a lot of flaws and issues that I had within. Season 2 basically threw those out the
it is
window.
very like it
It's
is
kinda
one
feel
of the
bad.
better romances I've seen in a while. It was very. I'm just gonna say it now. Was my runner up. I did heavily consider having it win just because I thought it was so good. But my actual winner is gonna be Momo and Okarun from Don to Don. Don't let them trick you. Don to Don is not a shonen. Don to Don is actually a rom com. And
Chris, it can be both.
I know. And I don't know how this is possible. There are some other really high contenders for me this year, like obviously Kyotaro and Ana I just said was, but I found that Momo and Okarun's romance was one of the most compelling romances I've seen in pretty much any show, including a bunch of real romances. It is so cute and endearing the way they very instantly fall in love with each other and the way that they're exploring their feelings. It is just, it's peak. It's just peak. That's all I can say. I love watching them interact. I think actually for a show with as insane action as Don to Don has, some of the best episodes are the rom-com episodes. They are so good.
All right. Logan, you got any shout outs?
Yeah, sure. So I wanted to give a shout out firstly to Senya and the random Yuki Ono who shows up at the last fight.
Whatever.
Just
Not
to
his
get, just to
wife.
give him
Not his
just
wife.
to give him someone he can date when they both grow infinity years old together.
Okay.
And also I wanted to give a shout out to Okarun and Ira. I hope that she is able to free him from the horrible demon that is possessing him.
Okay.
All right.
Any other runner-up?
My shout outs include Akane and Rama from Rama One Half, the
Classic.
2004,
Hood classic.
2024 remake. Man, they really are like an OG couple, and like they're so good together. Marcel and Fallen from Dungeon Meshi.
It's one of my main
Like,
runners up.
There's not like, I mean, there's definitely like an explicit moment where they're like, oh, they fucking, but like, I really like seeing the two of them together, like whenever they were on screen together. And lastly, I got Isami and Bravern in Bang Bang
It's
Bravern.
also on my top 5. Let's go.
Man, can a robot and a Gundam truly have love together?
I think you meant a man and a robot. You said a robot and a Gundam.
Oh, whoops.
Can two robots make love? I guess.
I mean, it's only one way to find out.
Taking being inside of you to the whole new level.
Hell
One
yeah.
of it is actually
That is an actual line.
Yeah,
That is,
multiple
yes,
lines.
that is.
Yeah. My other shout out is Mao Mao and Jinshi. Obviously, we're very early in the stages of that one, but it's coming. It's clearly developing, and I love their dynamic. It's a great dynamic.
You skipped over Tim. Tim, what
Oh,
is his
sorry.
shout outs?
It's fine. I think you guys said most of what I was going to say.
Yeah,
Anyways.
Farsil was my other main runner-up. They are, I think, one of the biggest emotional cores of the show. I think the resurrection scene is beautifully intimate, and they're one of my favorite parts about Dungeon Meshi. It's very good. Okay.
Chris, if I die, don't resurrect me into a dragon. I'm telling you this now.
Look.
What animal should
No
it be?
matter how badly you want me back, don't resurrect me into a
What
dragon.
about a goat? Because you're my goat.
Oh my god.
Okay, moving on.
What
Next
about half of a chicken?
Bring me back as a mango.
I don't think it works like that.
Oh, you know what? I should do some shout out actually.
Oh yeah, but real quick.
I think AJ and Rin from Pseudo Harem is a cute couple. I think we have the steps, not the Days One stepsister is a good romance one too. And I think I guess soft shout out to the 7th Loop one as well. That one's a
Alright.
cute couple as well.
Okay, so moving on, we're gonna go best relationship. So this is a non-romantic relationship. This can be platonic. This can be familial. This can be any two characters. How you evaluate this relationship? A lot of groundwork. You can do whatever you feel like with this one. Just a relationship of a certain group of characters in your show.
Preferably 2, but like 3.
You can be a
4 is
little bit
pushing
bigger.
it.
Yeah.
4 is pushing it.
Any more than 4, you're getting into best cast territory. So you should just keep it short. All right, everyone ready?
Yep.
Sure, I'll pop it.
Oh shit! All right,
Oh, he's popping
He's
in.
popping in.
3, 2, 1. Oh,
Is that the name of the group? I didn't realize that they had a
Huh?
name.
Huh?
No,
That's the
Trio?
name Caleb told me when I
There's
asked
just-
last time.
Interesting.
The trio.
Yeah, all 3 of the main characters.
There's a trio?
The 3 main characters. Yeah.
You include the magical girl in that?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay, I wouldn't. Sure.
Tim, get it in there.
She's a
I'm
main
putting it
character.
Oh, I was gonna. I need to get their names. It's fucking. Well, it's the Hibike, and then the
Why didn't you have it
They-
written down in your little list? That's the whole point of the list.
free ones.
EVK Gills.
You.
Justin
Um,
Freeman.
Huh?
What are you
Huh?
saying?
The main 2. But I need to get the
Hibike?
names.
Oh,
Kumiko
you
and
mean
uh,
Kumiko and Reina?
yeah, but I need to get the names. Hold on.
Okay, so it's
It's
Kumiko and
Kumiko and
Reina.
Reina.
No.
That was
I
one
know,
of my
but-
runner-ups, and I have some sad faces next to it too in my list
I'll
for
fix this.
not being best couple. Okay, who turn it is? It's
Mine.
Juan, okay.
I start with this one. All right. Freerun and Fern, they are the mother-daughter relationship of this year. Because man, seeing the way that like Freerun like just treats Fern like a child the entire show, and then like Fern's like, "Mom, you can't stop treating me like that. I'm a grown-up now." But like Freerun's like she's an elf. She doesn't have a concept of time. She's like, "Oh, you'll always be a baby to me because like I'm thousands of years old." They're just great. I love their
but
dynamic
at the
together.
same time, Fern tends to be more of a parent to Freerin than the other way around.
Yeah, sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
It goes
you
back
know,
and forth a lot.
I
about-
Yeah.
love the relationship. Not to cut in, but I think that they're such an interesting blend of like mother and child and like sisters and mentor and mentee. It's something different than all 3 of those combined. It is one of the best parts of the show. It's such a fascinating relationship.
Whew.
Any
All
more?
right, Tim.
So I think, in reality, I think the Freeman cast, the main trio of the group. I don't really call it the priest because he's kind of there and
He's
gone for
temporary, yeah.
yeah. But I think the cast of them would be my winner. But on principle, I don't like doing more than 2 people, so it's gonna be Kumiko and Reina.
I think this is the year to do them. If you want to,
Yeah, absolutely.
I know a lot of people aren't happy with how it ended between those 2, but like, I was never really going for like a
They should have been together at
a
the end.
canon ship of them. I never thought it was going to happen, and I think anyone who thought so will fool. But I really liked how their
Absolutely.
relationship developed throughout this one. I think fucking Hibike did a great job with all his characters and this
It really did.
wrapping it
Yeah,
up.
I absolutely agree.
All right, Mark. Who
Could-
are the
could
3
someone-
main characters of Acrotrip?
Could someone go ahead of me while I prepare?
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, I have Oran and Kadode as mine. I thought about putting it in best romance as well,
I
but
was
like,
also kind of
'cause, like,
thinking
but
best
that's the
romance
whole
for a
thing. I
second.
think best relationship is the best spot for their friendship because it is this weird little blend. I don't really think like yes, it is there is an element of romance to it. They're more like soulmates in a way. Like they're like an I want to be with you in every universe kind of thing, but is it romantic? Maybe a little bit. It's so interesting the way it's developed in the show. But at the core of it, their friendship is Dead Demons. It's everything. It's the emotional core. It's the main narrative pull. Once you get deeper into the show, I found their relationship to be absolutely fascinating and the best part of the show, and I would be remiss to not make it as my number one relationship. I had to put them here.
Yeah, they were in my runners up.
Mm-hmm.
And then Logan.
If I first of all, if I had finished watching Dead Demons, the only reason I didn't is because of scheduling conflicts. I probably would have given it to Anten and Kato Day also. Everything Chris said and then some. But I'm giving it to the Wolfgang from Shangri-La Frontier, which I think is their official name. It's the main trio of characters. It's Pencilgon, Sunraku, and I forget the blonde guy's name.
Okay, I think.
Yeah. So one of the best things about Shangri-La Frontier's comparatively low stakes is that it gives these three a chance to act like normal friends. Like they help each other, they screw with each other, they're playful because they're literally playing together. And I'm glad that we get to see this kind of relationship in a show that isn't set in a high school.
I agree.
All right, Mark, are you ready?
All right, I'm as ready as I'll be. So there are three main characters in Necrotrip. There's Date Chizuko, the protagonist, and then Chroma, and then Berry Blossom, the magical girl.
Oh, her. Okay.
They are the show is basically made by their interactions. Now of course it's on the villain side. It's the Chrome is the villain attempting and failing to defeat Berry Blossom, who's the magical girl, and then Dr. Chizuko, the main character who gets wound up into the villain side. And their relation is pretty much everything I want out of a magical girl show. I haven't watched much Precure lately, but the thing that I like the most in a Precure show is when the villains have a fun interactions with the heroes, and you see that with Acrotrip. There's they're ostensibly pitted against each other in this battle between good and evil, but then they when it rains, they call each other beforehand. They're like, "You sure you want to meet up? Nah, let's call it off."
Basically, I hate to make this
See you tomorrow.
comparison, but it's Dr. Doofenshmirtz and Perry the Platypus and Phineas and Ferb.
Exactly.
I mean,
Pretty much.
you're kind of on the point as far as vibe goes. It's a
I
very,
love that relationship. It's what a great dynamic.
lighthearted,
Also,
goofy villain, hero.
we got any really
vibe.
any PF heads in the chat? Anyway,
Maybe I'll rewatch Phineas and Ferb.
Phineas and
I know we
Ferb.
are so off topic, but
Hold on, why are
me
you-
and Ellie rewatched Phineas and Ferb like last year or 2 years ago. It is peak. It holds up
Even
so
the
well.
last couple.
It is-
even
Yes,
the last
yes.
season?
I actually hadn't watched some of the last episodes, I guess, because I was a little old and hadn't watched them as they were airing. They were all good. It was all good. Also, and I promise we can get back to anime after this. Did y'all know there's a new season coming out? Of
We should
Phineas and
probably-
Ferb? Yeah.
We should probably drop this topic.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
continuing.
All right,
Runners up.
Runners up. Ones that aren't mentioned yet. Rudius and Paul Greyrat in Mushoku Tensei Season 2, Part 2. The father-son dynamic. Man, I don't want to say spoilers.
I think man is all you really need to say. But man.
And then a bit of a joke answer. Anna and food in Makaine.
my
Sure.
Maka Ine runner up is Newt Kun and his hose. Which I really do mean genuinely. I love the relationship for all of them. I think it's really good.
No, that is teaming on like 4.
It
and
is,
more.
but it like it's still good. They're all
Yeah.
good.
Tim.
Makihine is a good one too, but Makihine feels more like
A
a
cast.
series of 2 relationship rather than like a, all the hoes.
Yeah.
It would be hard for me to like assign one of the girls to be best.
I just wanted to
relationship,
write
'cause
Newt Kun and his hose on
they're
my
equally
page.
I said Fern was actually probably my true answer for this one, and I know we want to talk about Fern the mother thing, but I think Fern and Stark also have like a 10 out of 10 relationship between them.
I mean, they're
Borderline
more of a
couple.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
I would put that as a romance. Yeah.
But I think romance aside, they do have a great like dynamic between those
Yeah,
two.
you're right.
And
You're
not
right
being
on that.
flirty. I think the whole cast have like a very interesting dynamic between like the 3 of / sometimes 4 of them. Yeah, Mark, do you got anyone up?
I mean, I haven't thought that one much
Okay, don't
as
worry
much
about
thought
it.
about
Don't
it
worry
as
about
it.
you guys have.
Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
so my main runner-up is the Dunmeshi found family. I know this is approaching
Oh.
cast, but I love them. I think that the core group is phenomenal. Big fan.
I'm sorry, I do have a
yeah.
runner-up.
Oh, go ahead. Hit him.
It's the cast of Shumatsu Train.
Hell yeah, the
Oh,
train
yeah, that's
girls,
a pretty good
also a
one.
very
The
good
Train
one.
Girls. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Chris and say that Dungeon Meshi was a what's it called? I almost gave them best relationship, but please wait warmly for like 3 seconds.
Okay. All right, moving on. Best cast. It's funny you should say that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
gonna say-
thinking.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Yeah.
3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
Probably not this one.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I am okay.
Just write
These,
rerun.
Down the
these
middle.
are these are both good answers. All right,
Mhm.
Tim, you get to go
There
first.
you go.
Like I think I've mentioned Fern many times on this, as far as like
We're gonna
I
be
think
talking about it
all
all
the
night.
boys could be best. A lot of the guys that could be best boys. A lot of the girls could be best girls. We talked about them in best relationship, about Stark and Fern and like poor couples relationship, and Freeman and Fern with best relationship as well. I think all of them have really great character and development, and the way they interact with each other is also pretty keynote throughout the entire show. And it's like even like characters only show up for episode 2 have a lot of thought and care to them.
Yeah.
And even with such a huge cast of characters that you meet throughout the 24 episode runtime, all of them are well fleshed out and really lovable.
I'll let Juan talk about it, but the fact that
Yeah,
they were
since we got the
introduced-
same answer here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I took off of Tim. Like, Freerun has such an incredible cast. Like, not only is there like the main party of Freerun, Stark, and Fern, there's also the party of the past where Freerun, Himmel, Heiter, and the dwarf guy, I can't remember his name.
Aizen.
Eisen. Like, seeing the back and forth and like how Freerun like interacts with both parties, it's incredible. And then like not only do we get to see like their interactions, we also get the second half with the mage arc, which like I was a little like iffy on it at first, but like once we got like all the characters introduced, I was like all in on the mages. Like every single mage character introduced was incredible. Like the Ubel, obviously, like the armpits girl, the glasses guy who he used the clone the entire time. It's absolutely Kino. Denkin, the fucking old man mage who can use his fists. Everyone in this show is incredible. Every character matters.
I was immediately insanely impressed when they were able to like completely flesh out 10 to 15 characters in the mage arc in a way that both defied expectations of how they were presented originally and made them all deep, rich characters. I was like Sasuga Freerun. I was so impressed, but that's not my winner. All right, I'm gonna just say this up front. I think that Kiwi, the writer of Dungeon Meshi, is one of the most talented mangas alive right now, and I think she is the best at two things. The first one is world building. I think she is the best at world building of anyone writing right now. And second is character development. Dungeon Meshi has one of the best casts in anything I've ever seen in my entire life. It is huge. It is rich. It has been well thought out. There's all these different races, and like watching how all of the different characters interact, both on dynamics of their fantasy race, their nationalities, where they're from, because you have some of them from the like far off Japan clone or whatever. They're like you can go so deep that we can have all these entire episodes with the Kabru squad, and you're like, oh wait, these are just as good characters as the main squad, and we like watching them too. Y'all haven't even met the elves yet. We have a little bit, but they're gonna be in the next.
There's a lot of elves.
Yeah, there's a whole squad of them too. It is just, and that is all without getting into the details of what makes the main squad of characters some of the best, most compelling characters I've ever seen in fiction, across the board, from Leos's dungeon monster autism to Chilchuk being a divorced 40-year-old dad of 3 to Senshi and Marcial, and like everyone has all these quirks. It is just exceptional character writing. That is what drew me to the manga originally, and I think the anime does a phenomenal job of giving every single one of these characters personality and making you fall in love with them.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind. Yeah, go on, Logan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly just going to be echoing Chris here to say that I think that the very swiftly developed cast of secondary characters is my favorite part about all of this. Like Kabru's party and the Japanese guy and Fallen and the Golden Country, none of them get a ton of screen time, but they all feel instantly fleshed out to a startlingly detailed degree. And Kui is very good at finding like points of conflict between them. And I think that's kind of the core of what makes Dungeon Meshi great, is that it has a really big cast of characters that can all bounce off of each other in different ways.
All right.
Yeah.
Do we want to go into shoutouts?
Quick shout
honorable
outs.
mentions?
Yes.
Tim, you want to go first?
I mean, Freedom was such a clear, obvious. We're not in right follow-ups.
No. Okay. Just because that was the order we went. My runner-ups, obviously Dungeon Meshi was like my number 2. I also wrote down Shangri-La Frontier.
Yeah.
Like
Fun cast.
Every character is incredible in that show. Girls Bang Cry. We haven't really mentioned that show so far yet, which is incredible. But that is a great cast of characters. And obviously as well, Make Ine. Like Chris said, Nukumizu and his hoes, but like them hoes be great.
Yeah, mine are Oshinoko season 2, especially with the introduction of the play
absolutely.
arc. I think they did a good job developing everyone, especially like Melt got his moment in the sun. But a lot of that is just building on a good cast from season 1. Obviously, Make Heroine. I actually really like the Make Heroine cast. I think it does the same thing that Frieren and Dungeon Meshi do, and it does a good job of giving, like, it makes the world feel lived in. It's one of those shows that has just a deep cast, and some of these characters will show up for a couple of minutes at a time, but they're immediately lovable. And then Dead Dead Demons, who has a like absolutely ridiculous, massive cast, and they will sometimes cut away to like entire episodes or half episodes of characters that have never shown up before, and you care deeply about them by the time they're done. Just really impressive writing there.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and play Logan.mp3 again for tonight and say Sengoku Yoku.
Yeah.
Shout that out. I think that it has a really big and fleshed out cast, and the only reason it didn't get into the real conversation for me and maybe beat Dungeon Meshi is because I don't think the anime executed on it as well as the manga. And I also wanted to shout out Kusari and the Hitori Goto, the Apothecary Diaries. Solid cast. I like that they've kind of fleshed out the how much they've fleshed out the Emperor's concubines over the last couple of arcs. And obviously you've got the stable cast of employees at the Inner Palace and things like that. It just didn't hit quite as hard as Dungeon Meshi for me.
Okay. All right, moving on to Best Pet. So this used to be Logan's category of Best Cat, and then we co-opted it because who doesn't want to celebrate? So this is going to be Best Pet or Mascot. Yeah, sometimes we appropriate shit.
Culturally.
Is everyone ready?
All right, let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh, Turbo Granny's cat is a great answer, actually. I kind of want to steal that. Okay.
By all means, I was thinking about giving it to Turbo Granny for a bit, and I'm like, hold on a minute, there's an actual cat here.
Yeah.
Turbo Granny was my original answer.
You should keep it.
They're
It's a much better answer than
Granny's
yours.
cat.
Um,
What was the cat?
from the ED.
From the ED.
Oh, that's what you mean. Her cat form. Okay.
No.
No.
She
Well,
adopts
the
a
cat she's
cat.
feeding.
That's
She
what the
adopts
ED is
the
about.
cat.
She adopts
Okay,
a
the cat
cat.
from only in the ED. Okay,
Yes,
the
yes.
one she's feeding.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, my answer is Turbo Granny, who is demoted from major villain to mascot character of Dandadan in probably the best way possible. She's just so good. I love it when shows do this with villains, and the way they do it in Dandadan is exceptionally funny. And Turbo Granny is an absolute
She's a
delight.
scrunkly bimbo
She's
now.
just a scrunkly little bimbo. It's true.
Mhm.
So how could you not love it? Her form is great. She is just constantly funny to watch on the screen. Great mascot character.
Yeah, I first of all, I'm gonna talk about my pick, Turbo Granny's cat. He's grooving. He's got those
fucking
dance
busting
moves.
it down.
Cat style.
But yeah, to talk about Turbo Granny for a second, I like that even as she has like joined the main cast, she hasn't ever really started either liking them or at least not being an asshole to them. Like she's still a jerk. She's just around, which I think is a great dynamic. Yeah, and that's all I got to say about that.
You didn't even say anything about the cat.
He's grooving. He's busting it down.
All right, cool. All right, my answer is the deer from the ED in Shikanoko Noko Noko Koshtantan. This is probably going to be the only mention of it in the show. But the deer are so fucking cute. They're the deer of Nara Park. It is what the whole show is based on because the deer are that cute. They're fucking adorable, dude. God damn.
Just to be clear, we were talking about the
because they're like public.
Yeah,
about
the
the-
real deer.
Yeah.
You can
The
go visit
real
them.
deer.
Go to the park. Yeah, book a plane
Yeah.
ticket.
Mark, you're in Japan. Go to Nara. Nara?
Didn't I
Look
tell
at
you?
the deer for me.
Yeah, he's
Didn't he
been.
go to
I-
Nara?
I went there and I was attacked by the deer.
Yeah, the deers are
Oh, they're vicious.
vicious. They are absolutely vicious. I would not recommend checking out the
No.
deers.
I'd recommend it. You should
I-
should go there. You should buy
The crackers.
the deer cracker, and you should buy it while there are deer right next to you, knowing that you are buying it and ready to pounce.
Hell yeah.
They are a menace. I would be
So
wary
funny.
of all deers.
All right, Tim. Tell us about Kinoko Inu.
Kinoko Inu is like most pet type anime, a very like chill, slash like borderline like healing anime, and 99% of that is because of Kinoko Inu. He is like easily the cutest thing I have seen this year,
He's very cute.
and he deserves all the pets.
He's definitely, I think, the most classical best pet winner of this category. Any runners up? My only runner up is the dog from Shumatsu Train, who is also very cute. And
Oh, dude, I forgot about him.
Yeah, I know you
He's
did, because
adorable.
when we were talking earlier today, I was like, you could have thought harder about this. I love that guy. He's super cute.
He's adorable. Logan, you got any other cats?
Yeah, I was going to put down Itsuzumi.
She counts, absolutely.
She
counts
counts,
as a
but I wanted to
mascot,
give her an
He
actual
mowed her to a
character award.
mascot.
No.
Yeah, I didn't want her to diminish her in that way.
I was going to
absolutely.
say that would be kind of fucked up.
It would be. Anyone else?
I didn't write any.
All
up here.
right. We are moving on then to the best in music category. All right. So this is a whole dedicated section about music. So we're each going to go through our openings, endings, and then which are going to be in list form. These are going to be a little bit different than our regular awards. And we will actually. Oh, do we have the overall slides?
What do you mean?
Huh?
Hold on. I'm going to make a couple slides real quick. We need to actually pick an opening and ending. That's a newer thing.
I do that behind the scene.
Well, we have to vote.
No, we do point tabulation. Where first is 10, second is 9.
Oh, that's
so.
right. Tim's got the fucking numbers. Never mind. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're going to start with best opening. We are limiting to talking about top 10. I have a top 15. I will not talk about the ones that are not top 10. I might talk about number 11. Okay, let's go. Big reveal. Okay. So I have I will say I'm gonna quickly shout out number 11, which is the second free run OP. Sunny. I think it's beautiful. I love the Yoshika song. Okay. Top 10. I got Gatan Gaton, the Shimatsu train opening. What a delightful little opening. It is low key at the same time. It's just weird enough to give you an idea of how weird the show is going to be. I find the song to be incredibly catchy, and it does a great job of just kind of showing the show, which is about trains, but it's also not about trains. My number 9 is Unmei, the second Dungeon Meshi opening, which I like a little bit better than the Bump of Chicken one. Sumika is cheating, obviously. They're really good. I think its visuals are delightful. The whole pot thing, like motif at the beginning, moving into everyone dancing together. There's a lot of depth to this opening if you have read the manga and know who everyone is. But aside from that, it's just really fun. Also, huge shout outs to adding Itsuzumi towards the end. And I love that last shot where they're all sleeping together. It's very cute. I have Jikai Yokoku from Sentai Daishikaku. This is a fucking cool opening. This has really neat visuals. I think that the music, the opening and the ending from Sentai Daishikaku are a lot better than the show, which is still fun. I like that show okay. But just a really neat opening with really creative visuals, kind of showcasing whatever his name is. Fighter D, I think his name. Yeah, his struggle. Yep. Really inventive animation. And then it becomes Fortnite, where we dropping. 7, Plan A. This is a great opening. Really lively, really cool animation. I think it does a great job of introducing the cast of Nige Jozu. I don't have as much to say about this one. I'll talk more about the ending in a little bit. Number 6, I got Wrong World from Girls Band Cry. Oh, this is a banger. I knew this one was going to be high on my list the second I saw it the first time. I was like, holy shit. I think it's really cool that it uses 2D animation for some of it, despite the show mostly being in 3D. But when you actually get to the 3D performance scene in the OP, it just goes so hard with the camera movement. And what's her name playing the piano? I think it's just such a cool moment. The song bangs, the visuals are super cool. I think the fashion styles throughout are really neat. It plays like a music video, and I think that fits really well for Girls Band Cry. Number 5, I've got Fatale, Oshino Ko's season 2 opening. Really spectacular, very catchy song, especially once the chorus beat hits. That's also when I think all the visuals get to be the most impressive. It's just really tightly edited. I think it does a good job of setting up the play arc and the vibes. Just a pretty classically good anime opening. Number 4, I have Otozure. Okay. I watched one episode of this show. This is a show called Kimi wa Meiyo-sama. We might talk about it a little bit. I don't know where else we're going to fucking talk about it, except for this year. This show sucks. It's not very good, unfortunately. I only watched episode 1 because of this opening. The band Tricot or Trico, I don't know how people pronounce it these days, it has never done an anime opening before. They're one of my favorite bands of all time. This is their anime debut. Great song, stellar song, but that's not why it's on this high on this list. What the fuck? This is immaculate. What a creative, inventive OP. The colors are so cool. It's very warm and orange. There's stop motion like puppetry in this. And like there's like the lo-fi, low res shit going on with and like the hand drawn stuff. It's got all of these different sort of collage artist elements going into it. It is way too creative and promises a much better show than we get. Still have to rate it this highly. I don't know why. Number 3 is the Make Heroine opening, Suyogaru Girl. This is a spectacular opening. I would not blame anyone picking it as the anime of the year, or the OP of the year. I think it is. The colors are beautiful. The way that the credits interact with the stuff on screen, I love it when shows do that, and this is like one of the best examples of that. It is lively. The song is very catchy and upbeat. I think it does a great job of introducing what the kind of show is about. It is just very, very fun. Number 2, this was originally my winner, is Otonoke, Don Don. I think everyone's going to have this one pretty high. It's very popular for a reason. Creepy Nuts is a great band. The visuals on this one are stellar. It is just immediately a brainworm, Don 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 Don. And to go with the visuals, I think their faces at the beginning are really stark and unique. And I just love the way it blends into a kind of a mellow vibe towards the end. And I love the animation of him running too as well. I did not originally have Bang Born on my list. I have not seen a single episode of Mashal season 2. But when I was doing my list, I had to keep going through, and I just kept coming back around, and I watched it a lot, and I have to accept objectively, and I don't say this often, objectively, this is the best opening that came out in 2024. I cannot, I have to be real with it, with myself and with everybody. It is spectacular. It is insanely animated. The song is so fun. It is so incredibly lively. It makes me want to like Mashal way more than I do, a show I don't really like that much. I'm being targeted directly with the very cool tank homage that's in the middle of it as well. With the colors and the way it's styled with all the villains. I love the scene where the whole squad is kind of like walking, like creeping along horizontally. And then obviously the shot at the end when he's fighting and spinning around is insane. Not to mention it's one of Creepy Nuts' most catchy song, and it deserves to be like the meme that it became. I don't usually do this, but I just think it has to be the winner this year. Unfortunately, I had to come around to it. I hate not giving it to a show I fucking watched, but here we
I want
are.
everyone to know Chris's character arc in this. Chris, before he decided on this, he wrote off Mashal's Bling Bang Born.
Well, I hadn't
Like,
seen it yet when I first wrote it off.
No. I'm saying like you. I remember you said you had your top 15. I'm like, I have to
yes.
write off Mashal first.
That originally I was gonna cut both Mashal and Otazure to make room for shows I had seen because I was like, damn. Because honestly, my entire top 15 is excellent. I don't want to. I'm not allowed contractually. I signed a contract to talk about anything past 11, basically. But those are all great OPs too. They're all excellent. Honestly, up to top 20 are excellent. I had to make cuts. I had to kill darlings. I'm done now. We can move on.
Logan.
So I host a I don't host. I help teach an English summer camp every summer in Tokyo. Part of it involves like playing music for the kids and letting the kids come up to the piano and playing music. And a significant proportion of it is, oh, you gotta play Burim Bamban.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Or the kids come
That's
up
cool.
and they play Burim Bamban on the piano.
Damn, it's taken over. All right. So for mine, I'm just dumping them all straight on you. So coming in at number 10 is the Oshinoko OP. I agree with Chris. I think it does a pretty good job of setting up the arc to come. I'm just gonna say up front that I am a little less I didn't watch a ton of shows this year, so I'm a little less passionate about the like kind of bottom tier of my shows on here, so I might not have a whole say about them. Sengoku Yoko, I think, had a fun song and some cool visuals.
There was
I
two OPs for
feel
that one. Which one?
I think that this is about the. Wait, there were two OPs? Are you
There were
sure?
two OPs. Yeah, for the first arc and the second arc.
Oh, well, then that's about the first arc whatever. Yeah, it's about the first arc because I only.
Okay.
My bad. Nige Jozu also has just a really fun song, and I think it gets you really hyped up. Which is funny when it fits when it's one of the fun episodes of the show, and it does not fit at all when it's one of the everybody dies episodes of the show. Coming up next is Dungeon Meshi's second OP, which is the one that Chris was talking about. I believe fun. It's got some really cool visuals. I am not privy to all of the subtext because I haven't read the manga yet, but there's a lot of cool visuals in it. Kusuriya also has a very good OP. Sorry, I'm having trouble remembering. I did not take detailed notes on these. This is my fault. And the Undead Unluck OP, the first one, I also really.
The first one.
The second one was a
First one
big
doesn't
down.
count.
The first one is not eligible,
Oh,
Logan.
okay.
I'm so
Well, then
sorry.
pretend I didn't put. Wait, hold on.
Because
That
it came
doesn't
out in
make any sense.
2023.
No, OPs.
No, but it was.
Opening one came out in 2023.
Yeah, the
it
openings
doesn't
don't
count.
count for music.
No, they don't. We count
Oh.
them the year
Well,
before.
if I'm wrong, then
Sorry.
then whatever. All right, whatever. We're getting into the ones I can actually remember to talk. The Dungeon Meshi first OP I really like. I love the like recurring visual of the main and somewhat secondary characters as like giants looming over the landscape that the other adventurers are still kind of wandering through. I think it's just kind of a really cool bit of symbolism. And the song is a lot of fun. And I think it really sets you up for the show that's about to come. And that's the best thing that an OP can do. I put the Shumatsu Train OP really high because I think it's really good. I think it's very relaxing and chill. And that one shot of all the girls and the dogs singing the OP is really cute.
Very cute.
It's very cute. And I think that also in its own way kind of sets you up for the big like weird travelogue that's to come. Chris gushed a lot about the girls band Cry opening, and I feel very similarly. My favorite part is the part when the piano kicks in and it's like just the piano solo and the zoomed in on the piano girl, and it's got a really good song and some cool visuals. But ultimately there can only be one OP of year, and there was only one OP this morning that was just playing in my head constantly. Don 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 don. It's an insane earworm, and it turns into this like really lush, like kind of beautiful melody towards the end. That I thought it was incredible the first time I've heard it, and I thought incredible the time I've heard it. And I really like the style for when they're doing a lot of the aliens. They almost kind of look airbrushed onto the screen, which I think is kind of just a really interesting and way of portraying the aliens in a more stylized manner.
All right.
All right, good job, Logan.
Moving on to Juan.
Thank you.
All right, I got a little disclaimer before I go into mine. So I've said this before in other shows, but I'll repeat myself for those who are watching this for the first time. The way that I rate OPs and EDs may be a little different from the way most others do. Like, I believe that visuals are the most important part of a good opening or ending, while the song is like kind of like secondary. Like the song can carry an OP, and like you. Well, what the fuck did I write here? Sometimes the song carries the OP, so if you're surprised that a show doesn't make my list, then the visuals weren't enough for me to rate it highly. I'd say the way that I rate them would be like 70% visuals and like 30% song, but like on occasion, the song may influence me to rate an OP, ED, or higher. What can you do? It's my list, whatever. But like also, unique art styles can also influence me in the way I rate these OPs. With that out of the way, I will now go. I'm just gonna delete this one all at once. I was bullied into doing a top 15, but I'm only going to talk about the top 10 here. So, number 10, Gimme Gimme by Live in Mayonaka Punch. The show itself was not that special, but man, do the opening and ending slap. The visuals in this opening are incredible. Like, I really love the detail that Logan himself, who did not watch the show, he pointed it out to me though, that like it's a reference to the beginning countdown in a YouTube premiere. Like, that's really cool.
The big loud annoying like countdown thing that they do.
Yeah, and like obviously this show's about like vampires streaming on YouTube. Like that's a really cool reference to make, and like it also does like a really good job of like showing you all the personalities of the characters in like quick little vignettes. Like my favorite part is like the girl in the strawberry suit in the bathtub, just like with a big old smile on her face, like no thoughts in her brain.
I just want to really quickly point out. Sorry, I just want to really quickly point out that an OP that good didn't make my top 15, and that's how stacked it is this year. I love that OP.
Yeah, and then like the gambler girl like punching the pachinko machine POV style. Like this show or this opening is hella fun. It preps you to have a fun dumb time. Number 9, Nige Jozu, the Plan A by Nige Jozu by Dish. This takes the formula that most shonen shows do where they like show off the powers of each of the main characters, but it also has like fun and style while doing it. Like I love that little montage near the beginning where like it shows how overbearing the monk guy is. Like, it like only has to show you for like a second or two, but like you can already tell like, oh fuck, this guy's a lot. And like I really love when like the visuals match the song to like a perfection. Like the characters are singing along or like they move in time with the chants. Like dude, like it's so cool. I need more shonen OPs to be like this fun. All right, number 8, Jikai Yokoku by Tatsuya Kitani and Sentai Dashikaku. I love it when openings get like a little experimental with the art style. Like it only happens for like the first 30 seconds, but like it is absolutely what puts the opening like this high for me. Like the way it like shows like Fighter D being like puppeteered his entire life, and then like he like breaks away from the control and like he's like in a free fall. Like that's really fucking cool. And then like the first time I heard this song, I wasn't like a big fan of like the children singing or like the chorus, but like over time, it grew on me, and like it really does like fit this show to a T. Number 7, Laid Back Journey by Kimi no Ne in Eurocamp Season 3. I love the unique lineless art style of this opening, and like it is such a chill vibe to it. And like I gotta give shout out to clever use of titling, like sneaking the credits into the environment. Like that's really fun. There's no way that you could have a creditless version of this opening because like it's worked into the opening itself. Like credits are good. They can be good.
Yeah.
They just need to be creative with them. All right, number 6, Fatale by Gemin in Oshinoko Season 2. This may shock some people. Like this is like a really good opening, and man, like Chris said, this year is fucking stacked when it comes to openings. The visuals in this opening are incredible. Like there's like so much symbolism that like you don't really get at first, but like as you go on with the show, you're like, oh, this makes sense now. Like it, I love that cut of Ruby dancing. Like it has that like
Cheek one that went viral.
Yeah, it absolutely went viral, and it also does that bit where like the characters sing along with the song, and the way the opening ends with like I like secretly being in the crowd. Like the first time I saw that opening, I'm like, is she alive? Is she actually alive? Is she coming back? Well, like nah, but it's symbolic. It's symbolic, and it's really cool. All right, number 5. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna scroll down if I can. Okay, I'm just gonna. Nope, that's not working. I'm just gonna erase it.
No. Hold on. No. One. No.
Whatever.
You can just
Whatever. It's fine.
You can scroll it or like drag it and smaller.
I was trying, but it wasn't working. Anyway, okay. Number 5. Bling Blang Bang Born. This was the first opening that made the rounds of 2024, and for good reason. Like the first opening of Mashal is so like bog standard shonen that I was not expecting anything. But goddamn, this is how you make a stylish opening. It oozes so much style. The use of color in this opening.
I forgot to talk about the
creative.
use of color. Yeah, the yellow is so cool.
And like we said earlier, like this was the first like trend of 2024. It had like a very memeable dance, and like everyone was copying it like on TikTok. It was awesome. Creepy Nuts just absolutely fucking kills it. Like they are such a good artist. I'm a big fan of Bed Squeaks and songs. Like it's so fun to me. All right, number 4, Wrong World by Tokunashi Togari Girls Band Cry. This is a music show, so you would hope that they would have good OPs and EDs, and goddamn, do they deliver. I'm a huge fan of how it switches like constantly between the usual like CG animation of the actual show and then the 2D traditional animation. And like it like blends them together. Like the first time you don't even notice that like it's like 2D and CG. It's awesome. And the way it perfectly shows you the personalities of each of the girls like instantly. The song is very fast paced and loud, and like it shows you like how passionate the main character is about singing. And my favorite part of this opening is her like being a puppet. Like that always stuck out in my mind whenever I thought about this opening. It's so cool. All right, number 3, Surugare Girl by Bochi Boromaru and Make Heroine. Remember how I praised Eurocamp being like having a unique art style and having like clever use of titling? This is that, but like times 100. The charming art style, and even the characters interact with the credits themselves. Like you can't have a creditless version with this one. Like some of the examples are like the girls ducking under the credits at the train station, the cast jumping off up and down off screen, and then the teacher being spun around in the chair. Like it's so fun. Like It matches the energy of the show to a fucking T. Number 2, Otonoke by Creepy Nuts and from Dan to Dan. This is most people's number 1 pick, and understandable, like absolutely understandable. When I first heard it, I deafened myself so I could jam the fuck out. Like, this song legit had me dancing. Not only is this song a banger, it also has some of the best visuals. Like, it's so creative in the beginning, like just showing glimpses of the characters and their personalities. Like, it's just so instant. It's so cool. And the way it plays with silhouettes is also amazing. The animation cut of Okarun turning into turbo mode is really cool. Like, you know, it's like referencing Devilman Crybaby, Science Saru's other main show. And dude, shout out to Creepy Nuts. They did not only 1 but 2 banger songs this year. Like, I really hope that they become more and more popular in anime songs. And then number 1, Otozure by Tricot, Kimi wa Meiro-sama. I was not interested in this show whatsoever. And it only because Chris pointed out, like, hey, I'm going to watch this show because of the opening. And I'm like, dude, why are you going to watch a show for an opening? That's fucking stupid. And then I watched the opening and I'm like, oh my fucking God. This is the most creative opening I've ever seen visually. It is insane. It starts off with like a paper mache kind of art style. And then like it goes into like a 3D manga art style, a storybook art style, and then rotoscope. Like, what the fuck? Who animated this?
I just don't get it. I just don't understand how it came to
And
be.
it's for such a stupid show. Why the fuck would I ever watch this show? This opening is better than the show itself. It is insane. Oh, I want to shake that man's hand. I want him to work on something actually good. And also, shout out to Tricot.
Yeah,
I think this is their first like opening,
it
like
is,
anime,
it's their first anime
song.
opening ever. I want them to do more.
Yeah, so I want them to do more.
Unless you count EQ-san, the lead singer, worked on the Bocchi the Rock soundtrack. I don't know if that counts. Anyway.
Yeah, that does not count.
No.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, Tim.
Is it my turn?
It's your turn.
Okay, well, I also do things very differently from everyone else. I take, unlike one, I do about equal consideration visuals, the music, and also take consideration how well it fits into the show as like kind of a tiebreaker kind of thing. And I do a overall winners and a song only winner because I feel like there's a lot of really good songs out there that just have very piss poor like visuals compared to like, especially compared to like this some phenomenal one that just they cannot compete against, but like they have really good songs. I want to give them a shout out to. So I have 2 lists. I will probably just do 5 from each, and we'll just go with the list. And obviously, I've seen a bit more, so my list is a bit longer. I would have done more, but I was restricted to, and I could not fit more than one anymore in here. So this is what you get. Starting with, I guess the songs only. We're going with the Band's Girl Cry opening, which I think I do like the visual for this one. But I do think that the visuals don't quite hold up to some of the other ones. I do like the 2D, 3D mashup. I think that was a very interesting decision, though. I just think that it was all style without much substance to it. But I do really like the song. The visuals are good. It just felt like, I think they did like an homage to all the single cover tracks that they've released over years because they made songs before, and that's cool for them and all, but it just could not compete together. But I feel like it deserves something, so I put it in the opening only. Haru or Yoshika, the free run opening. I mean, it's Yoshika, and I think this might be a hot take, but I think it is by far the better free run opening, and I'll fight anyone on that one. The Shangri-La opening was the Danger by Evan ZY. I think Shangri-La has its tone and theme down where it goes to this very kind of like deeper kind of rocking out kind of tone. And I think they like kind of monopolize it. And I think this band is the one that does it the best. I think they've done it with other artists since, and it is nowhere near as good. Like I think the Lisa opening they had this year is like does not even compare. Running My Head by Miyavi, they did the Code
Wait, Miyavi
Geass.
was here?
That's what I just said in our
Yes.
show notes. Like I didn't realize Miyavi did a Code Geass.
Miyavi did it, and of course it's Miyavi. It's going to slap. It was peak. I don't think I've heard him in anime since it invaded. I want to say
No, he did the baseball one.
The Tribe 9.
Tribe 9. that's what
Oh,
it's called.
Yeah, the time that I didn't watch.
Dude, that
Okay,
opening,
makes sense.
that song slash.
But
Oh,
Miyavi,
visuals
whenever
are fun.
Miyavi plays, you know it's gonna be a banger, and this was no
Absolutely.
exception. It was absolutely good. I love the full song. It's much more better than TV version one. And then the top one for me would be the Chi opening by Kaiju by Sync
I
Action.
love that song. It
Love the song.
Barely didn't make my list.
I love the band. I didn't know much about them until they did the opening. I checked them out. They are
Sakana Aishin's great.
massive,
I've liked them for a long time.
massive in Japan, and I've checked out a lot of their songs since then. They're a 10 out of 10 band for sure. Okay, now we go on to the opening overall. Like I think almost everybody's talked about the Maki Ine opening and how it uses the visuals, the credit scenes entwined with the opening, and it can interact with them. It's very cool, very peak. I think it loses slight points for being a cover song instead of making an original song. I feel like they could have made their own song. I don't.
It's a cover song?
It's a cover. I don't think it's a cover song. I think it's an old song that wasn't like it was existed for a few years before this one.
Interesting.
Before the anime came out. I don't know why they did that, but they lose a little bit of points in the songs only for not being original. But I do really, really love the visual. I think it's very creative. That Mado, I think Ron and Chris ooze about this one too, and it's for the exact same reason. I love so many different styles went into this one. And the same director also did the Beastars one, which is why it's like right next to each other. I do think I prefer the Mado opening a bit more, but like for sure, if you like the Mado one, check the Beastars one out for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing the group's reaction for that one. Amazing style. Don and Don. Oh, this is the good Don. Never mind. Okay, I thought this was the Big Bang. It is just a bop. I love it. It goes wild tone of shift, great color use. Always a fun thing to jam out to. I think the top three were very, very close to me, and it comes down to more personal preference to anything. And yeah, I just come to personal preference of what I like. Fado from Oshinoko. Juan talked about how cool the visuals are. He talked about the Cheek songs. I think not just. I mean, there was a lot of cool references and hints in the show for the twist at the end. I think they subtly changed the opening throughout the show too, like very minor differences as the like mystery towards the second half gets revealed. I think I love when openings do that. Other than the cheek meme thing, there's a lot of really cool shots in this one that I was a big fan of. I love the like human body decomposing sequence. The skin coming off was very cool. I love them doing their like transformation to their like costume outfits at the end of the opening. There's a lot of really cool shots in it. The song is great. I might even say it's better than first opening. I don't know if I can say that actually. They're pretty close to me.
I'd say it's better.
There's such wild
I don't want to
tones to me
compare.
that I cannot make a comparison.
like
It's
this
too
one.
I think
wild
the
tones.
first ED is still my
Like,
favorite though, out of all the openings and EDs.
We'll get there when we get there.
Music alone is phenomenal. The visuals are phenomenal. Lots of cool cuts, lots of cool references. I love how it ties into the themes of the anime. And I'm gonna be alone with this one because no one else watched One Piece.
Yeah.
But like this One Piece opening is peak. I don't think there's been ever or will ever be a better One Piece opening. The visual style and reference for this one, I love the visual style. We got the cartoony fun. It oozes fun, and with how like the characters dashes around. There's so many like small references inside this thing. You could probably find like 30 videos dissecting it far better than I could this opening, but I absolutely love how well this like encompasses the entirety of like One Piece onto like a 9-second video. It is pretty peak.
Is this the Egghead opening?
This is the Egghead opening.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the animation style in that opening is also extremely good.
Yeah.
All right. This is going to be interesting on the overall. I think it's probably Otonoke,
have
but like
the overall
oh, you
done
do?
already.
All right, tell us.
Yes.
Let's see who it is.
And tied for
Oh
fourth
my
place
god. Oh, okay, there you have it. Interesting.
Okay, good.
He's gonna
is
top
going to be the Oshinoko and Ghostbane Cry opening.
Okay.
In
Indeed.
third place, we have the Mato opening, which I thought would have been really funny if it won.
I also think I kind of thought it might.
I'm
Yeah.
sure that none of you guys have watched one. And then in second place and first place, we have second place Maki Heron and first place Don Don Don.
Okay, cool.
Makes sense.
That's
That's,
Makes
those are-
sense.
that's kind of what I figured. I think the fact that for me and Juan, Otonoke is technically our actual OP of the year winner because it's the show we watched, so it works out. Okay,
Dude, Kimi wa Maito-sama, how?
I know.
I want to know how they got the rights to that.
I'm
All right.
pretty sure there's a behind the scene cut of how they made that opening.
Okay.
well, I mean,
We're
like
gonna
how
move-
it was
I know,
allowed.
I know.
As so to
go
not
that
take
hard.
10,000 years
It's
on
fine.
music, I'm gonna get into endings. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so top 10. I'm Nobody, the girls band Cry ending. For a scrolling credits ending, goddamn, what great visuals. I love this song too. I love a lot of the Tokunashi songs. This is one of my favorites. But I just think that this is a endlessly creative visual treat. There is a bunch of cool custom animation going on pretty much the entire time. It's one of those endings that you can catch something new if you watch it over and over again. It shows a lot of the show's flavor and a lot of the girls' relationships in a great way. Big fan. Number 9. What can I say? If you haven't seen this ending, go watch this ending, even if you've never seen an episode of Bravern, and maybe if you're cool, that's enough to get you to watch Bravern. It's just spectacular. I can clearly remember watching this for the first time and just ending it and being like, holy shit, oh my god. It's just beautiful. What a great song. What a duet. One of the most homoerotic things I've ever seen in my life. When they take their shirts off, I think is the moment that I knew I was watching True Kino. Okay, moving on. Sekai wa Iranai. Who doesn't love a everyone dances ending? That's a classic category of ending, and this is a great one. I like just the progression of this one. Very catchy song, but the progression of this one is what makes it great. I love all the little differences in the characters that are dancing, especially with the fighter squad. Just very creative, very fun. Great way to end the show, except for the parts when it was very serious. I gotta give it credit where credit's due. We called this one when we watched it the first time. Love Jatam from Buchigiri. You know what? Show sucks ass, and that might take away a little bit of this, but goddamn, this is a catchy ass little fucking ending. Great visuals too. Them doing the little dance. Just the song that's got the sort of Arabic flair to it. It's got like some of those iconic musical stylings while also being like a very upbeat side of techno song too. It's a cool ending. I love the visual design. Really neat. Number 6, Anaranante or Antanante from Ranma 1/2. Beautiful ending. Beautiful song. Gorgeous, like hand-drawn looking visuals. I love the progression of it, the way it kind of tells the story of how Ranma always makes fun of Akane and how it's like they're kind of showcasing their relationship, which is like, very classic. It is lovely, honestly. Number 5 is the second ending from Ake Arrow Heroine, the lemon one, Crazy for You. Spectacular special ending. My favorite of all the Make Heroine endings. I would probably rank it this one, then 3. I think that this one is just fucking stellar. The animation is gorgeous. The Sakuga is gorgeous. The song is great. I'm sure other people will talk about this one. Number 4 is Kamakura Style, an ending that I only grew to love more and more the more times I watched it. I think that this is actually like low-key an incredible ending, like, and that one that should be remembered for a long time, which is kind of crazy coming from a show like Nige Jozu, but it is like incredibly well animated. It is incredibly charismatic. It's so fun. all of the characters are busting it down and dancing. It's got a very like beach summer vibe. It is a blast the whole way through, especially that end sequence with the bus. It is just like beautifully fluid Sakuga, very catchy upbeat song, just a great fun way to end the show. Number 3 is almost cheating, and y'all might get on to me for putting this on there. I think the new visuals make it eligible for me. And it did like Anytime Anywhere has been one of my favorite endings since it aired in season 1. And the choice to not pick a new song, but to instead use the second half of the song, and then make new, incredible, gorgeous stop motion visuals to go along with it. Inspired cinema, Kino. I love this song. It's beautiful. I've loved this song for a long time, and they just happen to make some of the best looking visuals of the year too. So perfect. Number 2, I kind of thought that this was going to be my ending of the year. I'm not going to lie. I have a prediction, and maybe you guys can prove me wrong. I probably rate this song or this ending higher than anybody else in this show. I fucking love this ending. I love the song. I love that band. They're one of my favorite bands that do anti-song music. But aside from that, there is just something exceptional about the vibe that is created at the end of each episode when we get into those like sort of lo-fi guitars and playing into the song. And I know that Ruby isn't even necessarily the focus of Oshinoko season 2, but I think especially when you get into her episodes towards the end, it just, I don't know. It is difficult to explain the emotions that I feel watching this. It is breathtaking and beautiful and cathartic. Pretty much every single time I watch it, I find it to be incredibly moving. And number 1, I think, is obvious. I think this is just the clear cut away best ending that aired this year, which is Tied It Up from Dawn to Dawn. I think I knew instantly the first time I watched it. I was like, okay, yeah, this wins easily. The fact that it is able to tell both a narrative of Turbo Granny adopting a baby kitten, raising it, and then it breaks it down into an insane like montage dance sequence in the back half. Also to one of the best Zudomaya songs that has ever come out, and I love Zudomaya the band. It is pretty much the whole package and everything I could ever want for an ending. This one is spectacular, and I am done now.
All right, ready up,
All right,
Logan.
cool. Yeah. All right. So starting from the bottom, I like the like low key Kaiju number 8 ending. I also think it's funny that I am technically giving an anime award to the band One Republic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I also like I've landed on the first Dungeon Meshi ED as the one that I like more. But they're both broadly pretty similar. They're nice looking manga panels, scrolling credits, good song. Good song is the theme for the next 3 of these, actually. None of them have like stunning visuals, in my opinion, and I know that Chris is going to disagree with me about but I do think that the songs are great for all 3 of these. As the resident metalhead, I had to put the one where the girl screams at the top of that of the list of ones with good songs. And we're coming up to Konosuba. This is not as good as the other 2 mainline Konosuba EDs, but I think it's still really funny. In a way that those other ones aren't, and it tells like a full narrative, and I think that that's neat. It feels like a tiny little miniature episode of Konosuba that comes at the end of every episode of Konosuba. I adore the Buchigiri ED. It's a shame that it's attached to that show, but that's just the world we live in. And I think that the song is really fun. I like the visuals. I like that they picked a different character at the end to do the heart every time for at least the first couple, and then they started recycling them, but whatever. Nikkei Jozu, I agree with you, Chris. I think this is an incredible ED. I think it's a lot of fun. I actually kind of like the way it clashes with the rest of the show sometimes, because frankly, the show clashes with itself a lot. So having a really pepped up ED after, some super gory battle episode, I think that's kind of, that's That's definitely what Nigejozu is going for, whether it lands it or not. And I think that the ED's really exciting, and it's also just really funny watching all of the like villains hanging out with all of the main characters and like playing soccer at a picnic. That's just a funny concept for an ED, especially when you consider most of the characters on the good guy team died in episode 1. um, I'm also going to echo your thoughts about the second free run ED. I think the stop motion looks really cool, and even if it's the same song or a different part of the same song, I still think that that is plenty worthy of acclaim. But Don Da Don's ED is just unstoppable. It's one of the ones that I listened to like 100 times. I think the song is really good. I love that. Apparently, it's kind of made up of at the end of volumes. That's where the whole kind of Turbo Granny adopting a cat narrative comes from, which I think is a really cute way to adapt something that is kind of inconsequential, but also kind of important and interesting and something that's worth exploring. So I think that they did a really good job of conveying that, and also the cat busts it down cat style.
All right. Next up, me, Chris. If you could change the slide.
Yes, it's been moved. Sorry.
All right. No before speech on this one. I'm just gonna go straight in. All right. Number 10. Ano Hino Mama no Bokura by Aqua, Megumin, and Darkness in Konosuba Season 3 ED. Guys, it is a Konosuba ED.
They're always good.
They're always so good. They've made it a tradition where all the main girls sing it, and like it's always so pleasant. Like I've always loved the detail that like Aqua like sings in character, and then Darkness has a beautiful singing voice, and then Megumi just sings off key, even though like in real life the voice actor is actually a very good singer. What sets this one apart from the past EDs, like the past EDs like are all like very like comfy. This one is just like a funny little story.
It's so funny.
Of the giant tadpole finding its way to the crew and them trying to take care of it. The way it slaps the main characters in the face is really funny. And the first time we all watched the ED, I remember us all bursting out laughing when the tadpole died in the hot water and the characters were like, oh, we fucked up.
It's a really good bit.
The animation is kind of basic though, so that's why I had to like rate it kind of low, but it had to make my top 10. It had to. Number 9, Seishun Oka by Lilith Ikuta featuring Ano, Dead Dead Demons, the second ED. The first ED is pretty good. I like the screaming of the two singers who are not known for their screaming, but like it was kind of lacking in the visual department.
I like the visuals much better.
I know known for screaming.
Ano,
yeah, she does.
Ano has some screaming, but like
doesn't she do like rock?
Yeah,
but, like
that's not the point. Rock? That's for the first ED. I'm talking about the second ED here, Tim. The second ED improves on the visuals because like the first one is just like kind of like a visualizer, but like this one, it takes that simple animation and then it puts them into like multiple different abstract art styles, and like it's so creative. And like the song is also like more positive sounding, which is very ironic because shit starts to really hit the fan when they get to this ED. Like, and also shout out to both Ano and the lead singer of Yoasobi for voicing both the main characters in this show.
Yeah, we'll get into that
and
when
them
we
to
get
do
to
the
VA
ED.
stuff. Yeah,
like dude, it's great. They did a good job. All right, number 8, Hey Shuten by Ikumi Hasegawa in Mayonaka Punch. The unique art style really carries this ED for me, but I don't care. This art style is absolutely incredible. It's one of those that like tells a little story that shows off a kind of like slice of life scenario. Like it's framed as the main character like editing stream footage into a video like during the day by herself. The rest of the cast are nocturnal vampires. Like, oh, duh. Like I wish the anime actually like subtitle what the lyrics were saying in this song because it's the main character just kind of monologuing. But like the way it ends, like I've always liked it. Like it shows her, like the editing screen like of one of the vampires just like stretching. I don't know. I really like this one. It's just nice.
it's really
Number 7, I'm Nobody by Togenashi Togari, Girls Band Cry. This is actually a very similar to the Mayonaka Punch one, where it's just like it's a slice of life scenario, where like this one, like they're being like kind of bored and like going on a road trip. They're very similar in quality. I just think the song, the overall visuals, and the anime is better than My Onaka Punch. Number 6, Seikai wa Iranai by Ikari Nawao in the Sentai Dashikaku. Who doesn't love a good dance number ED? Like it, it kind of looks like they're using MMD as a base for dancing. Some would say that's cheap. I think it adds a lot of style. I really like how it starts with like Fighter D messing up the choreography, and then like it transitions to the Dragon Keepers, like the villain group, doing TikTok dances, which I think they would probably do in real life to maintain popularity. And it's so fun. And the way the ED ends with Fighter D on a throne, like bro is aura farming. It is crazy. All right, number 5, Kamakura Style by Bochi Boromaru, Nika Jozu. Dude, take the fun of the last CD, multiply it by 10. Like, I love it when a show takes place in the past, but they put the characters in like modern day clothing to doing modern day things. Like, that's so fun. And like, I love having the main villain of the show be a fun DJ and
Yeah.
dripped out of his goddamn mind. This CD is the definition of fun and style. Like, it lives up to the name, Kamakura Style. And I love the way that it switches off the light with the monk guy. I will never tire of that bit. It's the best. Number 4. This may surprise some people. Oops. That's fine. Taidada by Zutomayo in Dan Dan Dan. This is a lot of people's number 1 pick. I can't blame you. It tells the story of Turbo Granny finding the stray cat and doing everything she can to help it back on its feet. And I don't think we mentioned the detail of like Turbo Granny blowing the hairdryer in her face, because like it reminds her of her going fast, because she can't do that anymore in the cat body. Like, the drop of this ending is its peak. It's just absolutely peak of like the explosion and then like them fucking grooving. It's so fun. Shout out to Zutomayo. I've known them since like before they did anime music. So seeing them like grow into this, like, it's awesome. All right, number 3, Anta Nante by Riria, Ranma 1/2. If I was rating purely on song, this would be my number 1. I've been obsessed with this song since I first heard it. It's so pleasant, but it still has good ass visuals. Like, it has an extremely cute art style. It perfectly captures the relationship of Kana and Ranma. And like, I love how it's like presented as like photographs of the characters like in that art style. And it goes into like showing the characters. It shows their names like in a font that like matches their personality. And then like it ends with Ranma with Baka over it, like written by Akane. It's so cute. Like, it just perfectly captures how much of a tsundere Akane is. It's so good. I love this ED so much. Number 2, Crazy for You, Make Heroine. I've been back and forth between this one and the next one as my number 1. The art style in this, it's incredible. It is like the progression that this ED goes, where it's like her Lemon Chan waking up from a pod, planting a lemon tree in a foreign planet, and then she like breaks away from the pod Matrix style. She like runs in amongst the stars and like dances with her crush, and then she wakes up in the tub. It turns out it was all just a dream. She was just dreaming of her man. It's the art style. The art style to this ending, it's so good. It's incredible. But I had to give it to my number 1, Anytime, Anywhere.
I don't.
Celso
I
Nogueira,
can't even.
82.
Hey, put her there, brother. I can't
Dude.
even blame you for not making Donna the winner. It's just, it's so good.
Like, the first ED, like, sure, it may be the same song, but like the way the visuals are in this second ED, and also like using the second verse of the same song, like it's just so beautiful. Like, the first one was already like incredibly beautiful, but like I think what's a step up for me in this one is the stop motion. The stop motion animation, it gets to me. Like, it's just like the butterfly progression, and then the way it ends with Frieren sleeping in Fern's lap. Like, it perfectly like it captures their relationship. Like, watching this ED makes me emotional every single time we watched it. And like, if it gets that much of a reaction out of me, it's got to be number 1. It has to be. All right. Tim.
Tim.
All right. Let's do my songs only. This is everything else. We'll get there eventually. Hold on, almost. I got you. Remember what I put down. Oh. There. Number 5 is Haka by Konomi Suzuki, which is the Ishura ED. She's been in the Konomi Suzuki's been in a weird slump for the last couple of years. I think the last thing that people liked her or really know her for was the No Game No Life opening from like 2016
Oh,
or
shit, that was her.
something.
Or 2015,
Yeah.
whatever that was. Yeah.
And even then, I wasn't a big fan of that. I was much more of a fan of her like Dust Maiden opening she did before that. But like, it's been a while since she's come back, and I think she's really, I really like her like more like solemn emotional tone that she does here, rather than her more like upbeat like No Game of Life one. It's really a nice song for me. Number 4 is Rika Bakarayagi. Literally ever since what was it, Vivi, when we first TBU'd, I've been a big fan of her music, and I was a big fan of her in Vivi. I was a big fan of her in Undead for the first ED, second ED, I don't remember. Whenever that ED for Undead like was, and then I think this one, it is probably one of the weakest, but it's still pretty keen on my end. Number 3 is the Kunashi Togari. I did really like the visuals, the you know, the little cute little slideshow animation thing in there. I just think that in the grand scheme of all the other animation cuts in there, if I was going to be honest and try them next to next, I would have to be like, some of these are really like, I don't know, something's weird with this here that everything is like literally animated, and if you're not like keen from start to end, and you don't make the overall cut.
Yeah,
So
for real.
unfortunately, this one, as much as I do love this band, and this one kind of gets booted out to this one, but it gets recognized here instead. Number 2 is Band Made from Green as the U. This band unfortunately had the poor thing of being this mid-ass mecha anime opening no one gave a shit about. They do become the opening of Zenshu this season. That being said, I do think I like this song a lot more than that one. So if you like at all, when you watch it, be sure to check out this opening, this band. The visuals and everything for this is completely mid because the anime is completely like C tier mecha thing, but like it's a great 10 out of 10 song. And a very wild pick would be the Zutamaya Neko, Thunder Dawn opening. I really like this opening. I do also really like the mini story it tells. I think any other year it would have easily top 3 ED overall. It was just like there was so much competition for this one. I will also say that I would probably also have put the Free Run ED the time as my number 1, but I'm like 99% sure I made that number 1 last year.
Who
And
cares?
it's the
Run
exact
it
same
back.
song.
It's the second half. It's different.
I
It was
do
my
the whole
number
song.
3. So yeah.
I literally do the whole song and do the EDs. I don't do like the ending because it's
Oh, for songs only.
songs
sure,
only.
Sure.
So
Oh,
it
fair,
would not,
fair.
I didn't
Okay.
want to do like win a back-to-back winner, same exact song, you know. So it would be like an honorable mention number 1, but I'm not gonna put it as
Sure.
twice in a year for the ED. And I'm like, I do like the stop motion, but I think I'm less hot on it than you guys are. Gonna see about a lot of things mentioned. What did I do number 5? Oh, yes. Number 5 is the Elusive Samurai ED. It is so much fun, so much energy going on. It is kind of what I both love and hate about the show. Like, I kind of love this energy they got going with the whole like jumping out of the bus and going around. but it also has it's kind of a love-hate thing because there's also problems with the show because it is a big like tonal whiplash whenever it does that in the anime. But for the ED, I think it possibly encompasses like the more like goofy nature of all the characters. Because even like we like goof on the priest dude a lot. I think all the main cast are all really goofy in their own kind of way. They just aren't as views as the priest dude. Number 4 that nobody mentioned was the first opening for Maki-ine. It is the live action ED where they use the cells to project the characters and kind of like animating the scenes. I think it's super cool and creative, and I think more anime should take more risk
It was in my
and
top
do more
15,
out of crazy things.
but I think the fact that it was technically mostly live action, I mean, like, it's awesome, right? But I think putting that up against the ones that were animated, I have a little bit more respect for those. That's my only reason.
I think it's one thing if they just like drew in the characters over
Yeah.
sequences,
No,
but the
it's
fact
still
that they had to
incredible. It's
physically
still
go
incredible, for
out
the record.
into
Yeah.
the scenes and had this, they literally drew the cells animations and put it in front of
It's
the camera and stuff. I
super
think
cool.
it's very cool. I think I'd rather have like more animes take more of a chance and
Yeah.
do more creative things in this than
Agreed.
like another like Elusive Samurai, The Sentai one is my number 3. I know Juan gushed about this one a lot recently, and I'm okay with it being kind of MMD-ish just because I feel like that kind of animation style fell out of fashion like a while ago, where it's not very popular to do anymore. And I think this one kind of like revitalizes and bringing a next throwback, as well as like kind of capturing each of the characters or an energy and the vibe. I also think the dance sequence and the music number is very catchy. Number 2 is the Lemon ED. This one was like stylized and animated out of its ass. It's such a gorgeous ED, and the story it tells is so fitting for Lemon's story. It's really like the perfect ED for that sequence too. And number 1 is the Oshinoko Burning one.
Wow.
I agree with Chris that I really
I was wrong.
like.
I was wrong. I'm so surprised. I'm genuinely so surprised.
What did you think?
I thought I was going to be the one that had it the highest by far. Hell yeah.
I agree with Chris entirely about how it was. I love how I feel like this one perfectly captures the like Ruby's kind of arc in the story and the whole that mystery angst that's going on in there. And it was just a perfect thing to like take you off the show every time in the episode finale. I think Chris nailed it in the head with his description for sure. And now for the spicy part, our ED window.
All right, give it to us, big man.
Starting with 4th place, we have the Maki-ine Crazy For You Lemon Special ED.
Only made 4th. Interesting.
Only made 4th.
Because of Logan.
Yes, because Logan did not vote for it. And a whopping 3-way tie for first.
No way.
We have
Oh no.
Nikkei Jozu, Freeran, and Down and Down.
So we got to vote between the 3 of them?
Yes.
Okay. Should we make like a new slide real quick? Just to,
yes.
for us to
I
vote?
am gonna copy the best
Trying
in
to- trying to
music
get my pizza
insert.
cut up, and there's a fucking 3-way tie. All right, let's do it.
Same thing
Okay.
with the whole initial
All right.
thing.
All right.
I gotta think
here it
about
is.
this.
Yeah, I think you're the spiciest pick. I think it's pretty easy. Okay. Oh wait, we have to pick what we didn't vote for.
No,
Or no,
I think
you just pick your
I think it's
favorite.
any. pick
No,
your
I
favorite.
think that it's fair to just pick one
Okay,
for this
okay.
round. Yeah.
'Cause I think everybody kind of voted for
All right,
it.
is
Except
everyone
for
ready?
me.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Wait, can we not vote for the one that we did number 1?
No, we
I
can't.
think
you
you vote
can't.
for your number 1.
We can? Okay. Just making sure.
All right.
Well,
I
it's another
haven't
two-way tie.
actually seen the Don EP is the problem.
Okay,
Yeah, I haven't.
then we're gonna have to, I think, argue this one out real quick. I am okay with both of these advancing. I'm going to make the impassioned argument that Don Da Don deserves it more, just on the sole merit that Freerun is technically the same song as last year.
Yes, I think I
I-
have to give it to Don Da Don as well for just on that.
I think
Factor.
that I would love to be extremely biased and be like, yeah, free run counts. I think these are exceptional. I think these are literally my top two. So I'm not gonna or no, I had the Oshinoko one, but still top three. They were the top three were mostly interchangeable for me. I'll be completely honest. So that's my Tim. Give me if you have another opinion, but that's my argument.
I think I would be okay going to Donald.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think
cool.
All right.
Yeah, I
The
think we
challenger
can move it on.
tonight is Tai Dada. Ugh,
I do
will
not even
figure
want
it
to
out.
think about having to make this decision that we're gonna have to make later tonight. I need
Did Don Da
alcohol.
Don
in
win
me.
both OP and ED?
Of course.
Yes.
Which is I called from before the show
I
even
mean,
started.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Give me like 3 seconds, Will. We're as we transition into best insert. If y'all want to like start writing yours down and talk about them, go ahead. I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
get some stuff.
We'll just, yeah.
You want to move the slide over?
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay.
All right. Let's just post ours now, and then Chris can just talk whenever he's ready.
Well, we can talk about Logan can start.
yeah, Logan,
right,
start.
and
Yeah,
then-
just
yeah.
post it and then talk about it.
All right. Sorry, I was working on the other slide. Let me get back here. So this is for best insert.
Best insert song.
All right, cool. So my choice for best insert song is Omoi Sako Toki from Kusuriya no Hitori Goto. It's the scene where Mao Mao is dancing up on the roof by herself. And this really has a lot to do with the song's place in the scene. It is pretty, but set against the very beautifully animated dance and Mao Mao's like stone-faced expression through the entire thing, I think it becomes something very special. I thought that this was a really cool scene, and the song was a big part of it.
Oh yeah. All right. I went with Memories from Great Pretender Rasbolito. This one's a little iffy because like it is a movie, but
That's fine.
I checked the rules. Movies count for music, and I'm
It's fine in the rules, yes.
all
That's
right, then I could use it. I'm a little biased for this song because it is a Spanish song. The singer sings it in Spanish, and I gotta give props to whenever there's a Spanish representation in anime ever. And like not only is it in Spanish, it's also a beautiful song. Like it is so pretty, and like it plays like during the montage where like what's her name? Is it Elizabeth? What's the main character's name? I can't remember.
Dorothy?
Dorothy. I think it's
Dorothy.
Dorothy. It's like her like going on a date with like the guy, and like
It's a very
just like
cute scene in the show.
if they're like just going around town, and like she's like kind of like developing feelings, and like it's so beautiful. I love that song so much. All right, Tim. Tim, you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm copying over. Hold on.
Okay.
Mine is the Crimson Lightning from Metallic Rouge. So, before this anime came out, there was a lot of things released to build hype for it. And one of them was this like OC track that they dropped. And it got me so hyped for this. It's such a cool and powerful track that like they granted in the actual anime they do use it every fight, so it does kind of wear down on you, but I think this anime single-handedly like raised my expectation and hype for this anime like 3 times over with how like awesome this soundtrack was, and it has stuck with me by far by any of the other. It's kind of a shame that Metallic Rouge was
Not good.
a bit of a flop. But oh well.
Okay, I'm actually so surprised that I'm the only one that has this. Mine is Poppin' 2 from Oshinoko Season 2. I found this to be the clear front runner, honestly. I like it's a little bit cheating because I am definitely considering the visuals of the music video to go along with it. It's not just the song for you, but I think insert song
I
accounts
think
for
that's
that.
fair.
Yeah, accounts for that as well. My runner-up is Logan's, is the Kusuria one for sure. Just getting to watch this sequence after the full context and the narrative of knowing what happened and watching Ruby knowing that she's in punish mode just adds this very sinister layer into the song, into the lyrics, into like what is going on in the music video. And that I think is just spectacular. It is like gorgeously animated. Obviously, it's a very catchy little song as well. I don't know if like the song alone would have won it, but it's really just about the context, which is why this is my clear winner.
The Blood Guys goes hard in that
Yeah.
video.
All right.
What, no,
Any
option number
other honorable mentions? Logan, you got any?
Not particularly.
No. Okay. My honorable mentions, I gotta go with Sora no Hako from Girls Band Cry.
Yeah.
Technically, it's the first ED. It's a special ED, but it did play again later on in the show because it's the Diamond Dust song. So like they're doing a cover in the first ED, and I really like that. But it's a special ED, so I kind of have to like discount it at some points. Dark Aria from Solo Leveling. It's the first mention of it so far in the show. That song plays when Sung Jin Woo, the main character, like he like actually shows off his power to the public because like everyone's still like underestimating him.
Well, it's in his murder spree. That's the main.
Yes,
thing.
it's in his murder spree, and like it's a Dark Aria. Who? It's fucking Hiroyuki Sawano. I can't not give him an insert song. Like I have to give him a mention. And then Haruka Kanata ni Irun Anata E from Shangri-La Frontier. I think that song plays in when they're fighting or when they beat Weathermon, I think.
It plays a lot of times in that fight, but yeah. When they beat Belmont's one of them.
Yeah, dude. That song is so beautiful. Oh, it's so cool. Tim, you got any other honorable mentions?
Yeah, some comes to line one. My number 2 was Dazzling Game from the Love Life. It is the versus song between the two groups. I love the back and forth they go down. It's easily the best of that season. My number 3 was the Mau dance. I think it is a gorgeous sequence. It just feels like that, but it feels like to me that's all it is. There's just her dancing for some reason. I think it's a nice contrast. It is nice though. Number 4 is the Samano track Show 11 that I mentioned. I mean it's Samano and it goes pretty hard. And my last one is the Never Breakdown from Kaiju. Kaiju surprisingly has a lot of and they all go surprisingly pretty hard. I recommend everyone to check out the OST for that if they want, because it's surprisingly much better than I remember.
My other main shout out, and this is really the only one I have because my other ones are Wands and Logan, is the first performance that they do with the full band in Girls Band Cry. I can't remember what name of the song is. I don't have it in front of me, but that was my favorite. I think that performance is fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
That's one of my favorite songs from the show too. Okay. All right. Best OST. This is competitive.
Pretty competitive.
All right.
But I have a clear winner.
Me too. Is everyone ready?
Yeah, let's go.
3,
Ready
2,
whenever.
1. I kind of figured it was going to be yours, Juan. All right. I'm going to be completely honest. I had to skim a bunch of OSTs. I really ran out of time this year. And so maybe if I had done a deeper dive on the Dandadan ones or the Mecha Ude ones, they would have had a shot. I'm excited, to see what Juan has to say. Unfortunately, So no Frieren is one of the best anime OSTs I've ever listened to in my life. It is fucking spectacular. I already knew it was good when we watched the show, but it really surprised the shit out of it. I was like, oh my God. Like multiple times they're listening. It is one of the best I've ever heard of that classic fantasy style, like Tolkienian, like orchestral symphonic OST, which there are lots of in anime these days because it's a common setting. But it, like Evan Call just fucking killed it. There's so many of these songs. I love a lot of these sort of vocal stylings he uses with the chorus, like the choruses in a lot of the most intense moments. It can range from bombastic and exciting to like soft and sweet, and there's some like silly ones too. It is wide ranging, but you can always tell, especially in the big songs, that it's Freerun. It has a very specific sound. There are some motifs sprinkled throughout there. I was blown away by this OST. I think it's cleanly the best this year.
Yes, I agree from what I heard, and I didn't get to listen to a ton of them either. But I really do love the variety on the soundtrack here. It covers a very wide emotional smattering, and it never really feels like it repeats itself. I'm trying to remember the names of the two songs right in a row. There's two really good songs right in a row, and I was going to tell you to listen to them instead of listening to me talk about them, but
Is Zoltrak
I
one
can't
of them?
remember their
'Cause that's
names
one
right
of my
now.
favorites.
Zoltrak is good. I'm thinking of it's Fear Got Me This Far, and then like Dragon Smasher, I think it's called.
Yeah,
Those
Ooh.
two in a row are exactly. I think that they illustrate exactly what's great about this soundtrack in just two songs.
Skip over me so that way Tim can also
Sure.
get free run out of the way.
I tried really hard to find a competitor for Freerun. I listened to the full soundtrack of so many animes. I did Apothecary. I did Spice and Wolf. I did actually I can't even pull up the full list. It's a lot. I did The Gooseband Cry. I did Dawn of Dawn. There was so many. I did Hibike. There was so many that and none of them, Macarian, none of them came even close to like Freerun. Also Oshinoko was good too, but yeah, none of them even close to Freerun's like range for and memorability. Like it really says something to the OST that when you hear it, you can like imagine the exact scene it's used for, and it speaks to like how powerful. Not all OST has to do that, but it should always be like. It always helps when you like. It always speaks to the testament power of an pinpoint exactly what it is, and there was so many. I know exactly where it is, and it's so good. I have to give tips off to Evan Cole. Like I've always been a big fan of him since.
This is his best work,
Violet.
still, I think, ever. I would say.
I think everything he touches has been pretty phenomenal. Obviously Violet was good. He did the racing American one, which was what's that one called again?
Apare
Apare
Ranma. I
Ranma.
love that. That was my winner of that year. Yeah.
That was
him?
Yeah.
That was him, and
That's
he
crazy.
hits that like
He's at
Western
range. Yeah.
kind of country vibe down. Every time he's got an anime, he nails the vibe of that anime down and brings it to life. He's such a talent.
All right, Juan.
I'm just gonna keep mine very simple. Hiroki Sawano's my fucking goat. Every single time I was able to like hear like a song during the show, I'm like, dude, I miss Sawano so much. Any single time I hear one of his OSTs, it pumps me the fuck up. He is so good. I will never not give it to Sawano unless there's what's his face?
Penkin?
Kevin
There were
Penkin.
several this year, but we're not talking about that.
Listen,
It's okay. You didn't
I didn't watch
those
those shows.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I did watch Mecha Ude, and man, did Sawano knock it out of the park. He also like hasn't done like an original show in a while.
Yeah.
So like for him to actually like do one is like it's so good, and it fits his style so well.
I like this soundtrack a lot. I just personally think it's one of Sawano's weaker in his full discography, so I couldn't give it over something.
I'd say it's not my favorite, obviously, but like I'd say it's like I think it's in the top 10 still.
It's such a large number that you said.
Dude, that man has an insane discography.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think it's funny that you had to stretch that far. Okay. Any runners up?
Yeah, since I just spoke last, I could just say my runners up real quick. Obviously, Freero was my number 2. It was a very hard choice between the two of them. I just had to give it to my sweetheart. Chris mentioned Don to Don. Tim mentioned Girls Band Cry. No one has mentioned Shangri-La Frontier yet, though.
It's cool.
I really like
I get the chance.
EDM OST of it. Any other shoutouts?
Yes. Dungeon Meshi. is unfortunate that it came out this year. I was really surprised at how good this OST was as I was listening to it. It's actually very similar to Freerun in that I could vividly picture the moments at which a lot of the songs played. I think it is a perfect accompaniment to the show. It's very fun and very serious and very pretty when it wants to be. It just sucks that it is doing the exact same thing Freerun is doing, and Freerun does it much better. Kusuri's is very pretty. I like Oshinoko's. It has great moments. And then Dandadan's another Kinsuke Ushio banger. That's about it.
Tim, you got any?
I mean, I kind of listed all
Oh,
of my description.
Dude,
Okay.
But I guess Uzumaki as well. I guess I would mention
yeah,
that one.
that has a good
Despite
yes,
being
actually.
a shit show of an anime, the OC remains, phenomenal.
Does Logan have shoutouts?
He said no.
Okay.
Not really from what I heard.
I have a
Freerun is the
random
best by a
anecdote.
lot.
Just because we're talking about Kinsuke Ushio, we were just like looking for something low key to throw on, and we were on Netflix, and so we were me and Ellie were rewatching so Words
The
Bubble
one-
Like a Soda Pop, the anime
Oh,
movie.
that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Or that movie, yeah.
And I just started listening to the OST, and I was like, this has to be Kinsuke Ushio, right? Just because he has such a unique style. And I looked it up, and it was him, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm so glad I can just nail his like minimalistic ambient shit like right off the bat.
Oh, he does ambience like perfect.
He's like the ambient guy, yeah. Okay. Let's move on. We are moving to best in genre. These are sort of the big ones, if you will. We are going to be awarding shows across a myriad of different genres, starting with best action. So
All right.
I will say as a heads up, each person on this show has maybe a slightly different approach to when picking their genres. There was no unified list of nominees for each genre. So different people might have different shows in different genres. That is okay. We do reserve the right to make fun of them if they're being whack. That's the rules.
Yeah.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Starting countdown 3, 2, 1. Oh, what a surprise!
Sweep. It's a sweep.
Should we talk about runners up first this time and then go into Don to Don? Or should we just go
So
right
just talk
into
Don
it?
and Don. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, let's give it its flowers.
Okay. Let's have Tim start with this one, and then we'll go that way around.
You don't want to start?
No.
As Don and Don as an action is off the ball, is wild, insane, crazy, but also so simplicity. I don't know. The whole concept of like supernatural versus sci-fi and bringing, having both of those genres at the make all these very interesting and varied fights where like not any two fights is the same, where one of them is like the turbo granny chase secret, with the orchestra going on, and one of them can be like an Nessie fight kind of thing. There's so much range to the fight that always feels very fresh, and they're always super creatively and well animated that I think Don and Don easily takes number one place as far. I think there's a lot of other like an action shows done this year, but like I think as far as creativity and execution, I think Don and Don easily tops it over for me.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of good action shows this yew, but yeah, how could it not be Don to Don? I think that whilst Don to Don is secretly a multi-genre banger, and you could maybe make some arguments for some other spots, I think it is obviously a shonen action at its core, and it's probably the best shonen action that's been done in a while. There's a reason it's at the top of Jump right now. It is just spectacular to watch pretty much every single time. We're gonna probably keep talking about Don Don a lot tonight. It's already been talked about a little bit. I'm not gonna go at length. I think it's easily the best in its field this year.
Log.
Yeah. So I mean, I know the gag is that it's a rom-com with fights, but I really like that it's an action show with characters. You can't always count on that with action shows. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's really appealing about it is that it has these incredible fights, but the stuff in between it, but the stuff in between those fights is usually either really funny or really good, like just on a character interaction level. Like something that comes to mind is the scene where they're interrogating Momo's friends are interrogating her and Oka
Oh, that's
about
so funny.
yeah, and that was so funny. And I know that this is best action, but it has some of like I think that pound for pound it might have the best fights. Like if you just kind of add them all up, I don't know if it's necessarily going to win have the best fight of the year. It might, but it's definitely got I think the best batting average of any show that had fights this year. I think that they're all really good.
One.
All right, yeah. We're voting for Dundon as best action, but like not only is the best action, it has some great romance, it has some great comedy. This shows the whole package.
It really is
But
exceptionally funny. I will. That is another thing I forgot to praise about.
But we got to put it under action just because it is like peak shonen. I think I can just sum it up with just that. It is peak shonen. Everyone should be watching the show.
I agree.
If you're like into anime.
I really can't. I mean, like, obviously, you're gonna have to get past the sort of schlock and the balls, penis humor, and the like skimpy outfits. But I don't know, man. Like, it's one of those shows that I think it just dances the line of that better than any anime I think I've ever seen, except for maybe like Kill la Kill. Like, I don't know, man. It's exceptional. Just if you're into anime, this is a celebration of everything good about it, and it's just also top of the craft. Just fucking get in there and have some fun. Watch some goddamn Don. Runners up.
Tim, you go first.
I know most people in this chat were very mid on that, but Historia, as far as fights
I mean,
and action goes,
the fights
you
are
cannot
spectacular.
disagree.
Yeah,
You cannot deny how amazing all the fights are, and it's consistently like it's not like one fight entire season. It's like every episode, every other episode.
I need to go
has
watch
a spectacular fight in there.
I make jokes
I think-
about watching fight compilations on YouTube. I have to go actually
You
watch
really
a Historia
probably
fight.
should.
Yeah, like
yeah.
the fight at the end of episode 1 was spectacular. Like,
And it gets even better.
I'm sure.
I can send you some clips I was looking at for the best fight
Yeah.
nominees later, and they're phenomenal. As far as the pure action fight sequence, that one's probably top of the class.
Anything else?
Bleach had some good fights.
I'm sure.
I guess Brave.
Bravern's on my short list.
Comedy.
I think it's an action. It's like Mecha's usually in the action.
I think
zone.
it's mainly a comedy, but I think there's enough action to call it an action
Yeah.
show for sure. Neo happened this year.
Yeah, I guess so.
Kaiju was this year. That was also
Yeah, Kaiju's
equally
definitely on
good.
my short list.
Lots of good action shows.
my
I
other-
guess Niga Josie as well. We can't go.
I have that
forget
as a
one.
different category, but yes. Y'all might disagree with this, but I would like to make a slight impassioned argument for it. I have Shangri-La as my main runner-up because I think it has some of the like bar for bar best action in any anime we watched this year. I just that like is a lot of fighting. I think of the Sunraku gauntlet when he was training with the rabbits in particular, and obviously like the Weathermon fight. Just some of the best action is in that show. And then Undead Unluck is my other one. I just think that show has really cool action and it was great. Good show. Those are my main ones.
Log.
Yeah. So, I think. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I have to run Logan.mp3 again. Sengoku Yoko, I think, is a little too compromised of an adaptation to compete with Dandadan. But in a year that didn't have Dandadan, I think that it would suddenly be at least in the conversation with me. For me, I also feel similarly, but not as strongly about Undead Unluck. I think that has some really compelling action scenes. It's just kind of awkwardly adapted in a way that makes it hard to give a full-throated recommendation to, especially in a year with a Don kind of choking all the air out of the room.
All right, yeah. We've mentioned Undead Unlock and Kaiju number 8 so far. Sentai Dashikaku, we haven't mentioned that yet. The action in that show is pretty fun. It's what got me like really like invested in the show, other than like the premise itself. And then also Mecha Ude. I gotta give shout out to Mecha Ude. It is Kill la Kill coded, and with Kill la Kill being my favorite show of all time, I gotta give it props for that. Like, it really does. It's shonen at heart, and I love it for that. All right. Next up, best drama. Chris, are you able to move the slide? Or is he?
Chris,
I
are
think
you
it's
slicing a
gone.
pizza?
Damn.
We've killed him.
Can't believe Ellie killed him mid podcast.
Sorry. Best drama.
All right, best drama.
We should get you a click or something.
Yeah, true. All right.
All right.
Are we in best drama? Yeah,
Yeah.
best
All
drama.
right, it's
Best
time.
drama.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Is this
Oh.
another sweep?
Okay,
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 a
okay.
little different. Okay. Who's first? Is it me? Am I first this time?
Yeah, you're first on this one.
Okay. This feels like one of those like bits because like haha it's about a play, but also haha it's about a play. I think that there is no show that I feel like I've been saying things like this just because they sound nice. I don't actually evaluate my shows like this. The winner of my nominees is just the highest ranking on my list in this category. However, I think Oshinoko encapsulates the idea of a drama anime better than anything else this year. It is spectacularly dramatic, even leaning a little bit into melodrama at certain points with the way that certain characters embrace and like talk about the meta of acting. But at the same time, I find it to be extremely compelling. It's hard to argue against. I think that this season cleared season 1 in quality, which is saying something because season 1 was pretty fucking good. I just found that this arc was a lot more compelling and had a lot more intense moments. The actual play itself was a spectacular payoff with some really cool scenes and animation. The visuals were just better across the board all together, and season 1 already looked good. I loved what happened with Aqua's character. I loved what happened with Akane's character, and I especially loved the end. I think the end, like, what a fucking roller coaster to do that to us at the very end of it. It just, I don't know. There's so many ups and downs to this one, and it was a blast the whole way through. I loved it.
Chris, you said almost everything that I put in my notes, right down to the
My
because
bad.
it's
This is why I
about
don't
a
go first
drama
every
joke.
time. This is why I don't go first every time.
But I did want to specifically shout out. I thought that the scenes that are kind of explaining the history between Kana and Akane, those a further exploration of their relationship, I thought that was an extremely strong part of the season, and I'm glad that we got more of that, especially divorced from their love triangle thing. More on that in a second.
What was that? The end of yours?
That was the end of my little speech.
Okay.
Chris said everything.
Okay. So to not tread on the same ground that the others have said, not only is this like also like an incredible drama, it also like teaches you like the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. I think like the main lesson that I got out of this season is how an adaptation is made and like how it can like differ from the source material. And not because like the creator wants it that way, it's just because there's just so many hoops that you have to like jump through, and like different mediums require like different things to like adapt. And like it's so interesting. And like I have a much greater respect for adaptations because of this show. Because I now have like a better understanding of like how they work in the industry. Like it's so cool.
Yeah.
But besides that though, like that's not like really getting into like the drama of this show and like why it's so dramatic. But like, man, the character drama in this show is just really good. That's the what I can just say off the top of my head. Tim, what made you differ from our opinion here?
So I do my selections very differently from, say, Chris, who like does what's the best scoring thing under the genre. I do what best encapsulate the category. And for me, the I think Hibike was nonstop just drama, and it did
it
very,
always
very
is.
well. I talked about it earlier in my other one, but like there was so much going on to the story and so much development going on between the transfer student and that, her drama with her being like, oh, she would like the new person take over, and kind of coming back for circle to the first year drama that they went through, them winning the competition, obviously, them dealing with their future plans and all that. There was just so much development and things going on that I just have to tip it off for Hibike for like being a near perfect adaptation. I feel like I wanted the show to breathe a little bit more, and that's my only complaint for the show. That it felt like, I think there was a point where there was like 2 episodes left of the show, and I'm like, there's like 6 things left to resolve season. How are they going to wrap it up in 3 episodes? And I was just kind of low-key stressed about that during the show. But like, other than that, I have the show. They did the drama and story phenomenally. The characters justice, and I think they even did like a semi-original episode of 12. I don't remember. Some people into that more, but yeah, phenomenal show.
It's very good. I think Hibike is my easy runner-up. Easy.
Oh yeah,
easy
Hibike was absolutely my number 2.
It was a little bit close just because I really did love how the show wrapped up. I thought it was a pretty spectacular season of anime, but yeah, Oshinoko very barely edged it out.
I think Oshinoko is amazing, but it's amazing in so many different aspects. I think, like Juan said, one of the key things was like giving an insight into what it's like behind all these different industries. Like season 1 was obviously like the what do you call it? The
TV or whatever.
TV live action drama, the fake Kardashian things and how that goes into that. And this one goes into like how to adapt a work from manga to like a stage play.
Multimedia 2.5D plays or whatever is such an interesting medium that the US just doesn't really have. And it makes me a little sad because it seems like such a sweet fucking format. I would love to go see one of these.
I want to see one so bad.
They do that all the time. They bring them all the time to the US, but you guys just don't want to go see them with me.
Well, because they're like they're like in New York.
I told you about it.
They're not.
I told you about like the Spirit Away one that you guys did not give a shit about. They have the Sailor Moon one coming pretty soon, next month or 2.
Maybe.
I unfortunately
like,
moved out of Dallas,
like,
so even if they do come local, I can't go. Anyway, my runners up. So like I said, Hibike is obviously my runner-up. My other major runner-up, and actually, really, I kind of ran out of dramas after this one. Girls Band Cry. I think
Chris,
it's pretty stellar.
One other major one, but let's see if Logan says it.
Okay.
Logan?
No, I was also gonna say Girls Band Cry.
Cool. He became my number 3 or my number 2. Girls Band Cry, number 3. My number 4, Negapazi Angler. Like
I have that in a different category.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't think it's that interesting when you think about it. We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. But like it's definitely a drama.
I'm with Chris on this. I think it's more something else than drama, but I will not fault you for putting it in.
It is the drama is good in it.
I think Karasu was the one that you guys all missed, which is a very good political drama thing that I've mentioned before with you guys.
Yeah.
And that's it. Oops.
All right, cool. Very unified on that one. Okay, this is the most stacked category in the show, and maybe the most stacked this category has ever been in the history of us doing this show. Let's move on.
What is this?
Best adventure fantasy.
Oh, fantasy. Okay.
Adventure tiebreaker. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, we don't need the tiebreak. It's not a.
We don't need a tiebreak for this one.
Oh yeah.
You can.
If you want to hop in,
yeah. Let us
spiritually.
Okay. Is everyone ready? I think this might be telling about some things, but maybe we'll.
I have to find the tab. There we go.
Okay. Everyone ready?
Ready?
Right?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Oh, the sweep. I'm feeling better about my Anime of the Year predictions, and I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, Logan, why don't you tell us about why you think Frieren is the winner here?
So Frieren is really good on like a lot of different levels. I personally just really like that it's nice that I can give an award, about adventure fantasy, because it's not just that it is an adventure fantasy, it is about adventure fantasy. It's about exploring the world that the heroes left behind, um, and seeing kind of the consequences of their actions and the things that um, they did through the eyes of someone who lived through them a very long time ago, and kind of about Frieren having to recover from such an important event in her life and things like that. And it's got really good characters, and it's got good fights, and it's got good everything else. This is the top rated anime on Mal. I almost don't know if I need to tell you why it's good.
Yeah. What's there to say about Susanoo Freerun that hasn't been said before? Like, this encapsulates adventure fantasy perfectly. Like, it is a like Tolkien adventure to like such like an incredible degree. Like, this is Lord of the Rings anime without being Lord of the Rings, you know. But not only does it like it is so introspective, and like it really makes you think. I really can't say much more than that right now.
We're gonna talk.
I have a
about
feeling
it
we're
all
going to be
later.
talking about Frieren more
Sure.
later tonight.
We're gonna be talking
Yeah.
about free run all
I
night,
think-
so don't worry about it that much.
I agree with one that I think it perfectly encompasses the adventure and fantasy aspect, especially in this age where we're boggled with like isekai fantasy,
Yeah, this is the
pseudo
most
fantasy
saturated
kind of
genre
things.
every single year right now.
It's rare to see like a true fantasy built from the ground up, kind of not relying on the latest trends and stuff, and they actually go on adventures and explore new territory. I think this anime's ability to lean to all the different aspects and emotions, from going to this like tune in action, tune in arc, to like battle arcs, to like emotional arcs. It kind of hits every single different aspects that you could want inside this inside the genre of fantasy and adventure, and I think it does it all pretty perfectly.
Chris, if you're here.
Sorry, I will be done not being here when it's my turn from now on. Okay, so like I said, I think we're gonna talk about free run a lot tonight. I think Logan did a very nice job, and it's the reverse this time, of talking about how free run encapsulates the genre, and then Tim did a good job of talking about why it stands out in its field, and I think that is what makes it so special, that we can just. It's not that fantasy like hard like Tolkienian. I think it does its own thing a little different than Tolkienian. Obviously, most fantasy is inspired by that, right? Why it stands out so much, I think, is just that it is got such a rich world with such an interesting magic system. And that's enough to make a show good. But then at the same time, it's got some of the best characters and dialogue in anything that has ever come out. And that's what elevates it to true greatness. Like Juan said, it is incredibly introspective. It's melancholic. It's funny. It's sweet. It like you will be taken on a journey of a bunch of different like emotional highs and lows throughout the whole show. And it's weaved together beautifully. We talked a little bit about before about how sort of the relationship between Frieren and Himmel, and how it sort of transcends time and is constantly both teaching Frieren lessons and is teaching us, the audience, the same lessons too, and also how it impacts how Frieren, like getting to see Frieren being different from how she acted in the hero's journey and then how she is acting now as a mentor is great. And I don't know. I have a lot of things I was going to say about Frieren tonight, and I don't want to like waste it all right now because I'm sure we're going to get into it more later. But when I was rewatching it with Ellie a couple of weeks ago, did y'all think about how the hero's party has a 1-to-1 with the new party if you include the priest, but it's a little different than it sounds. Because Frieren is not Frieren in the 1-to-1 comparison. Frieren is Himmel.
Right.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah. So it's really, and then obviously like Aizen is Stark and Fern. Fern is more like Freerin, I think. And then the priest is what's his name?
Fern is more Freerin than Freerin is Freerin.
You could make an argument that the
It's
priest is
enough
Freerin.
Freerin.
Yeah, because
I just
Freerin,
wanna
it's
make
more
it
that
dumb.
Freerin is Himmel. Freerin takes the role of Himmel, as
And like how she like inspires everyone else
yeah,
around her.
Yeah, it's and mentors and has
That's actually really cool.
and how she is embracing how Himmel lived his life,
Yeah.
and so you get to see that.
What would Himmel do?
What would Himmel do?
That's the real JC.
Okay. All right, runners up. I feel like there's a big one.
Logan.
Well, I know what you're thinking, and that may come up a little bit later.
But any others?
Yeah.
Are you
I look, okay, yes, Dungeon Meshi is a really good fantasy show. And it's going to come up again in my awards a little bit later.
I can't believe you're gonna
like,
give
yeah,
Dungeon Meshi a genre award that is not adventure fantasy. We're about to mercilessly review.
I know what he's gonna do. I know this man.
It's okay.
Yep.
I know this man.
I mean, I think we can all talk about Dungeon Meshi a little bit here. I think it's probably everyone's clear runner-up in this category, unless someone else wants to make another claim. It's definitely mine. It's the one I struggled the most with.
Oh, it's 1,000% my number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give a shout out to Mushoku quick.
Yeah, like once I was gonna get around to it, I was gonna do like Mushoku Tensei.
And I'm sure we're gonna
get Jozu. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't count it as an
fantasy.
action, then yes, I think it's pretty firmly an adventure fantasy. I think it embodies the adventure element quite a bit as well.
And then this show, maybe I think it still counts as adventure fantasy. Shumatsu Train.
Shumatsu Train is on my list. Yes, I have Shumatsu Train as on my adventure fantasy list as well.
Yeah.
They're definitely
Tim,
going
you
on
got
an
any
adventure.
others?
It's definitely a fantasy.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll talk more about Dungeon Meshi as the night goes on in depth. So we don't have to get into it right now. Just to say that it is stellar, and any other year would have been the clear winner here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Tim,
let's
do you
move
got
on.
any other shout outs?
Yeah. Any more?
Tamu, the anime Tamu is good. I guess Sengoku I should probably mention it here.
Yeah.
because I don't know where
Yeah.
else. you would
I
go.
would put. I don't agree with Logan. I would put it in adventure fantasy for sure.
It has action for sure. But like, it is more.
It's kind of
fantasy.
interchangeable. Yeah. Shimatsu Train was my main shout out. It's a really special show, I think.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's go to comedy.
The hee-hees, hoo-hoos, and ha-has of anime.
Yep. All right.
What made you guffaw
Well,
the most this year?
That's a category later. One, so stay tuned.
Oh.
Okay. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Okay, look. Whatever.
I knew Logan was gonna pull that shit. Tim, you got one?
I'm coming.
You're allowed to say
I
it
was
for this
not on
season.
tap.
It's about to stop being that. So, whatever.
Where the I'm lost. Give me a second.
Tim's lost.
This guy needs
I'm
a map.
lost.
He's
Oh, gosh.
lost.
He's making
I don't
us
know where
vamp.
the tab went. Where did that?
Why do
Why
you
do
have
you
so many
have
tabs?
tabs?
Logan, you are not allowed to say that.
I
there it is.
was tab clean until like a couple weeks ago, and then I got up.
Here we
You,
go.
you went into remission?
Okay. Logan didn't watch Makahine for the record, which is why he probably doesn't have it as winner. Okay, who wants to go 1st?
I'll go first. Yeah, and Logan will go last here. So Make Heroine. Man, this show embodies rom-com perfectly. Like it has like little bits of romance here and there, but man, does it emphasize that comedy. Like it's been so long since we've had like a genuinely good light novel adaptation where like the light novel is actually like good. There's actually like good writing. There's good joke setups here. Like it is incredible how this show manages to pull off its comedy. It's so good.
Yeah.
Every character, like the way their dynamics work in the to work it into the comedy, it's just so good. All right, Tim, you got anything else to add to that?
I think each character brings their own very unique comedic element into it. Obviously, Anna's the fucking food gremlin of the group. Was it
Lemon?
with the
She's a
the
tomboy.
cock- the whole cut gag that was going on.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, that was
I
okay.
almost heard.
That was the funny moment I was forgetting, dude. I knew there was one.
You
for
forgot that?
dude, you should have been on the
It's
call
on
when we were.
PFP.
Oh, is it really? That's so funny.
Yeah, for the Us 3 shows. Yes.
I totally forgot about that.
I was debating if I should use the hentai tag for it, but I think
It was that was so fucking
I was
funny.
so many good. I think each gets his own.
It's
DD
that will
comedy
come back
before they
later.
bring in. It's just pretty good all around. I had to keep the comedy very fresh with each new interaction he has with each character. Yeah, I don't want to say too much, so like Chris has something to say.
I think that this is the epitome of a category which I would love to include, but or like I think comes up in anime a lot is the rom-com dram. I think the com is the strongest of everything that happens in the show, but all of it's good. Because honestly, there really isn't that much romance except for the failed romance that the show is about, right? Like, you think that maybe that Nuken's gonna get set up with one of the girls, but it never happens.
I mean, you could argue Lemon's thing's a little bit more romance orientated.
Sure, absolutely. But at the same time, it works as a great little character study. Each of the individual arcs are really satisfying and well told. I especially like Komari's at the end. I thought it was really compelling. And the writing is just so tight. The comedy is really funny. It's very snappy. There are some like guffaw, laugh out loud moments. There's some like sensible intellectual chuckle moments. There's some dick and ball type humor. It really has it all. It's quite impressive. Not to mention the show is like immaculately animated. It's the best looking like slice of life high school show that came out this year by far. It is like, I'm surprised KyoAni isn't doing it level. Just really tight character animation. Great facial expressions. I think Newt-kun is a great protagonist. I know we didn't really talk about him in the protagonist category, but like he is a fantastic straight man. And he's just kind of getting dragged along, but you know, he's doing his best. And then obviously the cast of girls, and also great side characters. Really great side characters in this one too. There's a lot to love about Manga Heroine. I think it's pretty much the standout in its field this year by far.
Logan?
All right. I think that it's easy to forget because it got kind of serious toward the back half, but Dungeon Meshi started as a fish out of water comedy and it never stopped being that. Like even towards the very end, we have Laios barking like a dog at the shapeshifters and the arc where they all swap species and lots of other good jokes in that. Dungeon Meshi that we have seen, and I am not commenting on what could be in a hypothetical season 2 that I don't know anything about.
Yeah.
Is by weight mostly jokes. It's mostly comedy, and it's comedy that is grounded in it's comedy that is grounded in excuse me, in well-defined characters and extremely well thought out world building, and that's what makes it special. And I think that as a comedy, that is where Dungeon Meshi stands out the most. Like that it stands out more than in other possible genre. And that these characters through their comedy go on a sort of adventure. Yes, that is true. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this could not also fit into the what's it called? Adventure fantasy category. But then again, so could Konosuba, and I think that we would all agree that that's very funny.
Well, sure. Whatever.
Yeah,
I can give Logan Dungeon Meshi.
For the record, I agree with you.
Doesn't mean it's not.
I agree with you. I think
I
it's
will give
fine.
you Dungeon Meshi. I would not let you keep going with the other arguments.
I will give Logan Dungeon Meshi
No, I think it's
because
valid.
he's only seen like 10 shows this year.
Well,
So-
no, I think this is a fine pick. He's right. The show really does start as a comedy. It becomes.
Dude, I forgot about the fucking Laios barking bit.
I
That
didn't.
shit was hilarious.
But that's the problem with
and-
moments
and like
is
the
that
whole
it's impossible
thing is
to do.
born out of like Marcille fainting because she has to eat gross food made from monsters or whatever.
And
Or not
Chilchuk
gross food
being-
made from
and
monsters,
Chilchuk
but food
being,
made
like,
from gross monsters.
The straightest straight man dealing with these fucking crazy people, and Senshi like, it's all good.
Bread.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
It's an exceptional
funny.
setup. It's an exceptional setup. Well, I'm sure, like I said earlier, we will talk more about Dungeon Meshi, and I would love to sing its praises at length. But yeah, runners up.
My number 2, Ranma 1/2. Surprisingly,
Cool.
like
Yeah.
this show was surprisingly like extremely funny. The comedy holds up from the 90s.
That's
Like,
my
it's-
biggest surprise of 2024. I think genuinely.
Yeah, it's fun. It's genuinely pretty funny. Konosuba season 3, it's a little weaker in terms of comedy compared to the first two seasons, but it still hits.
When
Sometimes.
it hits, it hits. Yeah.
Yeah. And very light honorable mention to Mayonaka Punch. There are some definitely like some moments here and there that made me burst out laughing.
Mhm.
That whole episode with them like trying to do like that like streamer games.
Dude, that is probably the best episode in the whole show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good episode.
Tim,
any other shout outs?
Thank Waveland for sure.
that's my
Oh
main
my
one.
God,
That is my
I
number
forgot.
one. That
Forget
is my number
that.
one shout out.
The Hime-sama Gomon one that I think maybe Mark watch. It's
Yeah.
a good one.
Which one?
The Hime-sama Gomon.
Oh yeah, the one with the princess who eats stuff, or not the princess.
They
yeah,
tease her with
torture-
the good food.
the one
torture-
where they
Oh,
eat
I-
It's his time for torture.
I
think
read
is
I read
the-
the manga. I read the manga a bit.
Would you agree the manga is funny?
Oh yeah.
Okay, there you go. I feel like Donna could get a shout out here.
Yeah, but
Quick
like,
shout for
come on.
being equally funny as
It is,
action.
it is laugh out loud funny. Yes.
What else do we get about? I guess a little bit of Gigi had some too as well. And I think that's it for my runner-ups.
I am going to take this moment because I do not think we're going to have a good opportunity to for the rest of the show, just kind of based on things, to talk about Bravern for a second, if that's okay with y'all. Bravern,
Sure.
Bravern is one of the biggest surprises of this year for me. It is an absolute delight. I love shows that just go balls to the wall with their idea. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is campy as hell. It does not take itself seriously even a little bit, and at the same time manages to be an incredibly compelling action mecha show on top of being a weird gay homoerotic like comedy show. It is spectacular. It has one of the best twist reveals in anything I watched this year. In the back half, I think Juan and I both screamed when we found out about it. It is also just uproariously funny. Like Logan and I, when we were watching the Moments thing, watched their boxing match, which
I forgot about the boxing episode.
with like the ref like looking the other way. it's that whole sequence.
That was so good.
I knew that maybe boxing was the way to get into Logan's heart, even if that's not what the show is about at all. But it's so funny, and there's stuff like that every single episode. The way Bravern like sings his own theme song all the time, and like
It's diegetic.
it's diegetic. It's just very.
Don't worry, Chris. We'll talk about it again.
Okay,
We'll
it's very,
talk about it.
It's
We'll talk about it
very.
again, don't
It's a horny, funny, sexy show. It's just a blast. I can't recommend it enough. So
Well, don't forget about gushing. Can't forget about that one for comedy.
Yeah, you're right.
that a comedy?
I don't know. Yes, it is very much a comedy.
okay, sure.
Yes.
And then all the other my HMs everyone mentioned, which were mine, Akapunch and Kotosuba. So
Logan, you got any other honorable mentions?
I mean Konosuba, but that's kind of about it.
Yeah.
I figured, yeah, you only saw 10 shows, so slim pickings.
I saw more than 10 shows.
yeah, he saw more than
Oh,
10. Let's-
12.
So, like-
Ooh.
Shut up.
So mean. All right, are we good to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is the category that is the most contentious every year, and then Logan's gonna say some dumb shit. So just prepare yourself for that. It's slice of life, and yet they keep making shows that seem to count. So I'm gonna keep it around. All right.
I'm ready.
I will admit I'm going to have to pre-John this one a little bit. Y'all might not agree with this pick, but I wanted to give this show an award, and I think I have a pretty strong argument for it. That is
Okay.
what I'm going to say.
Man, we're
That's-
fudging
that's
John.
Free John.
Say
Free
it.
John. Okay, let's go.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Chris gives the big speech about how I'm wrong in the anyway. yeah.
Is everyone ready? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm ready to laugh at you.
3, 2, 1.
It's not
Go
a slice
fuck-
of
go fuck
life.
yourself.
Wow, I am.
You know what, Chris? I think I am closer to being on your side than anyone else in this college.
I,
go fuck
I
yourself.
my
do think
man,
That's a good
But
argument
the
for Chris.
slice of
my
life
man.
bits,
It has slice of
Are
life
the-
moments. I will not consider
Right,
it a
slice
slice
of
of
exactly.
life.
lifey bits
Can't-
are very
still
critical.
Too many people are talking at the same time. Can I just?
Tim goes first.
Oh, you're not gonna let
And
me
then
defend
I'll-
myself in the court? Okay, Tim can
No.
go first.
Yeah, because it is his turn, and I
I
will
will
jump on
admit
him
that
because
your
we're doing the
camp
same
is
show.
my serious answer if y'all make me change this, but it's okay.
Tim, go.
I mean, it's your camp. What more do you want to say? It's still the same like peak
comfiness as all the other seasons. I don't think the art style really affect. I will say that I feel like there were less comfiness moments for me compared to other seasons. I think that partially has to do with like the cast not always being all together and the dynamics being a little bit different because the cast are different. Like they did more like solo duo adventure. But like at its core, there's still so many like comfy chill moments where you just want to cycle underneath a blanket, and I think that epitomizes what slice of life is. So yeah,
Yeah,
you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, Eurocamp, king of slice of life, because it's just so comfy. Like Tim said, like it isn't like as strong as season 1 or 2 was, but like it still has those like very comfy moments. It every time I watch Eurocamp, it tricks me into thinking like, wow, I should go camping someday. I really should. And then the one time we actually did it, I'm like, damn, camping kind of sucks. But like
Was it that bad?
It was okay.
it was okay. It was okay.
I was reinforced with my belief that
I
hate
want to sleep in
camping.
a trailer next time.
Next
like in a
time we should
cabin.
go. Next time we have to go glamping, and I hate that that is true, but we're just like
Gross.
we just need a cabin or something. And
I just want a cabin,
It'll be
like a
more fun.
cabin. I'm
I've
down
been
for a
thinking
trailer.
of-
Like
I've
I'm
been
down to
thinking
like
of
sleep in a
renting
trailer.
camper van lately.
Camper
You
van would
guys
go hard.
disgust me.
I
Camper
do
van
that.
would go hard. Nut bar
Weak
camper
one.
van. Let's go.
Mark, I wish I had $1 million. The idea of getting a camper van and going through rural Japan in the mountains is like
Dude,
the best idea of all time. I just don't got it like that.
if everyone in Nut Bar puts $20 into the lottery,
Okay, now you're talking.
eventual returns.
Nut
Someday.
bar. We'll do a
Everyone
nut bar
watching
subathon.
the stream donated
Yeah.
a sixth of $1 million.
Put it
Dream
up.
goals here.
If
All
you
right,
donate, if you donate $1 million in the stream right now, I'll let you run the anime awards next year, and you can pick whatever you want.
we will.
Yeah, we'll be in Japan
dance
in our
to your
RV.
song.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Am I allowed to? Am I allowed to speak now?
Argue.
Okay.
I will keep my headphones on, but I'm gonna go to the kitchen real quick.
Okay.
Go on.
I am going to say up front that I know this is a little facetious and it's a little stupid, and you're just going to have to go with me on here. I'm going to argue about the embodiment and the soul of the idea of the slice of life genre and why I think Dead Dead Demons fits. Dead Dead Demons, at its core, is a show about denial. It is a show about this looming threat that exists hanging over their heads, but what do the characters have to do because they feel like they have no choice? They are going about their lives. Not the entire runtime. There's a lot of other stuff that happens. There's the aliens getting killed, and things are getting worse as the show goes on, right? But at its core, the show is about a group of people having to just live their lives day to day because it is all they know how to do. I think that is the core thematic idea of what the show is trying to do. I think that's the story it's trying to tell. And I found that to be incredibly prescient and incredibly relevant to real life in a way that was disturbing and scary and a lot of things for me. And that is why I think I can count it for slice of life here. And now you might bring up lots of valid points about the aliens and the spaceships and the fantasy and the time travel and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, well, maybe. But at its
I would
core,
rather bring up the
I
mass
also-
genocide that takes place during the show.
as if that doesn't happen in real life too. Anyway,
Yes, but we're not calling
I-
that slice of life.
I also enjoy slice of lives like Grave of the Fireflies.
okay.
Jesus.
That's a period. That's like a
Jesus
historical.
Christ,
That's a historical
that's
fiction.
fighting.
Anyway, I get that it's cope and it's fine. If y'all don't agree, and that's like this is the stupidest answer I think I've ever given in the show, and I will give you guys that. But I hope y'all at least get where I'm coming from.
I
I get
understand where you're coming
from.
from. I don't like it.
Okay, then my
There's a
answer
better
is
spot.
then my
for
answer
this.
is Yuru Camp. Season 3. It's the same as y'all, which I found to be, even though the studio change made the animation quality a little bit worse, it was just as delightful as the rest of Yu Camp. And I found I especially like this the segment about the suspension bridges. I thought it was really fun.
Well, I think that's probably the best comeback you could have made.
I've been owned so hard.
Okay.
I mean, the pickings were slim this year. Like
I
there wasn't
agree.
really
Yeah,
much.
there was like that's
slice
why I
of
thought I
life
could
this
maybe
year.
get away with it.
Slice of life isn't a genre.
I'm going
Last
to
year there was a
strangle
lot.
you.
Anyway, shout outs to I guess Negapazi Angler, except that I'm counting it for a different category.
Yeah.
Any other Run us down.
Shout outs, yeah, because Logan doesn't is not allowed to talk in this one.
Kinniku Inu.
Oh
was
yeah,
my
that's
mascot
also
one.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Villains Days Off. I think that's the English title.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Mm.
Another good one. Got the panda in
The
there.
panda one, yeah.
Tonawan Yokai is like the one that I think is on defense. I think it's mostly
That
slice
sounded
of life,
like,
except when shit goes off the rails, which it does occasionally. Oh, I should have mentioned the VTuber.
Oh, the VTuber one would have been pretty good.
VTuber one should have been good
for
one
the
for comedy.
Yeah.
Quick shout out for that one for comedy. And yeah, I think that's it.
I mean, it also kind of fits in slice of life.
Oh, I did G-Sun Boss on Slice of Life also.
Oh yeah,
Wasn't the biggest fan of that one, but that's obviously very like peak,
Yeah.
like when you're retired, Slice of Life energy going off of that.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate you, Luke.
Also, Ramen Akaneko, very underrated because it was CGI, but I think it was a great show.
Ranma can maybe
mean, it
go
was
in this
also just
category
kinda
if you
ugly
want it
in
to.
general.
I don't know. Whatever.
Huh?
It was, Ramen Akaneko is also just kind of ugly in general, like not just because it was CG.
It was not that ugly. It was
Okay.
totally fine.
It's a little ugly.
All right.
Romance.
Best romance. And now I'm gonna explain why No, I'm kidding. Anyway.
Have you just put Dead Demons for every other show?
No, of course.
No.
All right.
Best sports, Dead Demons. Because of the baseball episode they fucking guessed.
Was there a baseball episode?
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think there was. Okay.
I could have gaslit you so hard into
They
thinking
played
there was a
esports
baseball
games.
episode.
Okay.
There was esports. Yes, you're
All
right.
right. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
3, 2,
Hold
1.
on.
Oh, hold
Okay.
on.
Oh.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Just go.
I'll give you Oshinoko. There's kissing in it.
I'll give him Oshinoko.
Okay.
For Logan answer,
Is
that's
it
Chris
me
turn.
first? Okay. I'm glad I get to talk about this now. This is the clear winner for me. I didn't watch Yubi Sakura, and I didn't really watch that many other romances this year. So the only major romance I watched was Bokuyaba, and it was fantastic. So it just easily wins. I think that this is a lovely little story about middle school romance that is just incredibly compelling. It is beautifully animated. I think that it is very soft and intimate, and the character moments are super sweet. Especially having the whole first season behind them, so that it gets away a lot of the awkwardness that they feel around each other. They feel more comfortable with each other now, which adds a lot more dramatic tension. It's also pretty funny when it wants to be. But I think at its emotional core, you can just tell these two are crazy about each other, especially Anna, and it is so sweet to see it unfold. Even through both of the characters' sort of hangups that are kind of preventing them from progressing the very obvious relationship that they are barreling towards. And I think the way that it resolves at the end of the season is very sweet. I had a great time. Also, shout outs as a rare Chris and Mark watching show. We did.
I mean, it was just that good. It overcame the barriers.
Can I put it down for you too as another one?
Oh, go ahead.
Hell yeah! All right.
I don't have much commentary though.
Okay.
That's fine. Logan, do you have much to say about the Oshinoko romance?
Not really, except that I just really hope that this is the end of the love
It's
triangle.
definitely not.
I know that it's not. I know that it's not, but I'm just please
This
let
man's
me
coping
go.
so hard.
Please let me just think that it's over. But yeah, I'm glad that Aqua and Akane get together. I hope they stay together forever. They match each other's freak properly.
It's true.
Tell you a story about the Oshinoko love triangle.
What's the story, Mark?
So I sometimes watch this YouTuber who translates 4chan threads to Japanese. And for one season, he was doing Oshinoko episodes, and he dropped it 3 episodes in because, as he said, the thread quality was just getting too terrible.
Oh my god. I'm not surprised based on what I've heard about the future of this manga.
I was a bit shocked. I thought, oh, I have such fond memories of the manga threads and how cool they were, how fun they were, especially during this time where we were all talking about Melty and how much of a best boy he was. So I popped over there, and it was All about it was all about Akane and what's the other one's name? Kana.
Kana.
You
Yeah.
know?
Kinda.
Yeah. And it
I
was
was
just waifu
I was
wars.
scrolling. I was just scrolling down. Akane, Kana, Akane, Kana. There was nothing about Melty. Melty's episode had just aired.
And it was still just
Mark-
a waifu wars. That's crazy.
Mark, you can't ever be surprised when A just returns to its base form, which is
I wasn't.
Origairu. It's
I
always
wasn't
Origairu.
surprised. That was just for narrative
Yeah, okay.
purposes saying that.
We
I was not shocked at all.
Return to Origairu.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we on this? Do y'all want to talk about Yubisaki?
Yeah, let's talk about Yubisaki to Ren. We mentioned it a little bit earlier with couple, but like these two are like an incredible couple together. It really it shows like such like an ideal like first college romance. I mean, like for this girl, like it really is her first romance, and like she's also deaf, which is like very unique.
It is. I've never really seen that explored in an anime before.
Yeah, so like it's also like exploring like her living life as a deaf girl, which is very interesting. Like getting to see like how she like handles things. It's pretty cool. But like to focus more on the romance, like they don't start off dating immediately, but like you can really tell that they like really like each other, and they get together by like they are officially together by like episode 3 or 4, and then like the rest of the show is just like them going on very cute dates. I've said this before like on the podcast, but like that episode where they go on a date at Costco, it is so cute. And I've done it in real life, and it works.
Costco's
baby.
Yeah, Costco's fun.
You been on a date in Costco?
Dude, girls love Costco. They love seeing all the stuff.
Unsolicited dating advice from the Nut Bar Anime Podcast.
Yeah, take your girl to Costco, fellas,
First date at Costco,
and
sure.
then go to the food court, get that $1.50 hot dog.
Shit, this is so unrelated. Okay, they're cutting Pepsi and bringing Coke products back apparently at the Costco.
No
food court.
fucking way.
Yeah, I heard that today. Big
Yo,
deal. Big deal.
I need a Costco membership now. I miss that hot dog so much.
This stream brought
was
to
so
you
off
by
topic.
Costco.
Yo, but like also they supporting the equal rights hiring thing.
Yeah, Costco's a good company. Anyway,
Yeah.
we're so off topic.
We're
But
It's so off topic. Tim, what did you like the romance about in Ren?
So Ren's interesting. It does a lot of very unique things. Like one said, first of all, it's a college romance, so you don't have this like the high school stereotype bullshit that like every single like romance goes through. Not that it's like anything wrong with it. It just gets very cut and dry after a certain type, and like it takes a show like Bokuyaiba to like bring life back into it. But it doesn't do with that because it's a college one and they're adults. Do grown-as adults things and not do dumb teenage things. Like one said, it's she's deaf, and I like that they take it as like a fact of life. They don't like dramatize it or exaggerate it for like other like shows tend to do whenever someone has a disability. They're just like this girl's deaf. People tend to be deaf.
I am so stupid. Obviously, there's a major deaf anime. Silent Voice exists.
Yes,
and
I know, but
Silent Voice is
does-
great, but it does dramatize
It
her.
It's so much dramatized.
Yes.
That anime is dramatized everything to the max.
Yeah,
And also there's the wheelchair, the Josie one as well.
I think that was
That's one's-
that was better done.
It's better, but still a little bit more dramatized. This one, I feel like there's no dramatized.
Like it's just her
It's a
living her
fact.
life.
It's
as
very
a
good.
deaf
Yeah,
girl.
It's
it
very
shows
good.
a life.
Right?
It's a
I'm-
fact.
Yeah, I love that about it.
I love, big fan of that. I don't think we need to like pile on the pity points whenever someone has a disability. It's just like accept them for who they are, and
Yeah. It's just it offers a unique perspective on how people with disabilities live their life, and it's very like honest about it. I think that was really cool.
exactly. I think,
Yo,
and that's something
to
you.
Chris's wife
gotta
Ellie.
love.
We love her.
Yeah, thanks. I should make her
Ellie
watch
should
this.
definitely watch this.
Yeah, I think
and you
she'd
should
like it
also
a lot.
watch this, Chris.
Yeah, I'll probably go back and finish it with her.
Just like cover the lips whenever you see them.
I think
don't know.
shut up, it's fine. I actually think it's really cool for us to both have Bokuyaba and Yubisaki as like winners this year, because I think they like are two different styles of romances in different age brackets, because I think Bokuyaba is like one of the best, like it's not even high school, it's middle school romance. And
It's the
Chris,
same drama thing.
How do you
It's
think
like-
it compares to not Kimi no Nawa. What's it called?
Skigakure.
Skigakure.
I think they're
How do
hard
you
to
think it
compare
compares?
because I think Skigakure is a very serious, very like dramatic romance, and Bokuyaba is a little bit more of a. It's hard to
I
describe
don't
the
think
vibe.
it's as dramatic. I think Tsukikakire is a very like straightforward, like
Yeah, it
wholesome
is.
romance, while like
Bokuyaba focuses.
Bokuyaiba, there's a lot of hurdles. There's a lot of internal hurdles that
Yes,
each characters have to like
Bokuyaba-
overcome before they get together.
I don't know how to say this without making
While-
it sound gross. Bokuyaba is hornier, but it does it in a very tasteful way that is
Okay,
very
no, I got that.
that is very realistic for like remember being a middle schooler and you're like, oh my god, breasts, and it like and I think it
I don't want to think
handles-
about high school. Me. High school
realistic,
me
but
sucked.
realistic may not always be the best thing.
I don't know. I
Like,
thought it was really
I'm
good.
always getting flashbacks to the Three Stooges.
They
where
are
they, like,
not.
pick
They
up
get a
her,
lot
like-
better in season 2. I think.
know, but
Yeah.
like
And-
that's still like
oh,
sticking to
okay,
me,
okay.
and there's a big sticking point in season 1 of why I didn't like issues with it. Was
yeah,
she was just like, oh, I pick up the blood, in the tissue.
they're
Very
like
weird
fantasies about.
and unneeded.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Comey. Never mind. God. Sorry. Anyway, I just what
Please
I'm
do
trying to
not
say.
confuse it with Komi.
I try not to because I think that Bokuyaba is the better version of that show by like 10 million. But I think it's just nice to have a good like adult romance and also a good like high school like that like school era romance because it just proves that you can do both well. And we've had some other good ones. Like I think that Insomniacs was a great one last year too. So anyway,
Yeah.
I don't really have runner-ups for this category except
I
for
also
Senpai wa Otoko no Go, in which case
Oh,
I would just say read the manga because I think the adaptation is solid, but the manga was better.
Yeah.
Anyone,
Uh,
Tim?
I don't have any.
Let me take a quick look at my list. Seventh Loop, obviously, I think I mentioned that already. Was a night cute romance. The Gichi Harem, the stepsister one, the cafe one, which was surprisingly cute romance. Shimigami Bochan had his last season. I hope Mark watched that.
Which one?
Read it
Sorry.
at least. The Shinigami Bochan.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Did you read the manga to the end though?
Not that far.
Yeah, you should. They conclude very nicely. Obviously Ranma, a shout out for romance.
Yeah, Ranma
as
for sure.
well as Urusei. Kind of go.
Oh yeah, I guess because I put it in
For
comedy.
comedy.
Because like the romance hasn't really hit yet.
Yeah,
in
it's
Ranma.
pretty early.
I think Kekon's main romance is very whack, but I do like the side romances and all the real life struggle doesn't get depicted very often that they go through.
Mhm.
Lots of kind of good ones for sure. I think
Alright.
that's it
Okay.
for top.
Let's move on to
Alright.
thriller mystery. Also kind of tricky this year. All right, is everyone ready?
I'm good. Tim takes the longest to get ready here.
Yes, let me go back to my thriller mystery.
This is really a
I
no-brainer
have
for
it.
me, and I have a feeling like Logan might be the same. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sports.
Oh,
Over Kusaria, Tim? I don't.
interesting.
Yes.
I don't. That can't be true. Okay. Anyway,
Is it Logan's turn or my turn?
I think it's Logan's turn.
I don't think so. I think it's Juan's turn.
It's my turn. Yeah, I'm the odd one out here, so might as well.
Who's googling? Okay.
So Dead Demons. Chris argued that it is a slice of life. I argued that it's more of a thriller because the whole alien invasion aspect of the
No,
show.
I completely agree, and I would have put it. I think I would have put it under either drama or thriller mystery if I was being more serious with it.
Yeah.
So
Like the whole. I mean, like yes, it does have like slice of life aspects, but like because of the whole like
we
serious aspects of life.
don't have sci-fi as a genre, and I think that that's fine because it's tricky to nail that down. And I do kind of wish sometimes, but I think a lot of sci-fi gets thrown into thriller mystery by default here.
I guess it kind of does, huh?
Yeah,
I think it'll be very hard to do sci-fi most.
I think there's at least one every year, but yeah, I agree. We would
I
have
mean,
to
if
we'd
there's
have to
just
cut
one,
this
there's no point of
category.
having
We'd have to
the
cut this
category. There's
category.
only
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. We'd have to cut this category and replace it. And I think that this is probably a broader category. We could do thriller, mystery / sci-fi if you guys really. This is a post-mortem discussion. We don't have to do this right now. Anyway,
Yeah.
continue.
Well, but yeah, because of the serious aspects that it goes into, like the whole war and like government decisions going against what like society actually wants, like that's definitely like a thriller. And I'm not gonna spoil it, but like the way the show ends,
It definitely accelerates.
goddamn.
It definitely accelerates into the thriller by the last couple of episodes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Tim, how is Karasu a thriller, or is it more of a mystery?
It's it's both. So there's like two halves to it. The second half is like a murder. You have to figure out who's killing all these people. The first half is kind of much more of like a political drama thriller thing, where like you have these like it's like one day watch Kaosu. I want to say Kaosu. It's like I don't know if you watch enough. It's like Kaosu, where there's like the 5 court ladies set to like in the past set to marry the.
I only saw the
prince.
first episode, and I do not remember much of it.
Okay, so there's like these 5 princesses who are engaged. The prince has to pick one, but then like a bunch of shit happens. Some of them die, some of them get attacked, and then it all ends up to like who the prince, like the big reveal at the end of who the prince like decides on, and the like revisit all the mysteries of what's been going on in the court was like a really good payoff for that one. I would definitely say it's still a mystery. Well, I guess it could possibly go in drama, but I think it equally belongs to mystery for sure. I think they handled it really well. I love the reveal they did at the end. The payoff was so worth it. It is like a political kind of thing, drama thing. So there's a lot of talking, a lot of things going on. So it's not for everyone, but I know everybody here, people here finished Headgate, so I know they can sit through too. So
I really do
sure.
plan on trying to go back to this show at some point. I've heard it's not just from obviously Tim has been pushing it, but I've heard a lot of other things, and I it's a miss. It's a miss. It happens.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed this one.
It was I didn't love the art style. I think why
That's true. It does not look very
It's a
good.
pretty unique art style. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
maybe it looks better in motion. All right, I'm gonna kick off our Kusaria discussions. I think Kusaria's got to be the best show that we haven't talked about much on this awards yet so far. Because it's definitely one of my top contenders for anime of the year. Yeah, Kusaria is spectacular. Not only is it a pretty unique setting as a court drama, as an alt fiction Chinese court drama. I know there's other court dramas that we had the past couple of the year. Obviously, Karasu is one. The is Ravens of the Inner Palace Karasu? Or is that the one from last year? Anyway,
that's
some last year.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like a thing, but I think that Kusaria is just firing at all cylinders level anime. It is a really tight character drama that is able to encapsulate a lot of really interesting characters and motives, and then at its core, it is kind of just a detective show, and I love detective shows. Like, every single time there's a good detective show, it ends up ranking very high on my list, and all of the mysteries, even the small minor ones, are all really well done and really satisfying. Like, my best example of that is the 3 brothers and their father that left them a fucking contraption to solve because he is a metal worker. And just the way that some of the smaller mysteries are brought together into a greater macro narrative. There's a lot of big hints about what's going on into the major like backstory of Jinshi and who he is in relation to the emperor, and we find all of this out slowly over time, and if you're paying attention you can figure even more out. And just this was a great rewatch. I watched this with my wife recently as well, and it just really solidified my love and appreciation for this show. I think Mao Mao is one of the most compelling MCs we've had in a long time. I love her relationship with Jinshi. I love her relationship with her father and with Lacan in the later parts of the season, and with all of the people in the entertainment or the red light district and all the people in the ballot. It's just, there's so much to love. I could gush.
Yeah, I mean, I'm broadly just gonna agree with you. I think that I really wish that I had gotten a chance to rewatch this before the awards. Because I know that it's something
Rewatching
that would
winter
benefit.
shows is a strategy. I know that we don't have time for that, but it was helpful for me to
I
rewatch this in front of
really,
us.
really need to get married so that I have a
Yeah.
wife to show these shows to in winter.
It's so true.
And that
That's the
is
only
my
reason to
own.
get married.
That's the only reason. That's the only reason.
Logan, I
But
pray for
yeah,
you.
I as I said before, I think Mao Mao is like an extremely compelling main character, and I do really like the scale of the mysteries and the way that it, like, you have all these small mysteries that build to something, but it's still kind of mostly on the level of implication. There hasn't been a whole lot of direct explanation of what's going on in the inner palace. And I think that they're kind of, trusting the viewer to be smart enough to keep up. And I really think that this is a extremely compelling and tightly wrote mystery
I
show.
know we're literally like the season 2 is starting right now, and so the idea of you rewatching all of it before we start watching it is probably not possible. But it
Mhm.
really, much like most mysteries, really benefits on a rewatch when you know the narrative and you know what's happening and you know what to look for, because you're spending so much time at the beginning learning who all the people are and who all the major players are. But if you're locked in, it just made certain episodes hit so much harder on the second time. Like
How
the
does this recontextualize the wrestler episode or whatever that was?
I mean, that was Kino in the first time we watched it. It was Kino the second time. That one's not that complicated one. It's just contained in its own episode. The episode before it, though, episode 3, I think we were just kind of like getting to know the show when we were first watching it, and I think even you watched that one. On the rewatch, episode 3 is one of my favorite episodes in the whole show. It is beautiful.
Interesting.
It is about
Mhm.
like this military officer who is in love with this. I can't remember the exact details now, but it has this really cathartic ending after Mao Mao helps solve this mystery to bring these two people together. It's just beautiful. It is a beautiful ending that does a really good job of setting up what the show is going to be like for the rest of the show. Anyway, like I said, I could keep gushing. I love Kusuria. It's fantastic.
All right. Any other shout outs? I don't have any for this one.
I have literally none. I guess Dead Dead Demons, if it wasn't gonna be in any other category, it would be here for me.
Yeah. Tim, Logan, you got any?
For thriller mystery,
Yeah.
let me see.
Do you not have your list up on your second screen?
Grimm's,
Oh yeah, I need to watch that.
that one
Mhm.
that
Yeah, we did skip
was
that.
it Wit that did that?
I think so.
The anthology.
Oh, the
thing with things
anthology.
was
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Shoshiman series was very boring at first, but it picked up and
I
became
heard
a
it got better.
decent
Yeah.
story.
Season 2's coming out soon.
I actually might watch it because of that. I feel like B stars would go
yeah,
in here.
probably. I would
That
put
would make
Beastars.
sense, yeah.
Beastars has been a thriller mystery in the past. I'm not surprised it's there. Yeah.
And I guess a quick shout out to Black Butler as well.
Okay.
watch that?
I forgot that came out this year. That's crazy.
Was that like Den Band Circus or something like that?
Huh?
Was that the name of the season? Oh no, it's a school. It was
It's a school arc.
right?
Yeah, it's a
That's
full on
right.
flat out mystery thing.
I'm so
Yeah.
glad that you are talking to Tess and Zuzu about Black Butler.
They talked to me about it. They talked to
Oh,
me.
I
About
can
it.
actually talk.
We should have them on as special guest when the Disney anime comes out later this
They
year.
have me at gunpoint.
I'm excited. Okay. All right. I can't believe we have this category still. I think I know what Juan's gonna be. All right. Is everyone ready?
second.
1 second. Let me pull it up.
I will continue to fight
I got
for this
it.
to always be sports.
I can't believe you guys already put the exact
music.
same show down because you guys only watch one sports.
All right. Logan didn't. 3, 2, 1. Shangri-La.
Yeah, it counts
Okay.
as esports. I
Hear me
guess.
out. Hear me out.
Two fake answers.
Well, we'll hear you
here.
out when it's your turn.
Yeah.
It is
All right.
Tim's turn to go
Yeah, tell us
first
about
in this
Oyster.
one.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe this selection. Okay. There was actually a lot of sports show this year. So there's quite a bit of options to pick from, but I end up on Oitombo. I really like the in-depthness they go into the golf that they that most animes usually don't go to. They're very like superficial. This one actually kind of hits more the technical things, which I think is interesting. And I also really like the main character we're following. She's like a very like energetic, the Genki kind of girl who just wants a good time, and she's like a very compelling main character following the journey of that's a relatively kind of like thing. And it's and not just her. I think like all characters get like more character development than you expect out of a sports show, of like redeeming and like sportsmanship and like this pressure of doing well and stuff like that. There's a lot of different topics that this show hits that I really appreciate, and I think the characters are doing in the sports is good. Overall, it's like a pretty solid sports show for me this year. Lots of good contenders I'll bring up later. But yeah, Chris, tell me how this very non-competitive casual fishing anime is your best sport.
Fishing is a sport, bitch. There's competitive
Yes,
fishing.
but they are not doing any sports.
Every time they go out on that boat and they're casting out their lines into the great big blue, are they not competing with each other to see who's got the biggest catch of the day?
I would say it's more competition with
Fishing
themselves.
is a sport, and that's okay because solo sports are a thing and you're competing against yourself. I think that fishing is a sport. It's definitely a sport.
It is definitely a sport. This is just not a sport setting that they're doing. It's a very casual.
Yet, did you want me to leave the slide blank? This is the only answer I have, so it's what I'm putting down this year. I actually want to shout out Negapazi Angler for being a really cool original anime. I think at its core, it does a really good job of emulating a Yuru Camp style niche interest show, which maybe Slice of Life would have been a better slot for it. I still would have given it to Yuru Camp because when the goat is around, you give the award to the goat. But like,
you give it to Dead Demons, you asshole.
I know. I'm saying that anyway. Either way, I really liked Negapazi Angler. I thought the sort of expert fishing stuff was really interesting. It was fun to learn about all of that stuff. I think it also has a really strong emotional core, in a way that I was happy was able to be executed on pretty decently well, with the very like black comedy start that it has, this sort of existential like, oh man, our main character's fucking dying of brain cancer. But I think it also has a really good cast of characters. Like one shouted out Ice earlier. She's really cool.
Logan has trying to go
hear me out.
of sports.
I would love a sport fishing
All
anime,
right.
by the way. That would be cool.
I'm pretty sure there is a sports fishing anime. Actually, maybe not.
Keep buying me time.
Speak,
all
Logan,
right.
speak.
All right,
Logan.
all right. So let's as a guy who has recently gotten addicted to an MMO again. Oops. I know that like realm first boss kills and especially world first boss kills can be very serious business. And this is an anime about getting world first boss kills. And if we accept that esports are sports, which I think for at least the purposes of our anime categorization
Obviously
they are,
it is, yeah.
then we have to accept that what's it called? That Shangri-La Frontier is about a group of people pursuing sport. They are competing to get these kills on these big bosses.
Whatever.
And that's all I have to say about
I
that.
believe you when they add an esports category for first boss kill.
I just think that MMO aren't esports for the most part. Like, I know that WoW is technically a competitive esport, but I don't. Anyway, whatever. This category is horseshit.
I'll give Logan that. And there's like the technicalities of the game and
There
like
was
how
a
like
fighting
abusing
game
the glitches.
segment. Yeah, whatever.
All right, Blue Lock season 2. I didn't watch the show. The animation was bad, but I read the manga, and this arc is great in the manga.
Okay.
So that's why I'm giving it to this. But like at least the final episode was great.
Y'all can just discount this category entirely, aside from Tim's
Hey,
answer.
if it was best sports / music, then we'd all put Girls Red Crush.
No, because those don't have anything to do with each other.
with as much
I
love as
do
possible.
not understand why y'all don't just make it sports/music.
Just because it's a competition doesn't mean that you have to compare them to each other. There's so many club shows. Anyway, like, what the fuck is fucking Girls Band Cry doing in a category like this? Like, come on, shut up. It doesn't make
Because sports suck. We don't watch sports.
Tim says there goes
That's
the
your
positive
damn
vibe in our
fault.
chat.
Watch more sports show.
Yeah, there are good sports shows. I'm excited about that lesbian
I
golf show
couldn't give two shits about sports.
next year. Okay.
Runner up.
Oh,
For sports.
yeah, you go for it. I
You
don't
go
know.
for it. The only one that has
the me
actuals.
only category.
Yeah.
MF Go still very exciting racing
Oh, I
despite
forgot that- yeah,
having no
that came out
interest in
this
For
racing.
my rapper name.
It's not your
Still
rapper
10
name.
10.
That's yours. My bad.
Rising Impact.
The other golf
It's
show.
like it's golf, but it's like very shonen cooking a basket to power kind of golf thing. So if you're into that kind of thing rather than like a more down the ground earth, that's up to your thing. It's also somehow the like Seven Deadly Sins battle work, which I didn't know that was possible. You can make
Tim,
like,
sorry to
decent
interrupt.
things, but it is.
Was the girls golfing show season 2 this year?
Birdie Wing? No, it
What
was last
golf?
year.
No, Boating
Was
was
last
last
year?
year.
Okay, never mind.
Bokuyaku Batteries baseball.
Yeah, I
if
heard
you
it
can
was
get over
bad, though.
Miyano,
Yeah.
it was fine. It was just Miyano was very annoying at the beginning, and it's kind of the other kid used to him, and then it's fine. Other than that, Naname Highway was also.
Oh yeah,
Not
that was
real
actually not
sports.
that bad. I want to watch
I
some
would
of
not say it's a
that.
sports.
we
I think it's
watched
more of
the
a
first
character
2 episodes of
drama
that.
than a
I want to
sports.
watch more of it.
It's
But
okay.
it was cool that they did choose cheerleading, which is
Yeah,
a more niche thing too
was
as a
niche.
subject.
It's a very
But
niche sport.
I would not call what they did in that show a sport. They did not compete at all.
Yeah, it was more of a drama. Oh well.
Well, I mean,
But
like they.
to be fair, we also have fucking Negi Pazzi and Chungal Fantu in here.
It's look,
fuck
when the pickings
cares?
are slim, you make do. Okay. Now that we're done with that, vibe reset. Let's move on to best production, everybody.
Oh, production's next.
I would
Oh,
love a year
my
where best
order's
sports
wrong.
isn't a complete shit show. I don't think it's ever not been. So, okay.
I just need to watch sports.
All
Sports
right.
suck.
Best animation is first up. This was fucking hard. I'm just going to say this up front. I think this is going to come down entirely to vibes and personal taste. I think that there were multiple completely valid answers for this year. I don't even know if mine is like I would agree with if I go in the future. It's Anyway. So that's all I'm going to say. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Hold on. We are doing production. We're doing animation.
Yes.
For
yes.
once, it's not me.
Yeah, sorry. I had to. Whatever. Ready?
Yep. 3,
All right.
2, 1. Ooh, different
Interesting.
answers.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really
you go
surprised with
first on
one.
this one,
Like,
Chris, and then you can
really
piggyback.
surprised. I went with the one that had the most consistent level of spectacular animation. I think that Dungeon Meshi cuts it really close. I love Studios Trigger's production. I'm sure Logan's going to talk about it as well. But like, and also like, Don Dodonna, which no one else picked, is like, there's a lot of really, really good animated shows this year. Like even Nige Jozu has some spectacular animation in it. But like for me, Frieren, both in the soft, slow character moments and in the incredible action Sakuga moments, is the most consistently well animated show this year, and I have to give it that for the consistency. And it, like I said, you can pick whatever you want. There's a litany of choices, but for me, it's Frieren. I think of the Stark Dragon fight. I think of the demon fight with Fern. I think of the Frieren fight, Frieren Fern versus Frieren fight at the end of the show. Just absolutely stellar. Like knocking it out of the park.
Yeah. Action scenes, all those Chris mentions were very good. Even the more like emotional scenes, like the flowers on the tower, statues, the slow dance sequence. That was like it's Freeman's a show that like excelled in all these categories, which is weird for a show to. Usually it's like like the story was like, oh, the action scene pops off here and there. Like Freeman's a show that's able to do it all. Has the production and animation back to back it up, and it is phenomenally well done.
All right, Logan.
Yeah, so Dungeon Meshi. This was close, and all three of these upcoming categories, animation, art style, and director, were very
They were all
tight
tight.
for me.
They were all tight too. Yeah.
So don't. No, this is not any disrespect to Freerin or to Apothecary Diaries or to Don or anything. I just wanted to give Dungeon Meshi the nod because I think I really like the very fluid action style that they have. I think that it looks beautiful in its action scenes, and I think that the comedy. I like the zoom in on the peg ass bits that they do, which is not like good animation in the way you think of it, but I think that it really accents the jokes very well. And I think that that's its own way of being really good animation. This was just a category that was very tight, and I had to make a call ultimately, and I came down on Dungeon Meshi because it's very fluid, and I like that.
Can I splurge a little bit about Dungeon Meshi's animation before it's your turn?
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Please.
I just want to shout out the fact that maybe my favorite competitive for my favorite studio of all time is adapting one of my favorite manga of all time, and they're doing
Trigger
it.
isn't your de facto number one?
I would have to think about that, and I don't have an answer
Oh,
for
you're
you
a
right now.
Bones.
I also love
Yeah.
Bones. Yeah. But like their Trigger's still probably number one if I have go just by score. But just the treat that is, and the fact that they are both able to. I think this is Trigger's most restrained show at the same time, but every single time that like they let their stylization poke through, it becomes this incredible elevation of what already one of the best drawn manga of the modern era. And I can think of all these moments like the dryad sneezing scene or the like there's a couple like the one where I there's this one cut of Leos like running with a dog in a flashback that is just very expressive and silly that I love, and I don't know. It's Trigger, baby. They're good at what they fucking do, and they're really turning it up. This is my easy number two. Well, maybe not easy. I guess Don was up there too. This is it was a tough category. That's it.
Yeah. So I went with Maka Heroine. It is not most people's like instant pick for best animation compared to like Free Ren and Dungeon Meshi, but I think it is like some of the most like consistently well animated rom-com that I've ever seen. Like every shot is like composed extremely well. Like it's just consistent. That's what I give it praise for, and like that's rare to get that in anime these days, honestly.
It is, like I said earlier, the most consistent like high school slice of life animated show I've seen since Kyoani. And like Kyoani also did it this year too, but like it is spectacularly animated. It's so impressive.
Mm-hmm. All right, any shout outs?
Tim didn't, or I guess Tim went.
I did. I kind of piggybacked off of yours. Chris is very gone.
Don and is like obviously like Science Saru is doing one of the best action shonens of the modern era, and they're fucking knocking it out of the park. Mecha Ude has a really impressive animation
For an indie studio,
for an
absolutely,
indie
yeah.
studio. I think Bokuyaba is actually really pretty. Kusaria, well, Logan mentioned that Kusaria is gorgeously animated. It has some incredible moments. Obviously, Kyoani doing Hibiki Euphonium Season 3 is exceptional. And I almost forgot this. I can't believe it. Girls Band Cry. Best CG looking show since Orange. And honestly, in some aspects, I think they do character animation maybe even a little bit better. That show is incredibly well done.
Absolutely. Logan, shout outs? Okay, Logan's not here.
I was muted, but I pretty much said everything I wanted to say. Freerin, Kusaria, Dungeon Meshi, Don, they're all just kind of in a big, beautiful soup.
Okay. Have we mentioned Oshinoko yet? Because
I was going to mention Oshinoko.
Oshinoko has incredible animation as well. Like it has some like pretty good like consistent animation, and then some of the most surprising Sakuga moments I have ever seen. Like
Yeah, it pops off.
It has no reason to go that hard for like what are essentially pretty mundane scenes, but it really elevated.
Not say the mundane scenes.
Melts is definitely not mundane, but like the guy like getting like inspiration for music. Like that was a little mundane, but like it elevated it to like an actually very significant moment. So absolutely shout outs to that. Any other shout outs, Tim?
We did Hibike, we did Oshinoko. Did we do Nika Jozu?
Oh, we did not mention that yet. No,
I think it's a bit inconsistent, but I
it
think
is very inconsistent.
when it does shine,
Yeah.
it shines a lot. It shows.
CG Horse, my worst enemy.
Wistoria, I'll mention again for the consistent action animation it has throughout the show. Kaiju is a bit inconsistent as well, but I think it does have a lot more highlights than downfalls for sure.
I
All right.
that's-
I want
think
to
that's all my
piggyback
shout-outs.
very briefly on Nige Jozu, because I think that I usually like discount the lows of the horrible CGI a little bit. It's not horrible; it's just jarring. It is horrible sometimes, but it's mostly just jarring. But I think that Nige Jozu has some of the most impressive animation cuts of this entire year, and I have to shout that out.
Do you guys remember the episode where it was like the Buddha scene? It right before that scene was some of the worst animation in the entire show.
Do you guys
Yes.
remember? It was in the village episode with the ear guy where they're invading a village, and there was this incredibly like psychedelic trippy sequence that just went on. It was just like it just blew my mind. I'm like, why?
Yes, yeah, I'm
Ah,
remembering this.
it
bit.
is so
It has such a
cool.
good sense of style when it wants
Dead
to.
Demons is really well animated too, and Ranma One Half is really well animated.
Oh my god, One One Half is incredible.
Undead Unluck. It was one of David's best looking shows when it wants to be too. That one has a really wildly inconsistent production we haven't really talked about very often. I don't know if it'll come up later, but when that show wants to look good, it looks real good.
Yeah.
Would you prefer Nike Jozu as it is now, or with like a more consistent style but doesn't have
As
the
it-
peaks it
As it
has?
is now,
As
I think.
now.
As
As
it
now.
is
You prefer
now,
it with the downfalls?
Dude,
as it is now,
whatever.
most of my problems with Nige Jozu are tone and writing, not the animation.
I mean, like, yeah, the director fucking popped off with the Buddha scene. Like, you could do whatever the fuck you want.
I take sauce over mid every single day.
Yeah, I think that Nige Jozu has a good sense of when you are supposed to cut corners and when you are supposed to go balls out. And when it goes balls out, it goes balls and dick out, and it's really good.
Yeah.
I love it when I go balls and dick out.
All right. Moving on.
Exactly.
Moving on. Best art style. This was tough. Especially since we cut character design, and I can't highlight that, but we'll talk about that in a
I
second.
put character design back in my document if we want to just shut that out.
We can shout it out at the end
have
of
a
this.
single thing.
That's okay, don't worry, but we'll just shout it out in a second. Okay. Is
Yeah.
everyone ready?
Art
Mhm.
style, yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, different answers.
Ooh.
Okay.
Logan goes first, right? Was that, or is it Chris first?
Yeah, Chris went first last time.
Okay, so Logan
Yeah.
and then Tim can pick it back.
Uh-huh. So to a certain extent, this category is prettiest colors. And so from that perspective, I think the
I
winner
don't,
is
I don't agree at
obvious.
all, but
I
okay.
do not
Yeah.
okay.
I'm being a little facetious here, but I think that you can tell that the animators or the what's it called, that they're trying really hard to give this show a unique presentation, not even just in the fights and the tragic bits, but also in some of the laid back slice of life bits. You can tell, like, it goes down to the character. Not gonna award directly, but Don would also win my best character design award if we had it. And the just general sense of style, I think that Don stands out a lot in a way that some of the other shows that are also very beautiful did not to me, and so that's why I had to give this award to them.
Tim?
So Logan's color things aside, I mean, Don's by Science Side, when Science Side's always had a very unique kind of art style, and like since that from all the other other animation works, I think Don in particular, they've really like been able to like combine both the manga style and the Science Side to make them kind of mesh and complement each other, and it works. I think the range of things in the what's what I'm saying? The range of themes that goes on in the show for the, between the aliens and the Loch Ness and the school life and things. I think it's able to shift its style slightly enough to accomplish each of those themes. I always think back to the chase sequence with Turbo Granny and how it changes its there's the first person with the whole I don't know the darkening the colors things in that sequence is very cool how they did. I think Danan's really something that like they took it and made it their own, and it really stands out because of it with its style.
Agreed.
All
I
right.
I
No,
oh no.
it's my turn.
Oh,
So
that's
since,
right. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. I went with Girls Band Cry because of the very unique CG art style that it has, but like it still like blends in like 2D traditional animation. Like it is a bizarre mismatch of the two, but like it makes it perfect. Like it is like the true evolution of CG anime, and like it just looks incredible. Like Studio Orange has been like the forerunner of like incredible CG, but like this is like this feels like the next step in CG anime to me. And like I really want this to be like the new standard for CG anime, and it's incredible. Like CG anime has a bad rap, and I really hope that this gives people like a better
I
opinion
feel
of
like
CG
people got to
anime.
get over it. I think if you're not already over CG anime, that was like a 2020 thing. Like it's 2025. Fucking move on.
5 years
There's
ago, fuck.
Studio Orange has been stunning on people for so long now. Like there are plenty of good CGI anime. I don't know.
All right, you can go off about Dungeon Meshi.
I would love to see you guys watch more CGI anime.
Um
If they show up, we'll
There's tons of CGI.
there's a lot every year. Okay. I am a little bit biased on this because I think that Kui has one of my favorite art styles of any mangaka alive right now, and I think that Studio Trigger brought it to life in this extremely vibrant, like her world is so cool and unique, and it was brought to like think about all of the creature designs in this show. Think about the treasure bugs. Think about the living armor, the cockatrice, the basilisk. Like it is just so rich. And also think about the character designs, how distinct each of the races are in this show, and how you can tell what they are, and that Kui is even able to swap the races around in the transformation episode, and you can clearly tell each character is still each character, but they have these different like aspects. I just like, and a lot of that is on the strength of Kui, but I think that Trigger has done an exceptional job bringing it into color and bringing it into movement as well. There is no part of this show that doesn't look great. There's a ton of different environments, there's a ton of different backgrounds, there's a ton of different character designs, monster designs, everything, and it all just works. It like I don't know. Martin
Chris,
Scorsese cinema emote.
if we had best character design category like we should have, Dungeon Meshi would have been like
Oh, that's interesting.
character design.
Let's move into that really quickly before we do runners up, because my best character design is pretty easily Dead Demons.
I figured. Yeah.
Like how can you not give it to that show with the character designs that they
The
have?
most unique character
Absolutely
designs.
the most unique character designs in in any show I saw this year by far. I love
Logan,
Kui's
did you have one?
designs, so I'm not going to complain about Meshi. He said
I
he
was
said
a-
Danadon.
Yeah, I was gonna give it to Don to Don. I think that that's a large part of that is because I
both
think the
art style
monster
and
designs
character
are
design?
very, very good. Yeah,
Yeah,
give
they
it to
are.
both.
Okay.
I agree that Danadon has great monster designs though.
hmm
Okay.
All right, but runners up to art style. Logan goes first.
I mean, it's still kind of the beautiful soup here. I'm not going to say anything surprising. Dungeon Meshi was my number 2. Kusaria is up there. There's just a lot of very pretty shows this.
I'm gonna rock the boat by saying an underrated indie hit, So No Free Ren has a very good art style. Shout outs to Mecha Ude. I actually really like the Mecha Ude art style. I think it looks really good, especially for an indie studio. And then I think I agree with Girls Van Cry and Dandadan, obviously. I think they're exceptional.
For me, Niga Jozu has a really good art style.
Yeah.
Mayonaka Punch. That is a very
I love- yeah,
unique like purple outline
I
art
do like the
style.
Mayonaka Punch art style. I think Ranma also has a really nice art style.
That was the next one I was gonna say. Ranma has a great art style, and like it also plays with color theory a bit. Like it does like the JoJo fight scenes where like it changes the color palettes. It's so cool. Tim, you got any shoutouts?
Then you guys said all of them. I guess the magician one, I guess, quite have an art style. What was it called again? The JC one that you guys dropped. You guys remember what it was called?
Yes, the one that was terrible. But yes, the color palette on that was very, very nice.
What was that called? The girls who try to become a magician or something like that. I don't know.
It's the Magic School one. I don't remember the name.
Oh, that one. That is a great art style with like the watercolor.
Yeah. The very pastel.
Yeah,
one.
that one's very nice. It's nice to look at. I wish it had substance.
Shangri-La Frontier has a great art style too. I think it brings that game world to life.
I think more like character design.
I think it's more
one.
character design.
Yes, but we don't have that as a category, so there you go. Okay.
I mean, a quick shout out to character design. Negapazi Angler.
Yes.
All the characters are designed great in that show. Okay, let's move on to best director.
Best director. This is a hard one this year.
I
I have a top 5, and I would like to go through all of them, but we can pick the winners.
Yeah. All right, ready?
Yep.
1 second. Best director. Where the fuck am I? There I am. Okay. Ready.
All right, let's go.
Yep. 3, 2, 1. Fire it off. Uh-oh.
It's a sweep.
When the GOAT steps up to the plate, we have to give credit. For those who don't know, maybe in the chat, this is the same guy that directed Bocchi the Rock, and is just pretty easily one of the best directors working in the industry right now. I think having the back-to-back run of Bocchi the Rock into Frieren is maybe the single greatest anime run of all time. So, I don't, like, what are you gonna do?
The amount of Sakuga cuts in this show, god damn, dude! Like,
okay,
this is just one of the most beautifully composed, visually shows I've ever seen.
I'm gonna go into really quick a couple of things that make direction, right? Like, because direction's hard to make. Like, sometimes people just say direction is just like, is show good, and you can evaluate it like that. That's a little boring, but so direction is
like shot composition,
storyboarding, direction of voice acting, right? And then there is a certain authorial intent.
I don't think the animation director has anything to do with that, though. Do they?
For what?
No, this is overall.
voice
This is
actor.
not animation director, Juan. This is the overall director who
Oh, you're so
absolutely directs the
You're
voice
so right.
acting.
You're so right.
And then there is a certain amount of authorial intent to the overall picture, so you can attribute the overall quality of the show. Frieren excels in every single one of those categories across the board. So I like, what else is there to say? It's just spectacular.
Anyone else has stuff to add about it? I'm pretty much good.
Yeah, I'm not I don't have the technical qualifications to talk about this per se, but I just wanted to say here, I will give anything guy directs a chance from now on. And I can think of maybe 2 or 3 working directors who have that kind of trust.
He's on the
I
top of
think
my
this
GOAT
is-
list right now. Like,
I mean, Hiroki Imaishi is like the only other one that I can think of off rip.
it's like him, Watanabe, and
Oh,
like
Watanabe, yeah.
fucking the Mob director, Rimatsumoto, who hasn't made anything since Gotcha. I'm so please. I hope
I mean,
she's
like the
not
perfect movie
retired.
director, but like he's dead.
Okay, yeah. Like, I'm not talking about movie directors. Like, obviously Hosoda and what's his name are still working, but like, anyway, and like, you know, yeah, and Shinkai and fucking like, okay, this is a lot. I'm talking about TV anime
TV director.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Kaguya guy that did the Undead Girl Murder is also on the top of my list.
Oh, he
I
did
like
pretty
him a lot
good.
too. He won last year for me. Anyway, just a spectacular job done here. So,
Tim, you got anything to add with Saito?
No, I think you guys basically gushed about him for like 10 minutes already.
Awesome.
we gushed about him at the Bocchi year too. Okay, I'm gonna go through my top 5 if that's okay with y'all, and see if y'all are probably gonna have similar ones. Is that okay with everybody?
I mean, it's my turn technically, but
Oh
whatever.
yeah, you could go ahead. No, you go ahead. You might
Okay.
have some overlap.
All right. So for
Oh, Yamada. Yeah.
shout outs.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got Yamashiro Fuga for Dandadan.
On my top 5.
Hiromaki Daisuke for Oshinoko season 2.
Not on my list, but good pick.
Miyajima Yoshihiro for Dungeon Meshi.
Yep.
And Yamazaki Yuta for Nigejozu.
All right.
Tim?
I didn't make a top 5 for this one.
Cool.
Okay, my top 5 in order are 5, Tomiyuki Kurakawa, who did Dead Demons. Number 4 is Fuga Yamashiro, who did Dandadan, that Juan mentioned. Number 3 is Yoshihiro Miyajima. I'm at Trigger for Dungeon Meshi. Excited to see him do more stuff at Trigger. Honestly, I was a big fan of this one. Number 2 is Norihiro Naganuma, who did Kusuria. And then number 1 is this.
Awesome.
So great selection this year. And there might even be a few others that I missed that I think did a good job too.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Best male voice actor in a role. Stacked category. I have a full top 5 for this one too. I hope we get to all the honorable mentions. Is everyone ready?
Ready to go.
Copy paste. Okay.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, everyone. Wow, I'm the only one. He's on my list. He's
I'm
there.
kind of surprised in you, Juan.
I mean, he did a good job.
It's a good season for him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tim goes first.
Or do y'all want to go, or do you want to?
Now that Logan goes first.
Yeah,
No.
Let's let Tim go first. I don't have a ton to say, so.
I was hoping to go first for female, but
Okay, I don't mind if Logan or Juan goes first.
Let Chris go first since he's the odd one out here.
Okay.
okay.
I'm a little surprised about this. I think that in a show with a ton of excellent voice acting performances, that this was the clear standout. I love his performance as Shinji. I think it is the perfect, like, slightly older man, but he nails every single aspect of Shinji, from his like obsession and care about the dungeon and his love of cooking to his more neurotic tendencies, and I like across the board just a fantastic performance. He does good comedy acting, he does good serious acting. I love the sound of his voice. Also, I know Juan's gonna say this. The mirror, the English mirror of
Sungwon
Cho as ProZD as Senshi, easily one of the best English performances I've heard in anime since like the golden era of Funimation. I actually have watched a decent amount of Dungeon Meshi dubbed. I think that Leos and Marcel are also good too, but ProZD knocks it out of the park. He was clearly born to play the role. Yeah.
All right. I'll go next for Aqua here. This was very much his season because he has that scene where he has to like mourn the loss of Akane's character in the play, and like he has to like dig deep to like his trauma of losing Ai, and like the voice actor absolutely nails it. Like it is so dark. Oh, it is such a good performance. But like not just that scene, the whole show or the whole season in general, he did an incredible job as Aqua. Like all the scenes like involving him.
It's a great
Tim, Logan, anything that with him?
I mean, I was gonna pretty much repeat just what you said. Aqua in this season's a very tough role. He's got to deal with a lot of very difficult, painful emotions as a character, and I think that Takeo did a really good job of drawing those out in his vocals.
Tim?
Yeah, kind of almost the same. That there was a lot of complex emotions going on. He had a lot of things that I feel like the voice actor had to dig deep into the soul to like bring Aqua to life, bring this inner pain and anguish and sorrow. And I think you could really feel that resonate in Aqua. So that one immediately stood out to me whenever he in the stage plays when he performs.
Yeah, and I also think he did a really good job with the kind of cathartic moment at the end where Aqua, quote unquote, realizes, that his dad
It's
is dead and
over.
his quest
Yeah.
of revenge is over. Yeah, I think he did a great job too, and it's gonna suck so much ass when Aqua as a character realizes that he's wrong.
All right. Shout outs. Chris, are you here or no?
I was helping. I'm back right now. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I'm back. Sorry. Was grabbing something. Okay, so I have a couple of major shout outs. Obviously, Otsuka Takeo was one of my major shout outs. I don't know if y'all knew this. He also plays Jinchi in Apothecary Diaries. So definitely a huge
Really?
yes, definitely a double performance of two excellent performances.
It wasn't Mamoru Miyano?
No.
But Genshin, no.
Is Genshin not the main character in
Yeah.
Apothecary?
Yeah, that's not Mamoru Miyano. He sounds nothing like him.
Oh. Huh. For some reason, I thought it was him for this entire time.
My number 2, and y'all can tell me if you agree or not, and was actually pretty competitive. I considered having him win this slot. Was Yuma Uchida, who plays Sunraku in Shangri-La Frontier.
He's definitely on my short list.
I think
He did a good job.
I think if you really think about it, what is Shangri-La Frontier without that performance? Like,
His energy's infectious.
His energy, the way he talks like a fucking gamer gremlin, and it's just if you
He
are
talks like us.
yeah,
but
yeah.
Japanese.
It's just if you have been in that space, it is just so incredibly relatable. It is such a great performance.
He's a gamer through and
yeah,
through.
He is a gamer. And then Nobuhiko Okamoto, who plays Himmel in Frieren, is my other major one.
Dude, yeah, he's in my short list. I'm just gonna steal it off of here. He plays Bakugo. That is his like most notable role, but like, and the rest of his roles are like just like usually like loud, screamy characters because he does that loud, screamy voice well.
He has a lot more than that.
Yeah, he's a wide range.
Like early days, like he plays a very soft, nice voice. Like you're just used to him because his most well known is Go and him, but like he has a lot of roles where he's like a very quiet, soothing.
Right, but like I feel like that's been like lost in recent days until Himmel, and like I think he does an incredible job as Himmel. Like he sounds so dreamy. That's the best way I can put it.
You see some of his other like animes, and listen to him there because he's very nice and loud.
Mm-hmm.
Any other shout outs?
Logan, you got any?
Not particularly. Nothing that you haven't said anyway.
Okay. I'm also gonna throw out Suzumaru Kenichi for Bravern in Bang Bang Bravern.
He did a great job.
Absolutely incredible. All the lines, his like bombastic personality. Oh, it absolutely shows. It's so great. And then Umeda Shuichiro for Nukumizu in Make Heroine.
Yeah, he's good.
Fair.
He does a good straight man. Tim, you got any other shoutouts?
Unlike
not for males they use now.
No? Okay.
I think I got them all.
All right, you can go first on females. All right.
Yeah, he claimed it for some reason.
All right.
Well, I just have a lot of
this
them
one.
left.
Me too, but this one was pretty firm for me. Is everyone ready?
Let me get the slide back up.
Ready
All right,
whenever.
Best female in a voice actor role. 3, 2, 1. Logan, I don't believe that is your answer.
Oh, that. Okay. I did the same one you did. Sorry.
It's okay.
There you go.
Tim, how have you not put an answer yet?
Uh-oh.
Is Tim even real?
He is lost
Tim?
in the sauce.
Oh no.
How lost is
And he said he wanted to go first too.
This is so sad.
This man's not
I
ready.
did not have the character name.
Oh, okay.
We gotta standardize these lists, fellas.
I just have it all written down.
I always forget to write the character name.
I have
just
that
have
shit.
voice
all.
Just have 2 monitors and 0 problems.
I have 3 monitors and minus negative problems. I have solutions.
Damn, I gotta get a 3rd monitor.
Dude, 3rd monitor life is so great. I love it.
I don't have space for a 3rd monitor.
That's me neither, but that's okay.
I mean, I'm rocking a double desk.
Yeah,
setup
he's
now.
got the fucking TV.
I got the double
Tim, have you
desk, I
still
don't
not found
space.
it?
There you go.
Thank you.
I just had to
As-
order when I
What
clicked
is
first.
what
Tanaka?
television show is this from?
That's
This is Murai. Murai no Koi. Have you guys not seen?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you write down the show name for us too?
Oh
You-
yes, the one that Logan hated. Yeah. It's the
Yeah,
teacher,
yeah.
the teacher-student romance one. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that one. Sure. Okay, Tim, you wanted to go first. You go first.
So Higase Yoko is like a clear veteran in the industry. She's been doing this for like ages.
Oh, yeah.
But like in recent years, I feel like I have not really like found the passion and love that I like felt for her for a while until this year, where she's first off she did the she's pencil
Yeah, she's pencil
dragon.
gone, which I would
Pencil
say
gone,
like I would write that down
and-
too because that's an excellent
Yeah,
performance.
she's also
but
she's two stand-up performances.
she's
in
also
this one.
Amaryllis from in Mecha Ude.
Yeah, she's a lot of
Yeah.
things. That's how you spell it? I don't know spell her name. But she's Pentagon, which is a phenomenal snap performance.
Oh, she played
She's
Adam in
the-
Pluto. Wow.
Yeah, she's a lot. She's a veteran, but I feel like I haven't really like fell in love with her in a while until like where it's like, oh yeah, now I remember what she. And there's all these roles. I would say that Ano Tanaka is the best one just because she has the most. She's the main character and she has the most speaking and range in that one. But she's equally fun in so many things. This ago, the Mecha Ude like evil mind control robot chick arm thing, whatever her name is. She is the crazy chick in GGO. She's has a lot of main roles, but like she has like
Oh,
this,
she's
like,
Diana in fucking Little Witch. I know exactly who that. Yeah.
She's
Oh, that
Diana,
voice
really,
actor.
she-
Yeah.
But she has the perfect like crazy psychopath, kind of losing her mind kind of voice that she does in like Pencil Dragon. That she will learn, but she also does like she nails that kind of like tropes down. That's the main thing. But in like Murder Koi, she hit some more like normal kind of voice, but still equally fun with like in it. And I think this is the year that she like came back to my life and she was like, yeah, this is. She reminded me this is why she's the guy.
Okay.
All right, Chris, you want to talk about Aoi Yuki?
I have to assume when this show was in pre-production, they were like, okay, we need a stellar performance from Mao Mao, our MC, and they're like, we got to get one of the goats on the phone, and then they called Aoi Yuki because she's one of the goats. This is one of the best Aoi Yuki performances of all time. It's just spectacular. And like, obviously she's a veteran. She's one of the most famous actresses in the industry. So giving her an award feels almost redundant, but like, this is one of my favorite roles of hers. Like, honestly, since maybe Madoka, I don't know. I'd have to go look. It's been a while.
Did you count Tanya? Did you watch Tanya?
No.
A lot of people credit
Yeah,
that one.
that's a great one. I've seen clips, but like, she is Mao Mao. She has brought this character to life so incredibly well. All of her little ticks, her little weird poison obsessed, like she goes into those like, oh, it's so this is the plant that does this to you, and then I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Mhm.
She is able to do this whole range of emotions incredibly well. I like Mao Mao is obviously the core of Apothecary Diaries, and she just brings it to life. This is my standout performance of the year. It couldn't have been anybody else.
Yeah, usually VA categories are very difficult for me because I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that kind of thing in detail. But this stood out for me from the beginning. I think that especially when things get serious, Mao Mao is distinctly like repressing her emotions. She's not unfeeling. And that I feel like is a very difficult emotional register to give, to let some stuff kind of bubble out just a little bit and then get shoved back down. And I think that you can kind of feel that coming out of Aoi Yuki's performance, and she did just an excellent job with a difficult role. And I'm very happy that we got such a good performance for a show like this.
All right, and then I went with Izumi Fuka as Udna in Gushing Over Magical Girls. This is not her first role, but this is like her first major role, and she fucking kills it. Like I mentioned earlier in my best girl category, Udna starts off as like such like a absolute loser of a character, but then like over the course of the show, she becomes more like engrossed in her like villainous role, and the voice actor she goes fucking in on that. I love this performance so much, and it honestly like her voice is why I like put her in my best girl, or I didn't put her in best girl. I put her in best protagonist. Sorry. It's great. And it yes, her name is Utna in reference to magical girl
Yeah.
Utna.
Yeah, obviously.
Tim, give us your shout outs because you said you have a lot of them.
I have a
Yeah.
bunch too, but that's okay.
I don't know if you're gonna suffer through High Speed of 12 one, but like that's her second main protag role, and she's also pretty
Oh,
fun in
really?
that one. I don't
Nice.
think she's as like off the rails thing, but you see like she can do other like roles as well, and she's
No offense to Magical Girls, which are gushing, which I think is probably a good show if you're into that specific genre. But I am excited to see her in a role that I care about. She seems talented.
she's in.
Oh, she's very
something else.
talented.
I have to double check. Okay, my runner ups. Obviously, Shin Wakayama for Momo.
And
I think
Lemon. In
and Lemon,
Makahari.
yes.
That's definitely very.
But,
I would have. I thought someone was gonna have her as the winner this year. I really did.
She was like, there was like 4 people edging enough like neck to neck. I had such a hard time nailing it down. I have like 6.
I thought it might have been Wands, but yeah, great year for her.
Great
She
year
did my
for
short list, but
she
no,
did a massive glow up. She's really put stuff on the map as a person who can like act and reign and impress me, because I've known of her and I've heard her before and I recognized her before, but none of her performances really like wowed me like she has this year with like,
Yeah,
and then she's like double wow performance.
her
between
Momo
Lemon
was
and Momo.
spectacular this year.
Amazing job. Hina Yomiya's Anayama, another phenomenal performance. I absolutely hate the fact that they will not let her do non-ASMR voice. She's like always half whispering in almost every single one of her, and I hate it. I don't think it works at all. But somehow the stars align perfectly for Anna and Boku Yaiba, and I think she really brings the character to life and adds it with her like little soft, shy whispers. It like suits her character compared to like the other like 99 whispering words that she does. Sakura Arane is a veteran in this role, but she's one that's never really caught my attention until, because usually for me, like seiyus don't really stick with me until I hear like one performance. That's the one that and that's when I start recognizing them in the future. And this year, that's the year I finally start. I know she's like a phenomenal. I just haven't. She's never had any one role that wowed me until this year with the VTuber one. The VTuber ones are very like, if you've seen any kind of like, I don't know, Hall live stream or anything like that, you'll know that like VTubers are kind of unhinged, off the rails sometimes. And her character in this anime is very similar to that, and I think she nailed it. And from now on, like after that, I could immediately everything she does, and I think she did a great job with that role. I will give a quick shout out for she did a lot of really good things this year. She didn't really make the short list quite yet because I think she does a really good job, but I think all of her roles are kind of one note, where she's always the very like loud, genki, upbeat kind
I
of
think
personality.
You cut out. Who are you talking about?
If I was
yeah, she had a lot of performances. Yeah,
she had a lot of performances,
but like
her performances like are very like one trope note kind of characters, where she's like the very energetic,
she was in
genki, upbeat character.
She was in Mayaka, right?
She was in Negipazi. She was in
Negipazi.
Yeah. She was in the Kaiju. She was live in Maneka.
Yeah.
She has a couple of like more serious roles, but they don't really stand out too much. That being said, she does have. I know she can do other roles. Like she did Magic the Winter was okay, but she also did the romance one this winter, which I think she's doing a really great job on. So I know she can do other roles. Wish they would let her do that. On the opposite side of that, I have Rene Ude, who did a lot of minor roles but she had a lot of range and between all of her characters, but none of them really stood out to me particular.
Mm-hmm.
But she can definitely act. She used to be kind of what Fires used to be, where she was like the one trope note, where she was like the very soft, sad girl. Like I think KetCon was the last time you guys all watched from her main girl in that. And she's you guys didn't hear the rest of it yet. But she's a pretty famous one, but she's got into the one trope and she's recently starting to break out to more like mainstream roles, like Blue Box main character, and she's like in the Raze, she's like the more ganky thing. She has a lot more range now, but none of the performances like wowed me like all the others. Someone I'm gonna hopefully give something to maybe next year because I think she's done some good coming up.
Okay.
I'm not done.
No, but we need to move
Damn,
on.
we got to move on, bro.
I'm so sorry. You can't list every single VA that's working right now. I'm gonna give 3 quick shout outs and we need to move to the next category. Rena.
Well, I mean, I got my shout outs too.
Yeah, I might be overlapped. Rena, who is apparently a brand new voice actress, plays
Yes.
Nina in Girls Band Cry. Phenomenal
Yes.
performance.
She's my number 2.
Momoko Terasawa, who plays Komari, I think she does a very good job of playing the like stilted, stuttering performance. I love that performance. And Leela Sakuda, aka Yoasabi, playing Kadode in Dead Dead Demons. I thought those were all great.
She was so good in that. On top of that, I have Tono Hikaru as Anna in Maka Heroine. She fucking kills it.
Mhm.
Like all the main girls in Maka Ine are
All great.
absolutely
All great
incredible.
performances.
And then Tanizaki Atsumi as Freeren. Like her voice is so, her range is incredible. She also does Anya in Spy Family,
Which is crazy.
How does one go from like little kid to like one of the most like nuanced grandmas of all time? It's incredible.
That's good range. Okay. All right. We are moving on to miscellaneous awards. These are the ones that don't fit very nicely into any of the other categories. We got some moments. We got some other broad categories. So these are just everything else. We have best fight scene to start us off. This was kind of tough this year. All right. Is everyone ready?
Yeah, I'm good. Timmy, are you here?
Ooh.
Is Tim here?
Uh-oh.
Did we lose him?
He got lost in Seiyu Land. Oh no.
I'm here. Just give me a second to find the slide.
Okay.
You might have to do some editing on this one.
All right. Good?
Okay,
There you go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. These are all great. These are all in my top 4. like these are like it's literally everything I've on y'all's list is on my
No
top
bad
5.
answers.
Yeah. Okay, who turn it is?
Who just went?
Tim went.
Tim
so
went
it's
first.
me.
So
okay.
yeah, you go first.
Logan said that he didn't want to count Weathermon as a best fight because it spans across 3 episodes, and I say that that's coward shit and it should still count. I think that the Weathermon fight is the height of Shangri-La Frontier and is one of the cooler anime fights I've seen in a really long time because it embodies the aspect of fighting a top-level boss in a video game better than anything I think I've ever seen in media that's not a video game. If you have to make me boil it down to a single fight scene instead of the entire show or the entire 3 episode span, I'm going to say the first episode because I think them starting to figure out its different phases and like how the fight works. And then obviously the fight with a big horse is one of the coolest and most like keyed into an episode of anime I've been all year. It was stellar. I just loved it.
Logan?
Mm-hmm. All right. So in direct contrast to my pick last year, well, actually, let me just explain. I'm specifically talking about the fight toward the end of the Elusive Samurai when he's fighting against the general guy. And the fight is literally he gets one cut on him and dodges until the other guy bleeds out. And in direct contrast, Yes, that fight. It's the one where he is just dodging over and over again. And in direct contrast to my pick last year, I really love the like surreal bent that this fight takes towards the end because it really puts you in the headspace of a guy who is about to pass out from blood loss. When I'm completely blanking on his name, but when the main character like he does double team basically, and then there are suddenly like 17 of him jumping around the room all at once, and the general guy is just flailing around trying to hit anything, and he never connects. And then he like even a little bit before that, when the main character guy jumps through the blood and dodges all of the blood. It's just an unreal moment. And the character animation, according to Sakagaburu, is led by a guy named Keisuke Okura, is very fluid, and the camera gets to hang out in some really interesting places. I think it's just a really fun fight scene to watch, and I mean that in the sense that I've watched it like 10 times leading up to these awards.
Hell yeah. All right.
Mhm.
I went with the Nessie fight in
It's my
Dandadan.
favorite Dandadan fight.
Dude,
Yes.
I have never seen an underwater fight done so amazingly well. Like underwater fights are kind of like rare in general, and yet this is like we're early in the story of Dandadan, and we went through it pretty well. Like it is insane how creative this fight is. It like really cemented how great the action is in Dandadan to me. That like, it can come up with like such a creative fight scene, and I'm sure the fight scenes from here on out are going to be even more creative. I'm just astounded by the choreography in this fight. Tim?
So the Oshinoko fight, I don't think is like the flashiest real animated fight in there. Like there's a lot of things that makes it fight, and this one's not in that area. This one for me stood out because it is the weight behind this fight and the combination of Melt's like character build up to this one peak and this one like basic like sword clash is like there's not a lot of hit action going on, but every single like fight and every single hit like matters so much and as he grows. And I like really like resonated with that one much more than like some of the other this year for me. So that's one's my winner.
I think that
Oh yeah.
this is more of a contender for emotional scene, but it is objectively a fight, and I have it on my best fight list. I think that episode might be the best episode of Oshinoko season 2. It's up there. It is spectacular.
It's hard to pick a best episode.
It is spectacular. Okay, quick runners up. I have the Fern and Freerin versus the clone Freerin fight, which is some of the coolest animation in Freerin.
I have that in my short list.
And then I have the rest of my picks are y'all's 3 picks. Like I said.
Awesome.
So.
Logan?
So despite what I said, I did put Weathermon on my short list. I was really considering it. And the only fight and also Freerin versus Freerin. But the only other fight that I was really considering, the one that I know that everybody else, Marcel fighting the Undine in Dungeon Meshi.
Oh, that was a good fight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my runner-ups that haven't been mentioned yet. Sung Jin Woo versus Egress, the like the Red Knight, Black Knight, I can't remember, in Solo Leveling. It's like the last episode of season 1. Dude, that this is like when like the hype finally like settled into me for the show. Like I'm like, all right, you win. The action in the show can be really good. This is the fight that convinced me to watch season 2 when it's coming out. It's already coming out now, and I haven't watched it yet, so
we're behind, but yeah.
I mean, I'm the one watching it solo, so it's I just gotta find time for it. Solo Leveling, haha. And the other shout out I got is Rama versus Ryoga.
That was a fun fight.
Like that was like surprisingly very fun. Like that's the fight that I mentioned earlier in animation where it went into like JoJo color grading. Like it was insanely fun.
I think my favorite fight from Ranma is Ranma versus the crazy girl.
The ice skating?
No,
or you mean shampoo?
No.
Or you mean
the boxing
girl?
ring one?
Oh, the box! I forgot about the boxing one!
I think that's my favorite fight. I think that one got the silliest, and it was really expressive. That was probably my favorite Ranma fight.
That's really good too. Tim, any other shoutouts?
We did. There was Storia fight. With the tournament arc one with the ice dude was a really good fight. Freeman versus Freeman was good. I just think they should have chopped it up. I think it lost its momentum.
I don't disagree that it would have been better if it was all together, but I do like narratively it being cut up. I think
it
works.
fit like
Yeah.
in the overall like story episode thing, but like when you're trying to judge a best fight,
yeah,
like
it is cut up
30 seconds, then you gotta like skim
us
around
doing
for another
review
one.
a couple of days ago. We were like, okay, let's skim this fight over 3 episodes now. Yeah,
I'm sure someone like a supercut it would have been much better, but like it was a contender, and then as soon as I reviewed it kind of
it
lost
was
its
still my
buzz.
number 2. It was
more,
really good, but yeah.
The more I jumped around, the more I was like, okay, what is this?
Okay, good to move on.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's go.
All right, funniest scene. I think I could have maybe spent more time doing research and finding a better answer for this, but I don't know. Whatever. I got mine.
Tim, you good?
Yeah, mine.
Yeah, I have mine.
Okay.
All right.
3, 2, 1. Okay. two of the same pick.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, yeah, Logan goes.
Okay, so for those of you who don't remember this, the setup is that like at the very beginning of the season of Konosuba, they come across like a wounded little elf girl in the woods. And nobody seems to realize that this is an obvious trap except for Kazuma. And then even Kazuma starts to fall for it a little bit because he thinks that she's changing. And then she then he like runs back to go tell her something or something I don't remember precisely. And then he discovers that she's faking it the whole time. And then it just smash cuts to Kazuma telling everybody that like, oh, we gotta go leave, holding one of her things in his back. And it leaves to implication the idea that, yeah, he just geeked her after that. And, you know, I was going through some other jokes and trying to figure out which one was, you know, my favorite. But there are lots of gags that made me, like, laugh really hard this year. But there is only one that restored my faith in something that I was afraid had died. And in the wake of the Konosuba explosion season that none of us really liked, I was kind of worried that maybe Konosuba had all sucked. And that I was just crazy and young. And then it comes in with this joke, and I am immediately like, no, Konosuba was always good.
Logan,
just that one season to spin-off that was bad.
As a heads up, you might want to change some of your Discord settings. You're cutting out like a lot right now.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm sorry.
Maybe lower your
you
base
and Tim are
activation.
cutting out, so I think there might be something wrong with your internet or something.
It's not the internet. It's just I would just lower your activation, voice activation. Anyway, yeah, I still think the early Konosuba. I think season 2 in particular is still really funny. So,
I mean, that first episode of season 2 is probably one of my favorites of all time.
Why?
Tim, is that the
but
same
I was
moment?
stuck in my memory and.
Tim, is that the same scene as Logan?
Yeah, it's the same scene.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to that?
There was a couple of Konosuba scenes that I was considering, but like they were hard. They were like kind of more spread out. That I'll mention them later, but like I think the fact that like Kazuma eventually like seeing him like slowly give in to the Dryad, even though he knew it was a trap, and then having the complete reverse of 180 as he realized that when he snuck up on her was like that was pretty peak like Konosuba. It made me like I think Konosuba like definitely was kind of weak throughout the season, but I think it started out like
that first
banging.
episode was
Very
so strong. It was so good.
Yeah.
It was such a good feel. Like Logan said, it was such a good feeling. You're like, oh, thank God, Konosuba's good again. And like, I will still admit, it's my least favorite season of Konosuba overall. Though there was some, I'm sure Tim will mention some of the other moments. There were some really funny scenes.
Dude, the fucking the bathtub scene where like.
Yeah.
And then like it shows the inverse of the Kazuma of the girl being in Kazuma's body and just her absolutely fucking up. I forgot about that scene until just now.
The scene with Chris later on as well in the house is really funny too.
That scene's also very good.
Okay.
Remember Bucktooth Kazuma?
Oh yeah.
With the little beaver teeth?
That's the same thing I was describing, but yes, I forgot about Bucktooth Kazuma.
Okay. All right. Logan
And then
actually.
for me,
Oh yeah.
oh, yeah, for me, NTR reveal in Monkey Heroine.
It might be the best bit.
What the best way to end an episode? Like, the lead up to it was like, Nukumizu and the other guy's girlfriend, like both stalking that guy and Lemon going on a quote unquote date, even though it wasn't a date. And then they were like hiding in the dressing room, and Nukumizu is wearing a shirt that just says country. And then they got discovered, and she blocks off the lettering, and it just says NTR, and that's the way the episode ends. And they got such a huge laugh out of us, and it became our group profile picture.
It's just
for
such
the
a
longest
funny
time,
visual,
and it still
guys.
is right now.
It's spectacular.
You guys
Just
didn't
the way she
realize that at
presented
first, right?
NTR is so
no,
funny to
we
me.
totally did. Yes, we did. Obviously.
No,
Point out to you guys.
it's the group PFP of me, you, and Logan, Chris. It's that PFP.
Yeah.
That's why Tim hasn't seen it.
Anyway, okay, this was mentioned earlier in the stream, but this is one of my favorite moments of the manga too. So most of Dungeon Meshi are 2-part episodes. You can tell this by the way the titles of the episodes are split up. The Shapeshifter episode is one of the few full episodes that is focused on one monster or one subject material, which is the Shapeshifters. This is when they encounter, and there's a bunch of clones of the different characters as they appear in each other's memories. And so Leos, because the Leos clones are not very good, because I guess his friends have differing opinions of him, we'll say he is promoted as the town blue, if you will, for me to use age-old epic mafia terminology. He's
confirmed.
He's confirmed town as fuck. So he's in charge of figuring the mystery out. And the whole episode is him watching them and closely and observing them as they cook and do all these different things, right? And then he decides at the very end, shit, I'm not good at reading people. This is stupid. How would I defeat a monster? What's a good way to make a monster stand on edge? And so he gets on his knees and he starts barking like a dog. It's
Such a good bit.
and it works. It works. He's right, but it's
Protagonist of the year, baby.
he's so. And this is not the only dog-related thing. Leos is not beating the furry allegations. In the dream sequence in the Nightmare episode, he also decides to advance to the next dream layer by turning into a dog and digging down. And there's a lot of other stuff relating to Leos and dogs in the manga. If you just like, his family raised a bunch of dogs. But like the barking like a dog is such an iconic scene.
This is the culmination of a previous joke where he was said to have the best dog impression.
And they comment on it later that it was a good impression. It's just, anyway.
That's
but
good.
like the animation visual of him on all fours as a human, they don't try to personify him like a dog. Oh yes, thank you, user in chat who I know who it is. Yes, he also tries to attack the monster like a dog. It does work. They drop the illusion. Anyway, just a spectacular moment and one of my favorite Dungeon Meshi moments that's been animated this season.
All right, Logan, any shout outs?
I also wanted to shout out the Don Da Don nude in school scene at the end of the Nessie fight.
Yeah,
That's a
where
retro
they're
list.
all like, yeah, where they just show up naked from the, I guess, spirit world or whatever, and then them, and then Ira all out of nowhere. It's extremely funny.
yeah.
And another one I wanted to call out is from Dungeon Meshi. It's Marcille getting stoned, and then they use her as a weight to crush some vegetables while they're trying to fix her. It's a very funny scene.
All right, for me, I got that hasn't been mentioned before. Is the only one is Nina flipping off random people in episode 1 of Girls Man Cry. Because she thinks it's a greeting, and she's like, thank you very much, and then flipping off random people in the street. Oh, such a good scene. Tim,
That was
you
a
got
good
any
meme
others?
for a few days in the
Oh,
community.
for sure.
I think the only thing that has been mentioned was Kazuma's "I want to become a monk" gag
No.
in the first episode.
Yeah.
Not one I wanted to, but it wasn't as neatly packaged
Yeah.
as the dry
As
one.
the
But I think
Dryad.
that was a very cool gag that like culminated the past like seasons as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I mentioned this like during the ED thing, but like the tadpole death in the ED
Is
in
really
Konosuba,
funny.
it's so funny. That first time
The
is so
first
fucking
time
funny.
was incredible.
It's always fun when there's like a whole like mini episode in the ED.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta move on. All right. Now next up is most emotional scene.
Ooh.
However you want to interpret that. So
I mean, I think this one's gonna be kind of easy,
getting in our
kind
feels
of clear
today.
cut.
I don't know. We'll see. All right, is everyone ready?
Log.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
right.
3, 2, 1. Oh, interesting. TBD on the next category.
Okay, I go first, but like
Yeah.
Okay,
We can all
so
chime in, but
acrobatic Silky, man, this episode legitimately like makes you want to cry. It is one of the saddest backstories you've ever heard. Like this ghost that we were fighting in the last episode, and then like we see her memories of what she was of her life before she became a ghost, and it's her being a single mom, working as a prostitute at night, and then taking care of her kid during the day, and also working other jobs.
Yeah.
And like she's just trying to live her life to the fullest, her hardest, and then it ends up with her messing with the wrong guy, messing with the wrong, like it looks like Yakuza maybe, and robs, kidnaps her kid, and she tries to like try to rescue her, and she lost the kid, so we see her suicide, and it's so it's so sad, dude. Oh my god. I don't know if the other guys can
Yeah.
chime in here.
yeah, the way it goes from like just brutal, awful realism to that beautifully tragic surreality when she's kind of beginning the dance, so to speak, and then back to awful, brutal with the neck snapping sound. It's just a really effective display of grief. It's tough.
Exceptional.
The piano
storytelling.
montage throughout the entire
Yeah, the music
sequence
is
cool.
beautiful as well throughout.
And then it cutting out just as everything goes bad.
I think that this is definitely one of the best scenes of the year. I'll TBD next category. For me.
Fascinating.
I wonder what this episode
Tim, you got anything
is.
else to add to this before Chris goes on?
I think in general, Don does a good job at setting up a character and give us a false impression, and then immediately redeeming their characters.
Yes, that is one of my favorite parts of the show.
I think every character most has gone through that. Silky was obviously the most emotional, and I think they did an amazing job with the visuals and the OST and telling that story in like 4 minutes. I don't know how long it took. But like obviously like Ira and all the other characters have all had equally kind of redeeming scenes as well.
Yeah.
Demon Slayer, this is how you do a tragic backstory.
It's really
for a
fucked
villain.
up that they just were like, "Hey, we're gonna do the Demon Slayer thing, but a billion times better." Both with Acrobatic Silky and also with Turbo Granny at the beginning too. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this because this is one of the few things I'm actually allowed to give look back awards for because we don't have very many movie eligible categories.
Chris, this was my number 2.
Yeah, I just thought I was gonna have something else from Dead Dead Demons as my most emotional, and which is spoilers and I can't talk about with Logan in the call. But actually then I was like, wait, look back's eligible. What's the most? I think this is the most I felt watching anything this year. Which was, I mean, I've already read the fucking one shot, but like,
Seeing it in action,
man, this takes place after. So if you haven't seen Look Back or read the manga, but we should really watch the movie.
It's 60 minutes, 70 minutes.
There's this whole alternate reality after her friend dies. Spoilers. where she fantasizes about this universe where she actually went in and saved her instead, and like it all culminates in the comic from the other reality slipping under the door into the real one, and then she reads it, and it's just ah. I'm tearing up a little bit thinking about it right now. It is just the most emotionally devastating scene in the entire movie, and it's just all the layers about it, like the fact that it's based on the Kiowani fires, and it just hurts. It hurts to think about, but it is so beautiful and so sad and tragic. Like honestly, the entire back half of Look Back is eligible to some extent for most emotionals. You can just pick your favorite, but like this was the one moment that broke me from this movie, so I had to pick it. Honestly,
All right. Any shout outs? I'll go
I
first
have
for this one.
lots actually.
Yeah, I also have lots. Senchi's backstory. That entire episode, it kills you, dude.
TBD for
No,
my shout outs in the next category.
um, Tim put it in his best fights, but Melt going all out.
Yeah,
That
agreed.
that entire like Sakuga sequence, that is emotional as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
It did not have to go that hard, and it did. It's so great. And then Nina confronting her parents in Girls Band Cry.
Ooh,
Ooh, that scene hurts.
it does.
With someone with very like non-confrontational parents, but like hold a lot of contempt regardless. It hits hard.
Tim?
Tim, you got any shout outs?
For emotional,
Yeah,
I think you said them all.
Okay.
awesome.
I have a
Chris?
couple. Logan, I'm so sorry. Could you deafen real quick?
All right.
We'll
We'll
at you.
ping you, we'll
once
ping
you're
you.
back. Yeah.
This is hard spoilers for the end of Dead Dead Demons is the problem.
Oh, okay.
Oh, his headphones are off.
using that as your most emotional.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, the ship exploding in Dead Dead Demons. That was gonna be my winner before I was like, oh yeah, Look Back is eligible. That entire sequence is just so incredibly, I don't know. It's tough to watch. You watch all these characters die that you know and love. It's just the culmination of everything that's happened in that show. It's so sad. It's so sad. I don't know if you feel the same way, Juan. I just
TBD.
Oh, okay.
TBD.
I see.
What did one? Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I see.
Okay.
I see.
What other shout outs? Or do you want to?
No, yeah, I'm gonna bring it back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm
wait.
back.
Okay. My other shout out is Lacan did nothing wrong. And finding specifically the scene in the end of that episode is one of the bigger emotional gut punches of the year. My other one is the Fallen Resurrection sequence. That might not be for everybody, but I just think that is a very beautiful sequence of animation. And then my other one is Aqua. We talked about this in the voice acting performances, but Aqua fucking losing it in his performance when she dies in the play.
Yeah.
I think that would have been the
Yeah.
emotional scene if you had to pick any from Conan. Oh, no, it's not.
I don't know. The
That's
melt
okay.
sequence is also really good too. So that's
Dude, I mean, like
It's a
you
good, like,
feel like his
overall
emotion.
moments,
Yeah.
But I think emotional, like raw emotion,
yeah.
I think the
that's
Aqua one
that's the peak for me.
takes it.
Okay. Any other shout outs?
Logan, you got any?
The only shout out I had left that no one else had talked about is that I really like the scene where Laios and the Japanese guy whose name I always forget, like really get into it.
Yeah.
And Laios is, they're like, you're not taking this, you're not taking this seriously. You're running yourself ragged and stuff like that. I thought that was a really good, just conflict of ideals, I suppose. I like that scene.
All right. Best episode.
Best episode. It's Shuro, by the way. Is the
Shuro, that's his name.
okay. All right. Someone that who turn it is?
Tim.
Okay.
Tim goes first on this one.
Oh boy.
Chris, you good?
Yeah, I switched it over.
Well, are
You
you
gotta
here to
type it in.
present to?
Yeah, I'm ready. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Count us down.
3, 2, 1. Oh, I missed the fucking D. I think I gave it away.
On to Don.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about this One Piece fan letter. It feels almost like cheating, but it's definitely eligible.
Okay,
Yeah.
it is not eligible anywhere else
I know,
except
I
for
know,
this one
I know,
award.
I know, I know.
You cannot
So
take this
talk
away from
about
this
it.
category.
Tell
I
us
know.
about it. Tell
I've
us
heard
about
good
it.
things about this
Yeah.
episode. Go on, Tim.
It's your
All
go,
right,
Tim.
so the fan letter is basically a reflection of the entirety of One Piece, and it is through the lens of a bunch of side characters, and it gives a lot of perspective of how like the stories and events were through different characters. And I'm sure like you could find tons and tons of stuff like videos is talking about this better, but like the fact that you look at these, you know, these like One Piece large in life superpower large in life characters fighting, and then this one episode gives perspective what it's like from like the layman, the common man fighting in this big war, and like it turns from this more like kind of shonen upbeat thing to this like more like grounded, gritty, tragic like war scene kind of thing. And but they also like they have like I don't know like five, six, I don't know, tons of different like interloping like stories and characters being woven through. And I think the director, Megumi Shitani, is like the best in One Piece right now, and she like net out the park involves her like storytelling, not just her own, but like her like animation quality for this one as well. It's like probably the peak that One Piece will probably get. It is as far as like shining new light and fire in it. Like I cannot imagine a better tribute fan letter to the series than this one.
I think if you're more objective and are more familiar with the material, this is probably objectively the right answer from what I've heard online. So, shout outs. My turn? Okay, so we just talked a lot about this scene. Haha. I just decided to give the award to the entire episode because I think it is an exceptional episode of television, both in the fight that leads up to it and the character interactions that like lead up to the moment, and then just the absolute breathtaking, inspiring moment, and more importantly, the conclusion after of Ira embracing and understanding and being the only one that like I think Momo might know too, but the only one that like knows what happened. It is just it is probably my favorite episode of Don to Don. It is so incredibly good. And so maybe it's a cop out, or maybe I should just pick the scene or whatever. But like, yeah, this is the episode I'm picking for sure.
Mm-hmm. So for me, all I have to say for myself is that Mercury was in retrograde. Picking this episode almost feels like cheating because you could probably like watch Lacan's story, the whole flashback, as like an independent short film about a guy who's just way too caught up in his crap to notice things around him, and it would still be really wrong. So the fact that it comes as a solution to a mystery that I never expected to go the way it did and completely recontextualizes a character that, you know, Mercury was in retrograde. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Lacan.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I just thought that this was a really, really excellent episode of it. And I will take my headphones off.
Yes, thank you, Logan. Okay. Is he
I think he's
off
gone.
yet?
He's gone.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the word for it. All right. So, by what I mean by the climax for everyone else at home who hasn't seen it, and I hope this will get you to watch the show. Tokyo gets fucking destroyed, and I have never been more aghast at the end of an episode than this one. And like, not even just like the end of the episode, like everything leading up to it too. Like, there's just like so much build up to this episode. Like the the alien guy like trying to like stop the ship from
Trying
exploding.
his fucking hardest and failing.
Yeah, and then like the villain guy like also like trying to like do everything to like stop the alien guy from like succeeding, and then like almost getting his comeuppance, but he gets away somehow.
Yeah.
And then the explosion itself being set to like really happy music. I'm like, whoa, this is an artistic choice. Holy
it's
shit.
devastating. Like I said, it was gonna win for me until I was like, oh yeah, look back is eligible. But I was like, if it's a competition of feeling some type of way, I was feeling some type of way at watching that. I was like, I
Yeah.
know Colin's in the chat, and he had a similar, maybe more
Yeah.
negative experience. With
Yeah, he
it.
definitely had a more negative experience with it, but like me and Chris were like, oh fuck. This is a little too real.
It's just like and like watching Hiroshi, the older brother, in the car after
Oh
deciding not
yeah,
to
seeing
leave,
oh yeah, like
and the
characters that
dog.
like that were in Tokyo
It's
still.
so
Oh,
sad. It's so sad.
oh.
Anyway,
Okay. Well, let's tag Logan back in.
yeah.
All right, Tim. What are your runner-ups if you have any?
For best episode,
I
Yeah.
have several also.
I did not make a list for this one.
Okay,
No.
I'll go through mine that are
yeah.
not been mentioned. I alluded to this earlier. Griffin Soup / Dumplings is the Senshi episode where he tries the soup after Leos figures out it was a hippogriff and not a griffin, or and they find the griffin and they make it. It is extremely cathartic. It's one of the most cathartic moments in Dungeon Meshi. It is a beautiful piece of animation. And it also helps that the back half is the really silly episode where they all transform into different races. So it just becomes a banger episode altogether. My other runner-up is Hibike episode 12, where Kumiko loses the audition, and then they have that conversation on the same mountain that they did in the season 1, and it is incredibly cathartic, and it's beautiful, and it's the best part of the whole show. And then my other like loose runner-up is Shumatsu Train episode 8, which is the episode that is entirely based around a manga that only exists in universe, and it is completely inscrutable Japanese comedy. But it was also just a joy to watch.
Mm-hmm. Logan, you got
You
any
don't have
runner-ups?
to understand.
Yeah, I'm actually like super blisteringly mad that I couldn't find a single way to give the melt scene an award. I couldn't give it best fight scene because it got beat. I couldn't give it most emotional scene because it got beat. I couldn't give it best episode because it got beat. But I really loved that
It's
scene.
beautiful.
It's beautiful, and I wish I could have.
If we
awarded
had
it
best
something.
Sakuga, it would have absolutely been there.
Too
I
bad.
had two moments that I could not fit anywhere that I wanted to. I think Chris mentioned one of them was when Kumiko announced she lost the placement.
It hurts.
But that was at that was at the finale of an episode, so that didn't
I mean,
fit
that's
anywhere.
emotional.
It is.
Emotional, but it didn't. I don't think it's as emotional, but everything else. Like
Yeah.
it's not so much emotional, but it's more like a impactful thing. Also, the fucking dragon fight in Mushoku with Rudy.
Oh yeah, that's a good episode.
That one was a good one, but I wasn't really emotional. It was more like shock because it happens so fast.
Yeah.
So, but like there was a lot of moments that like I had, but I didn't know where to put because they didn't fit anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But that was.
I think that fits in best episode at least. Yeah.
I don't. It feels weird because it wasn't. Most of the episode was not the fight. It was just the last bit, so it feels weird putting it as best episode, which is why I hate the best episode category. But whatever.
I think it's a cool award.
Ones that we haven't mentioned yet is the reveal in episode 11 of Bang Bang Bravern.
Is it
Chris
11?
knows
I
what
thought
I
it
mean.
was 9.
Was it 9?
I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty
Well,
sure
it
it's 9
feels
because I was
earlier
researching.
than-
I think I was researching it recently. I think the concept gets introduced in 8, and then the full reveal is in 9.
I'm talking about the full reveal. Then I think you're right. I think it is episode 9. That's might be, but like
That is
it recontextualizes
phenomenal episode
everything.
of television.
Recontextualizes everything about the
Definitely,
show.
if I had a most hype, if we still had the most hype award like we used to have in previous years, that would have easily won my most hype award.
And then episode 11 of Makeine, the proclamation on the roof, where like it's like the climax of the whole.
It's very pretty.
The fake confession.
Yeah, not the fake confession. No, where Nukumizu and the quiet girl, I can't remember her name.
Oh, on
Kamari.
the ladder.
Kamari, yeah, Kamari,
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
how they have that like fight on the roof, but like they like resolve it, and like
That was a good scene.
it's a good ass episode, and then it's followed by that anime original episode, that I don't like, but we can go on.
Which is great, and one is wrong, but we don't have to talk about it. Okay. All right. I think we're good to move on.
Yeah.
All right, and this is a time-honored tradition. This is a belt category. We're back
Oh
to it.
yeah, baby.
All right, this is the Franks Memorial Award for the biggest train wreck. And now, let's just make it clear for those who are not familiar with this award, this is not the worst anime of the year. Sometimes it is. It's not necessarily the show that was bad always from the beginning. There's a ton of isekai garbage. There's a ton of bad shows that are bad from the get-go that are always bad. That's not interesting here at the Nut Bar. We're interested in those shows that tricked us. We're interested in those shows that we thought maybe had potential at the beginning, and then they crashed like a spectacular train wreck. And that is why this is the biggest train wreck.
I have a
All right,
feeling
we ready?
I know what
I
it's gonna
I
be.
don't. I feel like we can just go.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, is Chris not ready?
I am ready.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, this is gonna. I knew this was gonna be a clear consensus winner. Absolutely. Whose turn it is?
I also did not think
you go first,
Uzumaki
Chris.
was like the worst thing that aired this year.
No, but it is definitely
Like
the
it
biggest
was
train
plenty
wreck.
bad, but I don't think it was nearly as bad as everyone says it is. I just think
I don't
it's
know,
the
man.
biggest
That episode
gulf
2
between
was
expectation
fucking
and, yeah,
bad.
it's the biggest fall off for sure. But I don't think it was actually as
It's
bad as people
definitely
say it is.
Tim. Even if it's not the worst, it's definitely the biggest train wreck, right? Like that's the
Yeah,
point
that's why I
of-
gave it. But like I think it's people say it's like awful and horrendous. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. I do agree with train wreck.
I think
just
Bujigiri is
think
worse,
it's
but I think
slightly
it's the
exaggerated.
the biggest train wreck for sure. Okay, do we want to talk
You go
about
first,
it?
Chris.
Did
You
you
go
see
first,
the
Chris.
production
It's your
notes
turn.
on that?
We saw it. We saw it. Don't worry.
Episode 1 of Uzumaki was phenomenal. I thought truly we had done
We all
it.
did.
We had broken the curse. And
The monkey paw curls.
it just original director left the project because he took too long on the first episode, and Adult Swim / the production company decided it was too much and they had to cut it, and they offshored it, and it was immediately apparent. Episode 1 of Uzumaki is a great OVA, and I think it will go down in history as a great OVA, a great adaptation of the beginning of Uzumaki the manga. I think it is incredibly well animated. It's eerie. It's beautiful. And it's scary. I think the soundtrack is one of the few things that, like I think Tim mentioned earlier, that is consistent throughout the whole thing. It obviously is the best in this part. And so it is such an incredible shame that episode 2 happened and the animation fell off a cliff, and that scene towards the end of them fucking running on the beach plays on repeat in my mind forever until they became fucking and the snails. It just becomes silly. It just becomes silly, and you shouldn't be laughing at a serious dark horror like this. You shouldn't be, but I was fucking cackling the whole way through the back half of that episode, and
Oh, I was crying. I was crying of how much of a disappointment that was.
I haven't read the manga, so I'm sure any real manga heads that have read it, like
Me and Logan.
it's just atrocious.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This anime pissed me off more than any other I can think of because it gave us that one incredible episode to prove that there is no Junji Ito curse. There's only a string of low effort adaptations, and then it immediately joins those adaptations.
it should have been a movie.
It should have been a movie.
Should have been a movie. Should have
I-
given
I
it $1
don't
billion.
think me and-
I don't care.
I don't
My
have
money.
anything to add to that. Tim, do you have anything to add to this?
Nah, I think we said everything.
I think
All right,
everyone knows about
right.
Uzumaki. I'm gonna give the soft shout out to Buchigiri because, like, I think in a year that Uzumaki doesn't exist, Buchigiri is my clear winner because I think we were promised by, like, oh, it's the Skate Infinity director. The animation's really good. The art style is really unique. It's this blend of Middle Eastern culture and Japan. All of these are great ideas. Fuck, man.
In theory.
too bad it was one of the worst written stories I've ever seen in my life. Buchigiri
Logan, you
was
got
a
any shout-outs?
massive disappointment.
Or Chris, do you have any others than that?
No.
Okay.
Spectacularly, I think most shows either were bad from the beginning or actually just stuck the landing in a way that, like, better than, like, I wasn't let down by much else.
Logan?
I think if you're willing to count pre-show hype as a something that you can train wreck off of, then I think that we do at least need to mention Shikanoko no
See,
Konoka
but
Koshi
Shikanoko was bad from episode 1. And so
But
yes,
no,
but it
like-
wasn't
but
when
how
we
about
thought it was
pre-show
going to
hype?
be good.
We
It
thought
was.
from the
I said
PV,
from the pre-show hype.
I know, and
From
but
the
I don't think
PV,
pre-show
it
hype
seemed like it was good.
I don't
I
think
think it
pre-show
does.
hype is part of this award.
I think it
It
does.
would
It
have
does.
been
It
my
100%
answer
does.
if we hadn't
Definitely
gotten
taken
Uzumaki.
consideration.
it definitely contributes, but I think in order for a show to really deserve Trainwreck, it has to at least start good.
Like I think
Frank
Metallic
started
Rouge
good.
is another one.
Yeah. Oh,
Where
Metallic.
it was-
Yes.
Where there's
Actually,
a lot of initial hype to it.
actually,
the staff in the
I
studio. and
honestly,
then-
I kind of forgot about Metallic Rouge. Metallic Rouge is one of my most anticipated anime of the whole year, for the record, and it was just
15-year Bone anniversary show.
it was just a wet fart. It just was nothing. I was
Mhm.
like, oh, this is nothing. That's so sad. And then we
Was it
just
15
kind of
or was it like 25, 35?
I can't remember. Anyway, either way, it was.
funny.
I think it was 25, but yeah. Anyway, I was just like, yeah, man. And then we just dropped it and kind of forgot it existed, and that's kind of pathetic for a show that should have been
Yeah,
high
it's
profile
sad.
like that.
Mhm.
Yeah. Normally I only keep like just the one train wreck for this one, but like I actually have a top 5 for this one. Blue Lock season 2.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'll fall off.
Blue Lock season 1 got me so hyped that I read the manga. And this arc was supposed to be so fucking good. And then the animation fucking tanked in this entire season, except for the finale for some reason. I mean, granted, it is the best moment in the entire arc, in the entire series. So I'm glad they did that justice. But man, there was so much hype behind this season. We already mentioned Shikanoko, we already mentioned Buchigiri. Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's the
Isekai
problem
Suicide
with that
Squad.
one is that
I
by
don't
episode
even-
1, I was like, oh, this is not very good.
Yeah,
But like,
it was
again, with pre-show hype. You know, I'm like, whoa,
I mean,
it's an anime Isekai Suicide Squad. Why? How can you go wrong?
but Suicide
it
Squad
can
is
go wrong.
bad, is the thing. So I was kind of like,
Well, I mean, like, you know, we were going off the
Yeah,
high
like, there's
of James Gunn.
no,
doing pretty okay.
I wasn't based on the promotional
there is
stuff.
there is a certain like I was kind of watching this for the bit, but there is a certain like dead dove inside. I don't know what I was expecting kind of quality to
some cool
watching
animation in
Isekai
episode
Suicide
1.
Squad.
There was that one fight on the roof with what's her name with Katana was kind of cool. I'll give him that.
It gave us the ED with Amanda Waller.
Oh, dude,
dancing.
I forgot about that AD.
That's worth
actually,
it.
That actually
That's
was a
worth
great
it.
AD. It didn't even make any of our lists. Okay, we can move on. I think.
Tim, you got any, or are we good?
I
think
already
he's-
shouted
he's
a few.
passed.
I should
Okay.
have Metallic Rouge and stuff.
All right, we got a new
All right.
category coming up. So
Brand new.
Colin in the chat says I was looking forward to a bad show, but instead I got a boring show, and ain't that the damn truth?
Preach it, Colin.
Okay, so this is a new category we've added. This is going to be the most anticipated show that we think is going to come out in 2025. So this is just stuff that is maybe slated to come out this year, maybe not, but whatever you feel like. I have my answer.
I have my answer.
I have my answer.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Yeah, let's go.
3, 2, 1. All right, 4 different answers. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
Well, sweet.
Logan goes first on this one.
All right. So I am legitimately looking forward to this anime. Turn of a pure screwball Nichijou style comedy, and I've already read the manga, so I know that it's good. But City the Animation has the opportunity to be something very rare and special. A good anime with the words "the animation" in the title.
Ping pong, ping pong.
I said rare and special, not impossible. But it really is just ping pong and a sea of dead bodies right now. And City has a chance to be up there in the ping pong. And I really hope that they stick
Is
to
City
landing. City is a lot of
adaptation
fun.
or is it original? Like, what's City? I
It's
can't
the
remember.
adaptation of the Nichijou author's next manga.
Oh my god, you're so right. I forgot
Yeah.
that's coming.
That was the one that I was
Yes.
like, when we were talking about this earlier, I was like, oh shit, it's the one. I knew I was missing one, and I was like, yeah, this is the one.
Oh, I didn't realize it was this year. Awesome. All right, I got Gachi Akuta. So I haven't
Gachi
read
Kuda?
this.
Gotcha, Akuda.
Gachi Akuta. Is that how it's pronounced? Okay, Gachi Akuta. I haven't read this manga yet, but I've heard so much hype surrounding it. So much so, I got volume 1 physical copy because I saw it in the store, and I'm like,
Have
you
you
know what?
read
I'm
it?
gonna read this. I did that with Don. That came true, baby. So I'm 100% gonna read this one too, and I'm gonna be like, dude,
Oh, so you
this is
haven't
it.
read it yet? Okay.
I haven't read it yet, but like I'm
I have
pretty
heard
sure
this one's good, so I'm
I've heard
excited.
this one's fucking gas.
And like Bones doing it. I mean,
Oh, Bones is doing it.
it's Bones,
Bones is doing it.
film.
It's a new
It's-
studio under Bones. They changed it recently.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
still it's
so
still
it's-
under Bones though.
So it's like
it's still-
A1 Cloverworks situation
Bones
where like
doing a new popular manga is exciting. Like
yes.
yeah.
All right, Tim.
This one I was excited for from the get go. I think
Oh,
literally as soon as this got like dropped, I was already posting it for you guys.
Most stat
And it
cast
is-
for sure.
Literally the most stack cast I've ever seen. This is literally Sunrise, the goat of like mecha shows, like literally than all the other Gundams
Hideaki
and
Anno at the
Kokias and all the mechas.
helm?
Literally all your big mechas is Sunrise, and it's the OG. It's Kara with the OG staff from fucking Neon Genesis.
Incredible.
Like every single like important
Yeah.
figurehead that worked.
Everyone that worked on 4.0,
Gainax
yeah, is just here on this show.
is
too,
there.
Yeah.
Everyone is
You
here.
got fucking Anno's back. You got Kazuya's director. You got so many like A-star talent for this one like new mecha show, and it looks amazing. Like I am so hyped for it. They had the movie coming out soon, and we are definitely going to watch that one for sure. I am so excited for this one.
Me too.
I was a little disappointed from Richard Mercury because they had a lot of potential, and I think
Yeah, the very
kind
end
of
of
fell
it.
off a little bit.
Still
I am, like-
mostly great, but yeah, the end is a little.
I mean, I like the space drama of it.
I am all on board this one, and I'm
I think
like
this-
this one feels much more like a
Traditional mecha.
not traditional, but it feels. People would say it's like the girl's kind of like Nina, and is like rebellious kind of main character kind of thing,
Mhm.
and I'm more for the more like grounded, rooted kind of Gundam, other than like this is a galactic war high stakes thing, and I'm
Yeah.
excited to see how this one goes.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Very excited for this one.
look. If you're not in the know, maybe you don't know about Witch Hat Atelier. That's okay. Just know that Witch Hat Atelier is one of the greatest manga of all time, and it's coming out this year in 2025. Who's doing it? Oh, it's Studio Bug Films, the offshoot of Madhouse that was created. What's their one anime they've done so far? Oh, it's Zom 100, a great hit with fantastic animation. Are you telling me a passionate new studio is adapting one of the best new manga? Oh shit, who's directing it? Is it Ayumu Watanabe, who recently did Summertime Render, Komi, Kaiju no Kodomono? So a very talented director as well. Oh shit, I think that sounds like a winning combination. The PV for this one looks spectacular. They are clearly a passionate team that is committed to animating this show out the ass. I am so excited. Witch Hat is a very special story to me. I highly recommend, if you haven't read it yet, to check it out, or maybe just wait till this year. I would be surprised if this wasn't my anime of the year in 2025. Something would have to really step it up, or they would have to really drop the ball in some way. But I just don't expect
Free
that.
Rent season 2.
I mean, we don't, like I said, I'm not gonna. Those aren't shit like that's not confirmed, and we're not doing sequels for this category for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
My other quick runner up is Leviathan, which I just have to mention because I still can't. When I think about it, I still cannot believe it's happening. It is an adaptation of one of my favorite childhood book series. Again, this is a Western book series by Scott Westerfield, who is the writer of the Uglies franchise, if you're familiar with. I don't know why it's getting made into an anime, and also I don't know why it's getting made into an anime by Studio fucking Orange of Beastars and Hoseki no Kuni fame, but that's happening. So I guess it's for me specifically, Chris Donaldson. I guess.
Targeted, extremely targeted marketing.
It's one of those things. It's so surreal that that's happening, and so I have to shout it out. That's
any other shout-outs?
Which studio do you want to do the Animorphs
it.
animation?
I was about to say,
Uh,
who's doing the Midnighters adaptation?
Those would be different studios. Animorphs is tricky. I think a lot of studios
hit me
could
up when Unwind gets adapted.
dude. That's That's not Westerfield. That's Schusterman. And honestly, for real.
Mm-hmm.
Any
I mean,
other shout-out?
there's plenty of runner-ups. We don't have to spend a bunch of time on this.
I don't have any listed.
I just wanted to say part of why I picked City is because I knew that Chris had me on Witch Hat Atelier and I could just talk about something else. So
Exactly.
I'm also very much looking forward to that one.
Tim, you got any other shout-outs?
I had a lot, but I'm not.
I don't think
Okay.
the point of this award is to list a million of them. There's a lot coming
Yeah.
out. Okay,
All right.
we are moving on to the miscellaneous awards. These are our own personal awards. Everyone has their own. I thought about changing mine, but actually, we're gonna finish this one out.
At last.
This is the award
This is
for
the
the
return of
biggest
the
Yuri
Butt Not
bait.
Kiss Award.
This is
This
the return of
this
the butt
feels
not,
like the end of an era.
the butt not kiss award. Hold on, is this still gonna play the audio? Wait.
But not kiss.
Okay, this is the butt not kiss award for the biggest Yuri bait, and I just the greatest of all time has emerged, and I'm so excited to give it to this show, because like I think this is sort of the forefather of this award, and it's been dormant for a really long time. But at the same time, its DNA has existed in every previous iteration. This year, the Butt Not Kiss Award goes to Hibike Euphonium. Season 3.
Did you make this yourself?
Yes, of course I made this myself. Because we gotta leave a little room for JC. Look, I spent 10 years of my fucking life with this franchise, man. And this happened in season 1. And you know what? Season 3, and you can everyone in this call can corroborate this with me. Was season 3 not the gayest fucking season of this show yet? Was it not? And yet, here we are at the end of the day, and they're still not together. And I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen when I started it, and it still hurt. And I still got baited. And here we are. There will never be another goat of Yuri bait. It will never happen again. You're looking at.
Hey, I just left to go get some food. What the fuck did I just walk back in on?
It's the biggest Yuri
I
bait
think it's-
award one.
Pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I was here when you claimed that, but then I walked away to get some food, and here I am seeing Jesus.
Yeah, you got to leave some room for him.
Oh, that's the joke.
Mhm.
Okay, there it is.
Have you seen the original image that I edited? Their faces are much closer together in the original.
Right?
image.
No, I can tell. I can
You
see
gotta
it.
leave some room for Christ, okay?
You're right. You're right.
These girls are not gonna kiss because they're not gonna get together, and it's okay. And it's okay. It's not okay. It's fucking stupid. I can't believe they strung us along for this long. I can't believe they strung us as long as they did in season
10 years. 10 fucking years.
I will never be Yuri baited this hard again, and that is why I am announcing the retirement of this category. I will have a different miscellaneous award next year. I am done with this Yuri bait category because there will never be a bigger Yuri bait than Hibike Euphonium. It is the grandfather. It is the big cojones, Al Capone. It's the goat. It's never getting unmatched. Thank you.
Chris,
I'm moving on.
Chris, between getting married, moving to Arizona, and season 3 of Hibike, which feels like the greatest milestone
I'm
in
not.
your life?
I'm not obligated to answer that under the court of law. Anyway.
All right. So we're moving on to my award, which is a little bit less painful. So this, if you don't follow our podcast, I am the manga correspondent. I go through and I read at least the first chapter of every manga that's getting an adaptation that I can find, no matter how bad it is, unless it's porn. And to that end, I am given an award called Most Improved for the anime that I feel like most strongly improves on its source material. And this was a tough category this year. because there were a lot of very good anime that were adapted from very, very good manga. So I'm not going to give this award to Freerun because Freerun was already great, and then they adapted it and they made it great. Like that's not most improved. That's just a really good anime. But there is one anime that I think kind of qualifies, and this is a little odd, I recognize, to give it to Nige Jozu. Um, because it's a weird award to give to an anime that's compromised in some ways. Because every scene with like a horse in it probably way better in but there are some scenes that I know that they could not have done in the manga. That fight scene we were talking about earlier, the Buddha scene, probably, I can't imagine that being as impactful in print. I think that this is a show that is using the transition to motion, to color. You can see that on the screen right there, to the voice acting, the transition to anime as a really serious jumping off point. And for a show with a really odd narrative and tonal sensibilities, we'll just kind of leave it at that. I think that the best thing that you can do is to give it your all on the scenes that matter the most to the narrative and to the viewer, and then cut corners on everything else. And I think that Nige Jozu made the. I would rather have than a adaptation that was perfectly fine all the way around. And so that's why Nige Jozu I most improved this year. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right. Loudest Juan scream. So when you watch anime with me, I'm very vocal. When you watch anything with me, I'm very vocal. I make a lot of commentary. I react very loudly, especially when like things are like very like surprising. And you know, I just call them as I see them. And one of my favorite things to do when watching anime is specifically when we watch Ecchi Bros shows, which is me, Tim, and Mark. We watch shows with Ecchi in them. And a lot of the times, they are fucking insane. And sadly, we didn't have much time to watch many Ecchi Bros shows this year, but we did watch one, and that was Gushing Over Magical Girls. And boy, is there an episode that made me scream the fucking loudest, and that is episode 6, the diaper episode.
Yeah, the diaper show. Yeah. Yeah.
So
You could have picked any other.
No, that motherfucker. I was like, why? Why the fuck is this happening? Jesus fucking Christ! That is the best screenshot I could find on
That
Google.
won't get me immediately demonetized on YouTube.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Without going into like fan art, and the fan art is no.
That's Gatorade in the bottle. If anyone at either platform is asking, any moderators?
Oh, this fucking episode.
some milk.
It made me question everything, and maybe, you know what? Maybe that's why Ecchi Bros kind of died throughout 2024. But hey, it's back for Hyakuten Season 2.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
My turn. All right. As the one that watches the most out of this group by a lot, this award is saved for, I guess, not just for everyone, the show that most people glance over, but they probably should have gone back to, and they missed. Hence the biggest miss award. So there's not necessarily the best anime or this is probably, I guess you could call it the most hidden gem of the all. Ones that overlook and everyone should definitely probably give a try and go back to. And this year, as some of you may have expected, it is the Karasu.
Yeah. Not
Karasu.
surprised.
Raven no Chooses Master. I will once again emphasize that this is like a very dialogue heavy kind of show. It is not for everyone, so I understand why the public overall kind of glance over this because it's not your typical kind of anime. It is historical kind of fantasy, very narrative, and I know Juan gave it a try, which I'm surprised because he's the most anti, willing to like sit through and let things dialogue through kind of guy. He's a very like shonen bro, and this is very anti shonen. And
I mean, there's definitely some like dialogue shows that I'm into. Dialogue
yeah,
movies
but
that
it's
I'm
definitely
into.
not your cup of tea. Like you'll do
It
some of them,
wasn't.
but it's definitely not your preference.
It's
So
not
I
my preference for
was
sure.
surprised that you of all people in this group, considering like who else is in our group, gave this one a try, and I don't blame you for dropping it. But I think at least the people who like Doug Heike Monogatari, because that's the thing I think is closest closest to this is Heike without like the confusing 20x like faction thing because it's based on like historical events. This one does it much more. That just went easily. That I think the payoff is one of the best payoff that the show could have done for the political drama. And then it does like I know people will split on the second half, but it does like complete 180 and become like a very much like a murder mystery with like big world building reveal in the end. It does a lot and it manages to do very well. And more people should give this one a try for sure.
Hell yeah.
All right, Mark.
I don't know if Mark
Alright.
has this. Do you?
Oh no, I've been a bit silent so far because I've been compiling it.
Yay!
Oh,
Let's
okay,
go.
there we go.
Exciting.
This is my award for shows which people seems to dislike, but I like. But it's not that extreme this time. In past years, it was way more extreme. This time, it's a bit more of just of a. You guys, I think you guys missed this show.
So Tim's award and Mark's award are kind of the same.
Yeah, basically.
Well,
Okay.
Mark's show is like usually shows that people hate, but he says it's not that bad. My show is
Right.
like this is shows that I think everyone likes to just they overlook. So they're like similar but different veins.
Right. It's not a. I don't think people would hate this show specifically, but it is a show that really strikes a chord with specifically and only me. Actually, it's funny that you guys in the comments mentioned gushing, because I am seething against gushing for the comparisons to this show.
Really?
Oh, I know what he's
It's
gonna
Acro
pick.
Trip. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's accurate shit.
Yeah.
All right.
He's dying on this hill.
I think Aquatrip
It's-
That's
was
That's a good
It's-
It's a good screenshot.
It's
that's a good one.
it strikes a very particular chord with my sense of very dumb humor. Everyone in this show, well, it's first off, it's a shoujo. It's pulled from a shoujo magazine, and so the humor in it is very very. I do watch a number of kids shows. Everyone in this show is like a dumbass idiot. They're very silly. Everybody is like Team Rocket basically. I have here a list of scenes that I'm just a list of descriptions of scenes. I will walk through them. So, well, okay. So this premise first off is that the main character, Tate Shizuko, gets pulled into being the villain's henchman. The villain is Chrome, who faces off against Berry Blossom, and she's pulled into it under the allure that she can make Berry Blossom into the greatest magical girl of all time, compared to her current fights, which are pretty lackluster. Because Chrome sucks. He sucks in a good way. We love that he sucks. So, in episode 1, the main character, she witnesses a scene where Berry Blossom faces off against Chrome by a river, and her whole life is changed from boring and dull, and then she becomes a to having meaning in her life. She becomes a berry blossom fanatic. Several episodes later, we see the exact same scene, except with instead it's not a battle of good versus evil. It's a crazy vigilante girl, Berry Blossom, assaulting a homeless man, just cooking fish by a river. She stumbles backwards and blows up the bridge and blames him for it. And then it zooms back to the main character who is like enraptured. Let's see. There's another scene. So Chrome's company, Fossa Magna, they've sent a competent evil general to replace him. This competent evil general has taken a new station, and Berry Blossom hostage. So of course Chrome has to go save her. He runs to the news station, and there's this sign on the door. It says "No evil," so he can't enter.
Got his ass.
There's this subplot. Chrome keeps helping Berry Blossom or saving her, and she slowly starts thinking, does Chrome like me? He's this mega loser. He doesn't do anything right except for when he talks to her, and has the greatest unintentional riz. It is a very funny show. Please watch it.
That was pretty good advertising. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mark.
All right, that does it for our best miscellaneous. And so now we're gonna go to best in season. This is the start of our overall awards. We're ramping up to the big one. Get excited.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're gonna start with winter. What is the best show of winter? Which might be indicative. I'm not gonna say anything else. Okay.
Just to make sure, these are shows that finished in winter, right?
These are shows that finished in winter.
Okay. So even shows from fall 2023 can count in this if they were
Yes.
continuing.
Yes.
All right. Tim, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Feeling good about my. Haha. Okay. We don't have to spend too much
Should
time
we
on
do
this.
shout outs or just move on?
Move on.
Okay.
Let's move on.
These are the hard winners.
We've talked about all these shows.
Spring. Is everybody ready?
Tim, we're gonna blast through the seasonal
One
ones.
second, my headset turned off.
Is it back?
All right. Ready.
I'm waiting for Logan to give us the yell.
Yeah, Logan needs to. Yeah, his headphones are off.
Oh no. Let's all beatbox till he gets back.
All right, we're back. I'm really sorry about that.
Dude, I'm the master of vamp.
What's up?
Oh, Chris, now Chris is distracted. All right, back to beatboxing, baby.
No, it's okay. Let's go.
Okay.
All right, is everyone ready?
All right, let's go.
Ready, whenever.
3, 2, 1. Ooh, spicy little split. Spicy little split. Tim, I don't think these guys are respecting Hibike the way they should be.
I mean, Hibike is my number
I didn't
2
even
for
finish
spring.
Hibike.
That's crazy. Okay.
I love girls band cry. It's not Hibike, guys. I'm like, let's be real.
Yeah, you guys gotta.
Okay, let's move on to summer. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. I figured this one was gonna be a little
Yeah.
consistent. What's to say? All right, and to finally finish it off, what is our best fall anime?
We good?
Yep. 3,
Ready.
Oh, I was on the wrong side. That was on me.
3, 2, 1. Oh, how is that copied? That is not a show that airs.
Chris?
I'm being so serious. I don't even know how that's on my clipboard. I really don't.
There you go, bud. There you go, bud.
I genuinely am
That's crazy.
I'm mystified how that got onto my clipboard. I'm being so serious.
Okay,
I'm like a little
we
drunk,
have
but
near perfect seasonal consistency.
yes,
Like the
if
only thing
only-
that's different is the
is-
two
You
people.
I'm
beat
not even
versus
gonna say
Girls
Logan
Band Cry.
won having Girls Band Cry over He Beat Gay is the only real problem here. And you know what?
we-
I figured this was gonna be a pretty unanimous year, so I'm like decently not surprised. Okay, best sequel show.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Wait,
Give me
there it
actually
is.
1 second. Where are they?
I thought we had a bag in there. Where's the little guy that had the?
You can tell that Juan's gone because he hasn't started beatboxing.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh god, there's so much spit all over my screen now.
You gotta be careful, man. That's why most pro beatboxers use a spit guard.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I can't wait to go pro in beatboxing.
I know you've been working at it so hard for so long. I know it's always been your dream.
I know, like ever since I was inspired by that one
Ellie says
show,
she supports you in your
Party
beatboxing
Kome,
career.
that beatboxing episode.
Is everyone ready?
Like, that's me. I
I'm
want to
back.
be him.
All right,
Alright.
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh, whoops! I'm doing this wrong.
Oh, that's not what I
I
wanted.
was
to
gonna
do.
say that's also
An
probably
image
not it.
link.
We're getting a little loose at the end of this one.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That is
Okay,
Tim. I
okay.
think these are next to each other on my overall list. If it helps, these are like very close.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, I am not super surprised. These are probably the premier picks. Okay. Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, where's best original? Oh, it's in overall. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
A best sequel show should probably be in best overall. Whatever, who cares? All right, guys, we're moving into the big stuff. This is the big one. We're getting there.
Well, not the big one.
No, the big one is coming up in 2 slides. So, these
Yeah.
are all overall awards. We're almost there.
Mhm.
We're probably gonna
First-
spend a little bit of time on this one, right?
We are, yes. First of all, we got best movie. Is everybody
All right.
ready?
Let's go.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. This better be fucking unanimous.
Yeah,
I was
it's
gonna
gonna be a
say, I was
sweep.
gonna, I was gonna be so mad if this wasn't unanimous. Like, I love the Great Pretender one, but like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Hey, Great Pretender was a lot of fun.
we haven't gotten a good chance to talk about Look Back yet, this award show, and I think a lot of other like overall anime awards are going to be talking about Look Back a lot more than we are, but we segment our movies versus our shows just because I think that's more fair. Look Back is an incredible achievement in animation. It is just spectacular.
Look Back is one of those emotional movies that Look Back is one of those movies that like I think everyone should watch. It is an inspiration for anyone who is creative.
Yeah. It is a love letter to the industry. It's beautiful. It's a return of the Flip Flappers director, by the way.
Oh,
Um,
that
wait,
is the
whoa,
Flip
what?
Flappers.
Oh, did you
It
not know
is.
that? This is like his
I didn't
first
know
major
that.
project, and it's since that show. And like, I just want him to make more stuff because he can't miss. He just can't miss.
Mhm.
It like I think Fujimoto handpicked him, and like obviously he killed it. There was like an interview thing. I don't know if y'all's
Yeah.
screening had it out.
It did, yeah.
Are you? Hold on.
Logan, Tim, you got anything else to add?
I didn't see the
I
interview.
mean, go ahead, Tim.
No, I was asked what was said at the interview because I didn't see the thing.
But yeah,
Logan,
I mean,
go.
yeah.
Go, Logan.
Yeah, no, I mean, Look Back is, I think that this is a really well adapted manga, because I have read the original, and I think that they knew very clearly what scenes were the most important. I am currently in our Grand Champion about slotting in a picture of the running in the rain.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, they had a really good sense of what was important, and also, you know, you think about the scenes, all the scenes of at the desk hunched over as things change around her. I really like those. Yeah, I think it was just a really, really beautiful movie, just to look at, and it's got a very strong core. I've been colder on this than a lot of other, but I do admit that it's very.
You're cutting out again,
Yo,
Logan.
you're cutting out like crazy, Logan.
I have no idea what's going on then. Yeah, I'll talk quieter, maybe.
Maybe.
All right.
I agree. I'm gonna echo that. I thought this would be a difficult one shot to adapt because of how like core it being a manga was to the story about writing manga, but I think they adapted it pretty much about as good as it could have been adapted. Um, it was beautiful and moving. It was a gorgeous tribute to all the people that died in the Kiwani fire, which is a senseless act of violence. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard not to be like this is one of the best things that came out of the industry in this year. It just is. It's spectacular.
Legitimately, if this could win like movie of the decade, I think it would.
It might be up there.
Maybe we can revisit that in. Like,
I mean, we'll do that in the
8
5
years.
year.
Yeah.
Well, we can do it in the 5 year, but like, and
are
not
we
to
doing the 5-year one?
maybe.
Not
TBD.
confirmed, but maybe.
All right, we'll see.
It'd be tough because fucking Pompo's up there, but I think Review Starlight is too. Anyway, but that's something we'll figure out later because this is a grand championship bout, and I think we've got our answer.
Shout outs.
My
we
only
always said Great Pretender.
Spy Family Code White was a lot of fun, and I think that Great Pretender is the only other runner-up that even had a shot of winning against this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The My Hero movie was okay. Yeah, that's
Oh
the only
yeah,
other
that was
movie
a
I
thing
saw
that
in theaters.
happened.
It was fine.
Tim, any other ones?
I'm trying to find my list of movies. I thought I sent it to you in the group chat.
You did.
Do you not have it in your list in your document?
Just the winners. I didn't put the follow-ups.
Okay.
Yeah, then don't worry about it. I think we've talked about most of them.
Yeah.
I know the concierge was a good one that was kind of overlooked.
The
I don't
Pokemon
look much with
concierge?
me. Huh?
No, that's a
Well-
TV show.
Okay.
The concierge is a movie. Logan is a JC staff, I think, movie. That was a good one. The fucking risky PA works one is like another line of works of like, and it's about people doing their job, like the Aquatope kind of thing. I think that was pretty overlooked because it wasn't like available anywhere. People should check that one out for sure. There was a lot of neat little movies throughout the year that people should definitely check out.
Cool. All right, best original anime. This is kind of hard this year. There weren't as many on the top.
There were
end,
not a lot of these.
but I'm very happy to give this show an award, which is my winner.
Oh yes,
Okay.
I'm quite happy it's getting one too.
Oh, interesting. I don't remember if
Or-
Mark watched this, so it's okay.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was the one I thought.
Well, you can. Hey,
You can
You can hop in.
All right,
get in there, King.
there you go.
Get in here, anonymous gopher.
All right, is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Ready whenever.
3, 2, 1.
Right, not that one.
I knew Mark was gonna say that one.
Look, I can't blame you.
Mhm.
It's pretty close. They're pretty close on my list. Oh, shout outs to Tim. Interesting.
It's in my short list, yeah.
Yeah. These all three of the all the other two answers that are not Girls Being Cry are very close to each other. They're all 9s on my list, and I think they're pretty close on my overall. But yeah,
Let's have Tim go first on this one, if he wants to describe Brain Braverin.
Brain Braven's once I feel like I said this like a few years ago or something, but like Braven is everything I want from original. It takes the risk and does crazy things because it's an original. It has that free to go off the rails, and it uses it like and because of that, it's able to do a lot of very fun and interesting things. And this is kind of a show that like we like. I feel like I think Chris didn't even want to cover it first because he saw this like, oh, this is some like dumb CG mecha shell thing, and
Yeah.
it like really surprised me at just the not funny, but like the originality and like twists and turns that the show had throughout. It was a great journey, and this is what I want like every original to be, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Mark, do you want to tell us about Shumatsu Train real quick?
It's well, I didn't have anything prepared to say, but um, I the comedic timing of it is something that I haven't. I'll be honest with you. The comedic timing of it reminds me of like early YouTube videos
Yeah.
more than it does other comedy anime.
Yeah.
It was very refreshing.
Yeah.
And through all of the laughs and all of the crazy nonsense that we explore on this train ride, we find ourselves on our journey to the soul, and it kind of moves into that space in it kind of moves into that space in a way that feels it kind of moves into a different mood in a way that doesn't feel jarring.
No.
Right.
I'm gonna.
That's all I have to
Cautionary
say.
tale of 7G.
I'm gonna echo. I wish that I could give Shimatsu Train more praise throughout this presentation because I genuinely think it is one of the most unique and interesting anime in its own lane. That aired this year. It's pretty exceptional by itself. It is doing something that basically nothing else did. And if I was really embodying the core of this award, it is the most original anime that aired this year. And I would like to give it that. But unfortunately, it's not the best original anime that aired this year, which is Girls Band Cry. I wish Girls Band Cry stuck the landing because I think then it would have been a real anime of the year contender. But I loved what this show was doing, from the incredibly down to earth, realistic character writing that exists throughout, just really tight writing pretty much the whole way through, from the really great CGI character animation to the excellent music performances all throughout. I love these characters. I love this cast. I love watching them bounce off of each other and interact. It is so incredibly good and compelling. Just exceptional stuff all the way around.
Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, just because this is a CG anime, don't not give this a try. Like you have to give this show a chance. It wasn't available for streaming for so long.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, like there just no American licensing was available.
It's out
So
now,
please, it's out
It's-
now. Is it on Crunchyroll?
It's on Crunchyroll now.
though. Yeah,
It's on
they picked it
Crunchyroll?
up. Yep.
After a long, painful process, it's finally on Crunchyroll.
Yep.
Please go watch this show.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the best like music show. Not okay. It is a great music show, but like I said about the CG, it is like the evolution of CG anime, and like I hope more CG anime like take notes from this show.
Yeah.
Logan, you have anything to add?
I mean, not particularly. I think you guys have kind of covered it.
Nice.
Alright.
Any shout outs real quick or
I don't even remember what else was eligible.
Genuinely,
my main
not
shout
really.
out
It's like Shumatsu Train, and then
and Bravern. My main shout out is Mecha Ude. Shout outs to having a indie studio make a full length anime. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, great.
They did a good job for their first show, but like I know that there's like more potential in this studio, so I hope their
I'm
next
excited.
project is even more amazing.
I'm excited to see their next work. I have a lot of faith in them to do something better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys, we're moving into it. It's the big one.
yeah,
It's
The
time.
big
here it
kahuna.
comes.
I'm going to very quickly scroll back up and remind everybody of the
Oh, yeah.
predictions that we all had for Anime of the Year. So let's familiarize ourselves with all of them.
Yeah.
Just kind of skim through them. Interesting. Okay. Let's get ready. It's time.
The big kahuna.
The big
The big kahuna.
big one. All right, is everybody ready?
One sec.
Yep, I'm ready whenever.
Come on. There you are. Let's
Okay. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
go.
I'm so
Oh
right.
my gosh, it
Oh,
was
Mark.
almost a sweep.
There you go.
You're my
I mean,
goat.
oh
You're
wait,
my
no, Mark
goat.
did watch
Yeah?
Free Run.
I can't.
Yeah, I did.
I'm genuinely so surprised. Let's go, Mark.
Yeah.
I love
And-
being right so much. I love being right, dude.
I'm gonna
I mean,
choke slam you.
I recall at the start of the year we were watching Frieren and thinking, I can't believe there's a whole year of anime after this.
I know, right?
Yeah, for real.
It's insane. All right.
All right. I think we're gonna probably get back to this later. I don't know if we want to spend a ton of time on this right now. Y'all
mean,
have me
we're all-
dead to rights, but I got your asses. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. One, I want you to know up until like an hour before this, I had no idea whether it was going to be Freerin or Kusaria. It was like a dead heat between
Ooh,
the two.
I-
of them.
for your pick. Okay,
I thought it
okay.
was
Yeah, for
between,
my pick.
I thought it was between Freerin and Dandadan for you. That's interesting.
For
Oh,
Logan,
no,
I
no,
don't
I
think
like
Logan's
Dandadan.
that hot on Dandadan.
I like Dandadan.
For
It was
one,
it's,
it was also definitely Freerin or Dandadan, but I also
I'm
had
pretty sure if Dandadan wasn't eligible next year, he would have a lot harder time. I think Dandadan being double qualified.
One had it as a 0 anime last year, and I also just kind of had this gut feeling in my soul that he and I were on the same page about Freerin. I was pretty sure.
With you, Chris, I was specifically sure that you were going to do the same thing you did with Chainsaw Man and be like, "I'll give it to Dungeon Meshi when season 2 comes out."
Yeah,
This
I'm
time
pretty
gonna
sure
give
that
it
was
to
Chris
Freerin.
going to do, and I'm sure
I
that's
feel
what
like-
one's going to do with
I
Dandadan.
feel like I have said that basically already. So, but you know, it is.
it was
we'll get
Chris was
into
the
it.
easiest to guess by
We'll
far.
get into it. We'll get into it later. But yeah, it's
Mhm.
basically that.
All right. Championship bouts.
Okay, Logan.
All
take it
right.
away. Do you want me to play the music?
Yeah, when we get to the right slides.
No, this one has music.
You script straight. There was a Grand Championships bouts, and then you went straight into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, no, the Hall of Fame is supposed to come first.
Okay.
Because we just want a reminder, of our champions of yore. Anyway, here's my little intro. The Nut Bar Anime Awards has always searched for greatness, true greatness, the kind that can survive seasonal hype and the monthly flavor. Last year was a moment of great upheaval for the Nut Bar. We crowned 2 new champions of audiovisual experience, each hungry to hold on to their position in history as Best OP and Best ED. Thorfinn Carl Safini unseated the 3-year reign of the King, Yu Ishigami. And with the retirement of unified Grand Champion Revue Starlight, the door was opened for Bocchi the Rock to become the 2nd multi-award champion in history, second only to Revue Starlight itself. Will Bocchi crack under the pressure from both... Oh, sorry. Will Bocchi crack under the pressure of both Fern and Freerin coming from both sides? Or will she find inner strength to face them both? With Revue Starlight focusing its full attention on the Kino Championship, can it defend its storied legacy against Look Back? And has the seemingly unending reign of the Promised Neverland over the Featherweight Championship finally met its match? It's time to find out. Introducing first, for the World Cruiserweight Opening Championship, between Magical Destroyers by Amy and Otonoke by Creepy Nuts. What you're hearing right now is Magical Destroyers. Play their own song.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, okay, there he goes.
This is very finicky. I understand why it's not working.
I got it. It's playing now.
All right, cool.
One sec.
All right. I mean, you can kind of.
Well, hold on. I have to think about this.
Oh yeah, we'll go right ahead then.
I got my choice.
I have my choice.
This is really hard.
I am ready.
I think I'm ready too.
I got it.
All right, let's
All right.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
go. Whoa.
Die! It's a tie that Mark can't break.
I can't
He
break it.
hasn't seen both shows.
He hasn't
I mean,
seen
last time
either
just have him
show.
watch both openings and have him pick.
We can come back, I
Mark,
guess.
would you be willing to watch both openings and then we can come back?
All right, fine.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
Magical Destroyers and Otonoke have started brawling to the back. We're gonna have to put on another match while
I'm
they're
not gonna
going
be,
on.
I'm not gonna be sad
backstage.
about either results about this, but I had to be real to my soul here.
I also,
Magical
yeah, I
Destroyer.
can't say that
Yeah, I'll
one,
save the links, Mark.
you two are wrong.
Yeah,
but-
I think we can get him real quick.
Actually, I don't know if you're going to be PN blocked or not.
I can do YouTube.
Oh, I can
Yeah,
hit
just watch
put on
it.
my VPN.
Because there's some Crunchyroll, and Crunchyroll may be region blocked.
Right, but I can put.
Okay.
All right,
I've got a VPN.
next
If
one.
not, I can get you different links.
Okay,
but-
we'll move
those
on
are
in the
two.
meantime.
All right, Logan, take us out.
All right. The World Cruiserweight Ending Championship. Your champion, Totome no Ichigeki by Vondi versus Tai Dara by Zutomayo. And this is a real big night for Dandadan if Mark decides to take this one out. And if things go really well, this is going to be a big sweep for Dandadan. I am prepared. I have made my call.
I am also ready.
I don't actually know.
Logan sent the links earlier, so we can be prepared for this.
And Chris said he'd been new. I thought you said it.
Okay,
I've
is
been
everyone
new.
ready?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
And in a near sweep, Tadaida tried, but it could not keep
I
up
really
with Totome no Ichigeki. This is
but I couldn't.
What
the
is
total
that?
Dandadan sweep has been stopped in its tracks.
What's that called? Not rotoscope, but like the
Papercraft?
not the paper. No, like the
Motion capture.
zoetrope,
Here,
something like that.
Zoetrope, yes.
Zoetrope. Yeah, the zoetrope effect in the like the beginning part of the ED. I love that way too much. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, you let us know when you're ready for OP decision.
Give me a sec.
No worries. We can keep going to
I
heavyweights.
just watched Magical Destroyers, and I am once again thinking, what kind of show is this?
Don't worry about
That's a
it.
good question.
It's
It's a bad. It's well,
The
not a bad
opening
one.
and
Maybe,
show does
but
not
it's
match at all.
I disagree.
Right, that's what I heard.
I don't
It's a
agree.
weird ass show.
It
It's a
does
very
not.
weird
Okay,
show.
it tries to be the opening, but it's not
It is.
the hype that opening is.
I see.
All right, what's the music
And
here for this
Getting
slide?
to Dandelion.
Mhm. You might have
Logan.
to skip a bit forward in the track.
Hold on.
I just picked the most Norse sounding music I could think of. This is the band Halong.
Right.
But yes, your World Heavyweight Boys Championship. Introducing first your champion, Thorfinn Karlsfini, versus the challenger, Okarun.
This one's actually a little tough.
That is actually the face that Okarun made when he learned that he was going to have to go against Thorfinn.
Yeah. All right, I'm good.
I'm good.
Mm-hmm. I am ready.
Okay.
3,
I'm ready.
2, 1.
Good.
Yeah.
The man
Wow.
with no enemies wins again.
For the record, Ishigami would have also won here.
Mm-hmm.
No, Thorfinn would have won for me still here.
I vote Ishigami till I die.
Oh no, sorry. I would have voted for Thorfinn over Ishigami. I would have voted for Ishigami over Okarun. No. All right.
Thorfinn said, "I have no enemies to Okra," and he's like, "You're right." Correct.
Yeah, they would be friends.
Yep, and he just walked politely out of the ring and got counted out.
Yeah.
All right. So this is our world heavyweight girls champion between Hitori Bochi Goto and Fern the Mage.
Oh, no music for this one?
It's playing.
I
I'm
don't see a
Oh, I've
music.
got the open. By
It's
the
in the
way.
bottom corner.
Oh, it's in the bottom one. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah. We'll do then. Okay, yeah. Then we'll have those guys come back into the ring after here, after we're done with this one. All right, I am ready.
Oh, it's the
I'm
song.
also ready.
Okay.
Oh, it's
let's
Mark
go.
voting for
Yeah,
this?
it's Autobahn.
Oh yeah, I know. I've seen both of these shows.
Yeah, he can
Oh,
chime
is
in.
that- Okay, that's weird.
This is the only one that doesn't have Don to Don in it so far.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, ready whenever. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's what
Damn.
I think she's holding on.
Damn.
I
Fern?
literally have a shrine to Butch downstairs.
That's pretty strong.
I pray
Yep,
to it
it's a-
before my auditions.
And it's working out for you.
Yeah, clearly.
I
Yeah,
should try that sometime.
exactly.
All right, Mark, are you ready to tag in on best ED or best
Oh, yeah.
opening?
Yeah.
All right, it looks like Magical Destroyers and Otonoke have brawled their way back into the ring after the conclusion of the Best Girls Champion match. So we're gonna be able to see the ending of this. Who is the victor?
The victor is fine. I'll watch.
Oh, damn.
Man.
I can't be too mad, but I'm a little
I
sad.
can't be too mad, but I thought that Magical Destroyers was gonna be a legacy, man. I thought we were gonna have a dynasty on our
I was gonna
hands.
speak to you, but that's okay.
I mean, it was
Creepy
really
Nuts too
good.
strong.
It was really good, but I kind of felt like the way I felt watching the what is it, Kokoku OP.
Dude,
Sure,
yes.
right?
Sure.
It is
That's a
pretty
pull.
similar in vibes.
We just can't beat the power of catchiness, Logan. It's okay.
It's terrible.
Okay.
Terrible. But
There's a
we
big one
have
coming
our
up.
next championship bout. This one's a big one, folks. This is a dynasty pick going up against an all-timer. Who is going to come
The
out?
song's not playing. Please, thank you.
Who
It's fine.
who is going to come out on top between Review Starlight and Look Back? This, by the way, has the chance to completely end Review Starlight's reign over these categories, because this is their last hope. If they get busted out here, then there is no chance of them coming back, as far as I'm aware, unless there's like a sequel in the works or something.
No.
You're both tens on my mouth.
I'm gonna
Yep.
be so mad.
There are no losers here in the Grand Championship bouts, except for in the designated loser category. Alright, I'm ready whenever. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Really, Logan?
Tim?
No
Yes.
way!
Dylan.
I don't
It's
know
still
what,
in.
I don't know what to do about this.
Mark, you haven't seen Look Back, right?
No, I haven't.
Fuck.
All
All right, well, we'll come back after 70 minutes.
I'm kind of glad that I.
I genuinely don't know what to do about this.
We got a Twitch chat. We have a Twitch chat.
No, that's not. I mean,
You're not going to chat for this.
That's a good question. I don't actually know. Like, we used to have 5, so we didn't need tie breaks. But
yeah, bias
Yeah.
decision making.
Argue your case.
I really
Okay.
I really like Look Back. I think it's an exceptional piece of filmmaking, and I just they haven't watched Twitch hasn't watched it. I love the Review Starlight movie. I think it's phenomenal, but like if anything was gonna unseat it, I feel like it should be this. That's all I'm gonna say.
I thought the exact same thing about Pompo. And
You're
look what happened to
protest.
that.
You're protest voting. That's not fair. You probably
I'm
like
not protest voting. I do think reviews. I would do review over pump. Over not pump. Over look back.
That's crazy.
Hmm.
I would
The
rate
problem
these.
is that I am feeling the same way.
Look back, as I said earlier when we were talking about it, it is an inspiration to anyone creative.
Okay. So one, when you create something, let me know.
That's not.
Oh, I'll
that's
get back to
mean.
you.
Oh, that's
TBD.
I don't think that
TBD.
That's, I don't think that that's reasonable at all. For the record.
I mean, if that's the argument
One-
one's making, then
One, pull out the sketchbook.
like I am sure for creators and stuff, it hits extra hard for them. But as someone
It's real.
like
Tim,
it hits
you're
less.
really gonna give the
aspect.
homage to the Kiwani fire. You're really gonna pass on.
I
that?
knew you
You're
were
gonna
gonna
hold-
play
okay,
this card.
If you're
That's
gonna play that
not
card, then
fair.
I'm gonna
That's-
say
that's
fuck
emotional
you. I'm gonna double
blackmail.
down on this. You're gonna try to put that card on me. I don't give a shit what this mission was. I'm gonna look at the movie as it is. Not, oh, this is a Shudo Kioni fire.
Why are you trying to
I
diss
think
on this?
Colin
shit?
has suggested the most fair option I can
No.
imagine.
The
No, we
real-
cannot flip a
The
coin.
reality is we're gonna need a traitor, and I think it's gonna have to be me.
Really, Chris?
I
Really?
can't believe it was
Ain't
you.
no
I thought we'd get
fucking way.
one before we
I don't
got
feel.
you.
I don't feel good about this. I don't
No
feel good
way.
about this. Well, I know Juan doesn't like the movie as much.
I don't like the movie as much. I
I
prefer the show over the movie.
We need to end the show at some point. Is it?
We do need to end this show at some point.
I don't feel
and
good
maybe
about
we
this.
can.
I
Maybe
mean, I think we could have gotten Logan to trade.
After Blue Giant and Pompo, I don't know what can top review.
Okay, review
And
is
this.
review is.
Look back.
I'm so-
Absolutely.
I'm so sorry, Tim. Review is clearly better than Blue Giant. Pombo is the only one that's given it a real run for the money, and I just personally enjoyed the review movie more than Pompo, and that's personal taste, and I will give you that.
Did I not? I'm pretty sure I voted for Pompo that year.
You did, and it's okay, but sometimes personal taste comes up. I don't know what to tell you. I think Look Back deserves it this year. I really do.
I think Look Back could have been the new Review Starlight. I think it could
How
have
many
been.
years left does this movie have?
It's currently 3, so if it wins this year, it'll have one more before it retires.
So which it
it's
is.
That's
so
not
much
something
older.
that I want you to consider at all.
I know. I'm just out of curiosity how long we're gonna do this dance for this movie.
Look,
So
Alright,
it
a
only
very-
has one more year because it won.
Yeah,
Look.
yeah.
Look,
A very
you could have
tight
changed your
race.
vote.
Are you changing your vote, Tim?
No, I'm gonna.
I
I'm
think
gonna
Tim's
this.
holding out, which is the only reason I'm doing this, because I just think we have to move forward. I'm bummed about it, but yeah, whatever.
I'm sorry. I will find some way to make it up to you, but this was a very tight match.
Go watch
It
a
came
30-minute movie.
It came. It's a really good movie. It came down to the wire. It was the very end. It was like the very last second. There were some allegations of referee screw jobbing. This is a controversial one, but we're going
We
to
must
come.
move.
We're going to move instead to our world featherweight championship match.
My favorite song. Let me see if I can get this.
You lost your mind when you heard this last year.
Hold
What is it? Oh, I remember what it is, but I don't have access
Mhm.
to it for some reason.
on. Chin-
I'm
chin-
not-
Yeah,
access to
no,
either.
it's weird.
I'll just listen to the VOD later.
Chris would just give
it's
us
not
access.
playing. Hold on. Oh no,
No,
it's because
it's-
the first whatever doesn't play.
Yeah,
Hold
and
on,
then
hold-
like when you
Let me
go
wait,
back,
Hold on, I'll cue you in. Look. Now you can start playing.
All right, here our World Featherweight Championship, our most prestigious embarrassment between The Promised Neverland, the show that just fell apart in its second season, and Uzumaki, the show that just fell apart in its second episode. Who is going to take the crown? This is a tight race in my
Actually,
mind.
the first real contender Neverland has had.
Yes, and The Promised Neverland has felt like it was going to be a generational failure. It's unreal to think that something might top it tonight. So is everybody ready?
let's go.
I'm
All right, Tim.
Let me-
I love recorder Grand game.
guys, I have to put this here and then run for the door.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Wait, 1 second.
Wow.
Really, Chris?
Wow, really, Chris?
Really, Chris?
I'm so surprised at Chris.
I'm really.
And in a
I'm a little surprised at
startling
y'all.
upset. You got to
Chris.
remember, I didn't actually finish The Promised Neverland season 2. Also, goodbye, Mark. Thank you for coming around.
Yeah. Have
Oh,
a
is
great
Mark?
night.
Does Mark have a vote for the last one though?
Yeah, he voted. He said. he voted.
he
No, the
he
winner.
might
Oh.
actually.
Oh yeah, Mark.
He can vote,
Can-
and he might have to.
Mark, are you still with us? We can rush through to this
We
one,
can.
and then
I'll
we can
just
talk
DM him
about.
for his answer.
I'm
Okay, cool.
I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, look, Neverland season 2 was adapting a manga that I think also kind of fell off towards the back half. And obviously it didn't fall off to the same disastrous extent, but Uzumaki, that was a nightmare, and it presented us with a daydream at first, and it was just, I don't know, I couldn't give it to Neverland under those circumstances.
I can't forgive Neverland. Uzumaki's too short. Neverland was too long. I'm just gonna be real. I think the fall off is actually great.
I think
for
if you
Neverland.
stuck to Uzumaki to the end, you would have think differently.
Perhaps. All right, let's get to the big one.
All right, but we're heading in for the granddaddy of them all, though, the Unified Grand Championship match
Oh, come
between
on. It's
between last year's winner, Bochi the Rock, which got in at the last second due to Revue Starlight's retirement, versus Soso no Frieren, maybe the greatest sweep we have seen in the history of the Nut Bar Anime Awards. But will that passion be able to carry
same
over
fucking director.
against the generational
I'm
talent?
so sorry, Mark.
I'm so sorry, Mark. All right, are we ready to go?
Yes.
Let's go.
I can't believe you're making me pick this, but that's okay.
I don't
Cruel
make
and
rules,
voluntarily
I just
did this.
enforce them. This is 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
I knew
kinda-
I was gonna be
know.
alone here.
I knew it was gonna happen.
It
too.
was nice. Yeah.
I am
Genuine
a little worried.
congratulations to Freerin.
I'm a little.
I think
worried
it. I think
about-
it's earned it.
I think
I think-
Freerin might hold this crown for a while.
I think
Freerin
it's
might be
gonna
a dynasty
I-
talent.
I
It's
think
gonna
it
be Hall
might
of Fame.
make it to the Hall of Fame. If I'm gonna be honest.
Especially if season
Yep.
2.
Well, that's
happens.
5
Yeah,
years. 5 is a lot of
it
years.
is. It's true.
Okay, if season 2 wins, like, how does that work?
It just continues. to go down.
That's.
It's the
Yeah,
same crown.
that's
It is the same
Mhm.
crown.
Mm-hmm. But in that year, we'll figure that out. We'll burn
Look,
that bridge
hey,
when they make this.
If Bochi season 2 happens, though, I mean that's a real.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
By the way, I didn't mention it in the run up to this, but this is literally the 2 shows that guy directed.
I know.
I said that.
yes.
I said that a second ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
That guy
Well,
cannot
In
lose
his little
tonight.
speech, that's what he means.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, Boji can't be sad. She keeps the girl crown. Like,
Yeah, she
Yeah,
keeps the
yeah,
girl
she's
crown,
still
and
Yeah.
it is funny that both Girl and Unified were
Were the same
Freerin
shows.
versus
Yeah,
Bochi.
yeah,
Yeah. And
That
they went
was
different
extremely
ways, and
funny.
sometimes that's just how things go down
That's how
here in
the
the Nut
Gucci
Bar fight
crumbles.
pits.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We got to put the show to bed at some point. So let's get into our overall.
Yeah,
list, and
let's get a move on.
let's try to keep this brief. All right. I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna go through this. I'm only gonna go through my top 15. I'm gonna keep it really brief. I have adopted the Logan color coding scheme this year. So
The
gray,
my color scheme.
gray. I have actually adopted the Fortnite color scheme. If you are familiar, so gray is common and green is uncommon. Blue is like rare, epic, and then legendary, and then I have red as the top tier for my anime of the year. So gray is 6, green is 7, blue is 8, purple is 9, and I actually have 3 10s this year, which is pretty spectacular. I can't lie. Okay, starting at number 15, I have Nige Jozu, which, despite its shortcomings, I was just incredibly impressed with by its awesome Sakuga moments. Yeah, okay, I'm sure. Wow, Blizzard invented the rarity system. Whatever, fuck off. I have Your Camp season 3, even though the studio switch happened, I'm still very impressed with the season. It's still got a 9 for me. Braver, an exceptional new mecha show that combined comedy, homoerotic romance, and awesome mecha action with a great twist. Shangri-La Frontier is one of the most fun I've had watching one of these shows. I think it proves that you can have a show about video games and still make it good. It was really fun. I'm excited to finish and catch up for this season. Shimatsu Train, I wish I could rank this higher. It is such a me show. I loved this show so much. I think it is so special and important that a show like this is being made. I want more shows like this. It was a delight all the way through. Bokuyaba Season 2 was a continuation of a great romance that only got better with incredible production values. What is more there to say? I loved it. Girls Band Cry is a incredible CGI anime that has a great cast of characters, incredible down-to-earth, realistic writing with a lot of really expressive animation, some incredible performance scenes, and a phenomenal cast of characters. It's also pretty gay, just kind of the whole thing. Um, Make Heroine is a fantastic comedy and just a great slice of life show with exceptional animation throughout. It's very funny, and I love the cast of characters. It was a real surprise for me. Um, Hibike Euphonium, it's just one of the goats. It's one of Kiyoani's best. It came home and it brought it hard this year, and if it wasn't for such a top-heavy year, I think it would have ranked even higher. I really loved the conclusion of this show. I think they knocked it out of the park. Dead Dead Demons is an exceptional adaptation of a manga that I'm going to read. I think it was a really great animation. I felt unique emotions I've never felt watching a lot of different shows. It was the most real anime this year. It scared me. It put things into perspective for me. It was moving. It was horrifying. It was beautiful. I have a lot to say about this. I'm going to be thinking about this one for a long time. Oshi no Ko Season 2 is my only 9.5 on this list. I found it to be better than Season 1. I was so incredibly moved by a couple of the scenes in this one. I think it is just peak anime. Beautifully done. Akasaka's the GOAT, and they're doing a great job with this manga. TBD on the rest. Everything else from here got a 10 on my list. This, I think, is the most 10s I've ever had on my anime list in a single year. Dawn to Dawn was a delight all the way through. It was exceptional from moment 1 to the end of the last episode where it left on a big cliffhanger. I think that, honestly, because it didn't wrap up is one of the reasons it's number 4 on my list, but I loved every moment of it. I love the characters. I love the action. I love everything about this show. It's so good. Kusaria, I've talked about at length. I think that it is a delightful show all the way through. I love pretty much everything about it. I think it is an exceptional period piece, an exceptional mystery show that has a really, really good main lead in Mao Mao. I'm excited for season 2 when we get started on it. I just think it's one of the most well-made and original shows that's happening right now. Dungeon Mesh Kid is an adaptation of one of my favorite manga of all time by one of my favorite studios of all time. And I think that it is a testament that it is not my favorite anime of this year, just because I think the best material is in the back half, despite a lot of the best materials also being in the first half. I just have to be objective, and I think that when I was watching Frieren this year, both in 2023 and in 2024, I knew pretty sure that it would be hard to beat this as my favorite anime of the year. I think that Frieren is going to go down in history of one of my favorite anime of all time. It is just so well made. I think it's probably in my top 5 of anime ever made. I don't know what else there is to say. It's just the best. We've talked about it all night. And I'll end it there.
Mm-hmm. All right, Logan.
All right, so we're going to breeze through this one. I'm also using a coloring scheme. The important ones here are that red is a 7 and orange is an 8, and I rarely give out 9s and I rarely give out 10s, so it is not a shame that Frieren and Kusaria only got an 8 here. But starting with the lowest 7, Konosuba is back. I think I agree with Chris that this probably isn't the best season, but I don't necessarily agree that it was significantly worse than season 1 or 2. I think that this is a return to form for a series that kind of scared the hell out of me with that spinoff. Undead Unluck wound up in the top 10 here. because it was a very unique show that I think has a lot of really cool concepts. It's unfortunately kind of bogged down by a compromised adaptation. Uh, Speaking of very unique, Shumatsu Train is excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm burping right now. Shumatsu Train is another really special one that I'm glad got made. I'm really glad that these kinds of fresh passion projects can still get made in an industry that is 75% by weight isekai. Speaking of kind of isekai, Shangri-La Frontier, I think, has proven to me that it is technically possible to set a thing in a video game and suck. As I keep saying, I really like the pleasantly low stakes compared to in a lot of fantasy anime where, the world is going to end and everybody's going to die. Speaking of the fantasy anime where the world is going to end and everybody's going to die, Sengoku Yoko, I think, has an incredible cast of characters. The adaptation is compromised. This should have been a 20, but this is, I think, what you'd expect from an anime adaptation, and I think that the story shines through even through some of the decisions made. Girls Band Cry has a really unique visual style. I hope to see more CG studios start to emulate that because I think it actually looks quite nice. Don to Don, I mean, we've been jerking it off all night. It nearly won like 17 grand championship. I think it's really fun and exciting and very heartrending what it wants to be, and that's a very powerful kind of show. Oshinoko barely nudged it out. I think that the stage material is largely incredible. I think that the stuff between the main characters is a step up from the first season, and the first season was already quite good. The visuals are impeccable, and I'm just really excited to see how things are going to go with Dark Ruby in the future. Dungeon Meshi is a really special project in a lot of ways. Kui's world building is incredible, and I've already talked about how the cast of characters seems like very well constructed to bounce off of each other and pinball off of each other in different ways. And she does a great job of putting them in situations that are going to drive some interesting conflict and create some interesting comedy. And I think it is interesting comedy. Now to the top two, and like I said, it was dead heat between these two for me going into this award show. I decided it like an hour before we started. Kusaria, I think, is a really incredible drama. It's got a lot of miniature mysteries that build up to something way greater than the sum of its parts. I think it's got a great cast of characters. I think it looks beautiful. And the problem is that I can say pretty much all of those same things about So Frieren 2. It really is a shame that these two came out in not only the same year and the same season and had to duke it out for the same awards, because Frieren is something really unique, and I'm happy that an anime like that can get made in an industry that is so often nasty. Thank you.
All right. Good job, Logan. Now, it is time for my turn. If Chris could move the slide, thank you. All right. My very good taste in anime. If I could remove this. There we go. All right. I have a top 15. I'm only talking about the top 10. First up, we got Yubisake to Renren. This year is a little weak on romance compared to the year before, but at least we got like a nice traditional romance show to rep the top 10 for me. This is just a nice little show with Deaf Girl's like first ever romance. I've talked about it a lot already, so I pretty much said everything I was gonna say about it before. Number 9, Dead Demons. I want to rank the show up much higher, but damn, this is a pretty top heavy year. A very insightful show about how humanity copes in the face of constant tragedy. I've read Goodnight Poon Poon, so knowing that this was made by the same author already put me in the right headspace. Though I feel like Poon Poon is still darker of the two stories, but from what Logan has told us, the anime makes a lot of changes, so I want to see those changes for myself in the manga soon. I've started chapter 1. I haven't had much of a chance to read it since, but I hope to read more of it soon. Number 8, Hibike Euphonium season 3. A 10-year wait
to see the end of Kumiko's journey in high school band. 10 years we waited for the ultimate Yuri bait, which Chris has already went into in his award. And goddamn, did we fucking fall for it. I when I said it, I already said this in the review episode. I was graduating high school when season 1 was coming out, so this holds a special place in my heart. High school band politics really is just full of dumb drama like this. Like the entirety of season 3 being about like a transfer student being better than like the person who should be first chair. That is classic band politics. And man, I've missed band. Thank you, Hubike, for always reminding me how special band is to me. And speaking of band, number 7, Girls Band Cry. Don't sleep on this show. I've already gushed on how much this show is good despite the CG. Please, for the love of God, watch this anime. It needs to be more popular. I get it. The story kind of fumbles a little bit near the end, but I think it's still absolutely worth it. I mean, like I think it still leaves room for a season 2 as well. So who knows? Maybe a season 2 could help fix that ending. But I also want to shout out the voice actors who are all first timers. This is all their first role as the main 4 or 5 characters, and they formed a band just for this show, or they were already a band before this show. I can't remember. Absolutely incredible. Everyone killed it. Absolutely insane. Number
It's like
6,
a multimedia thing, but
yeah. Number 6, Rama One Half, the 2024 remake. I'm genuinely surprised on how much fun I had with this show. Like, this is the show that popularized rom-coms in anime, and it holds up pretty well. Like, the comedy just actually holds up well. And I think what helps it is the amount of respect that Mappa has shown in this adaptation. Like, it's just so fluid and creative. I love this animation. Number 5, Dungeon Meshi. If I can move the thing. Yeah, there it goes. This is a show for everyone. It is a fun D&D campaign that's actually a cooking show, and then it becomes an actual D&D campaign. Personally, I liked it best when it was just a fun cooking show, but I am absolutely intrigued where it's going to go next season. Sasuga trigger. Sasuga. Number 4, Make Heroine. Rama may be the origin of rom-coms, but Make Heroine is the modern take on rom-coms. It's a huge subversion of the genre. It's backed up by some of the best animation I've seen, and it's for a rom-com. Like it does not deserve to have this great animation, but it absolutely helps it so much. Every modern fan of rom-coms should watch this show. Number 3, Oshinoko Season 2. This season is a huge step up from the first season. Like, I'm notorious for like hating the beginning of shows because like it's all about like setting up characters, and I'm like, oh, this is boring. I want the meat. Give me the fucking meat. And this show, this season gave me the fucking meat. Not only was this one of the best dramas of the year, it also had some of the best Sakuga of the year. That one episode dedicated to Melt. I mean, he was just a random side character in season 1. I thought nothing of him. And then I fucking care all about him because of that one episode. Oh, it's incredible. And then the last 2 episodes were also like insane nail biters. Like we were getting like reveal after reveal with that one. I'm excited to where season 3 is going to take us, but I do got to keep my expectations in check after I've heard what the end of the manga is like. Number 2, Don Da Don. I was legit so close to making this my number 1 pick of the year. Like Don Da Don is just, it's so instantly likable as a shonen. It is a shonen made by a shonen head, but it also like subverts it by including romance and slice of life into it, and it just gives it so much more depth compared to like any other shonen out there. I cannot stress enough how much of an instant classic this show is. Every modern fan of anime should be watching the show. And as we've already said, number 1, Sousou no Frieren. Last year, I made a promise to give this show the number 1 rating. I made it my number 0. and I fully intend to keep that promise. This show made an impact in my life. It's one of those shows that like inspires you into becoming a better person, and god damn it, it does its job well. Not only that, it has some of the best sakuga of the year. Like the dragon fight from episode 3, the demon fight scenes from the halfway point, and the free run copy fight. Dude, Madhouse needs to cook again, like they did for One Punch Man season 1. And they did it. Like we thought they couldn't do it again, and they fucking did it. This show is legitimately in my personal top 10 now, and it is 100% valid that it dethroned Full Metal Alchemist as the #1 anime of all time, and I stand by that.
What would Himmel do?
Especially with
What
the fact
would
that
Himmel do?
especially with the fact that it's like we really haven't even gotten nearly as much of it as I think by the time we have enough free run as Full Metal Alchemist got, it's gonna be a real conversation. Like
Yeah.
Did you see that story of the man who stopped the stabbing?
Because of Himmel. Yeah,
Yeah.
the fucking
Alright,
AnyTubers wouldn't
Tim.
stop talking about it.
all right, Tim. I think your slides are out of order.
Whoa, yeah, that's weird.
Where's your top 10, bro?
I haven't posted it yet.
Okay, please do, because I really need to end the stream and go to bed.
Can you hear from Chris's voice?
I assume Ellie is sleeping, which is why he's being
Oh,
quiet.
she's
Yeah.
on me. I need to go
But
to bed.
yeah, I assume that's why he's been quiet the last like.
We
30
are way
minutes.
over time.
We are hitting 2022 levels, unfortunately.
We want more
And
categories.
Mark wasn't
right,
even
guys?
talking that much.
That's not why. We'll discuss it later.
Yeah. Postmortem.
Anyways. I guess I will skip and jump right into the slide and do a quick shout out. Don't you say you want a shout out here? It's fine. For Chris's sake, I'll jump to this one.
Thank you.
There's nothing I'm dying of passion here. All right. So mine's quite a bit longer, as you can see.
Mhm.
For Chris's sake, we're going to jump to the last top 52. And I will not talk about our 52 for Chris's sake. Just do a quick shout out and do a top 10, I guess. Sengoku Yoku, I know Logan has like gushed about endlessly, even though it wasn't necessarily always warranted, but it trips a lot. But I think a lot has to be said for the finale and post and how they wrapped up all the characters with the time skip and all that. I really think that he did a masterpiece in doing that. Uwase is something that this group missed over when it aired, and I find it very comparable to Ranma. I think Ranma is a little bit more into the romance and action, and Uwase is room to go with its day-to-day shenanigans, and so that's and then the main gets a little bit more annoying. But I think if they're pretty comparable, you like one, you should probably check out the other. 2.5. Wow, it's 2.5 time in the last podcast, so we'll be fine. Seventh Loop. It's been a while, so I'll emphasize that I think Seventh Loop is a fantasy romance with strong female characters. I liked the main character. Rishi was a good one. I wish there was more like that, and I think more people should have checked that because of that. I think people saw the Venice and threw it away, but it really does not do anything Venice like at all. So you should watch it out. Skipping stuff that people have talked about and jump into 10. We're gonna go with Spice and Wolf. I think it's a remake, and I think it's everything that remake should do. I think if a remake does as well as material and modernizes it, and it's expanded and it tells the story more clearly, that I think it succeeds as a remake. And this one did all that. I'm very satisfied with that. I'm looking forward to them actually expanding to season 2 and telling the stories that they did not get the chance to tell yet. Kusaria, I was supposed to talk about that. Mishoku, we didn't talk about a lot. I think some people will argue it quick they rush some of the romance aspect for it, but I think it had a lot of really powerful moments with Brutus and Paul and them getting together, and also with the masker as well. There was a lot of good moments that I think we probably should have mentioned more from Mushoku, but like, it's been like 4 seasons in at this point, and it's still going very strong. Boku, yeah, but we talked about Yukisaki. I think everything we've talked to at some point, except for Chris's sake, I was skipped over and just do the top 2. Hibike has hit every season has hit up a new peak. Season 2 with Oscar's story remains one of the best season for me. Season 1 was a great part of building up Kimiko and Reina's and their relationship. And season 3, wrapping up and all the 3 stories, going for a circle and all that. I could not have asked for a better adaptation or conclusion for the story. Freeran, and unfortunately, is my only 10, and it is a strong 10 because I only have 4 10s, 5 10 including Freeran, which goes to the point how much this show has resonated and means to me. I'm as soon as the first episode, I knew it was going to be something special. I'm a huge sucker for these like very like slow, emotional, kind of passing of time kind of stories. They always resonate with me very clearly. It did that, and it did so much more with expanded cast, with the action scenes, and being, it said like, oh, I can do emotional, but I can also do action, I can do shonen, I can do adventure, I can do all these other genres and categories, and it's something that's definitely gonna stick with me for many years. And Chris is begging me to finish, so I will stop
No,
you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, that does it. I'm just going back to the predictions to see who was the most right, and it looks like it was me, I think.
I was like, it has
Yeah.
to have been you.
It has to be you.
You're the one who guessed Freeman the
I just
most.
believed in the free run sweep. All right.
I did get marks
You
right.
put all your chips on free run,
I put
and
all
you
my
won.
chips on free run. Okay. Thanks to everybody who stuck it out. Thanks to everybody in the VOD who stuck it out. This was a great year of anime. I am
Go
happy.
to the title screen. Actually, I think that's a better
Yeah, sure.
screen to end on.
I had a lot of fun this year. I think we had such a great top end of shows. And thanks to everyone for sticking it out. To this fucking
Yeah.
gargantuan, ridiculous show that we do every year.
We did another fucking 8-hour, or was
Um,
it 6-hour? I can't
was
tell.
6
I don't
hours.
know.
This,
6 hours.
This is longer than 6. It's more like 7. It's like the same as 22. But we're not gonna worry
We didn't
about
start
that
until
right
like
now.
6 o'clock, didn't we?
We're not gonna.
We
worry-
started like 7.
No, there was an interrupt in my stream, and I'm looking at the VOD time right now. It's long. It's okay though,
I'm-
because
Glad to know that I was not responsible.
we're
You're
just
not at fault.
we're just long-winded by nature. And you know what? You know what matters is that we had fun. That's all that matters. So thanks everybody, and have a lovely night. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much, fellas. Thank you.
Catch us
Thank
on
you.
our
Good
next
job,
episode.
good job, everyone.
I think
Good
our
night,
next episode
everybody.
is in theory the mid-season for winter or something. I don't know. Have a lovely night.